Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here today. Today's topic is one of my favorite topics, summer. I love summer so much. The warm weather, the long days, the holidays, everything about summer makes me happy. Summer is a great topic to talk about in English because there are so many simple and fun words to learn. Whether you love hot weather or prefer something cooler, I think you will enjoy today's conversation. My friend Mark is here with me again. Mark, are you excited about today's topic? I cannot wait to hear what you think about summer.
Hello, everyone. I am so glad to be here. My name is Mark, and yes, I am very excited about today's topic. Summer is such a wonderful season. It is the time for holidays, sunshine, ice cream, and spending time with friends and family. In this podcast, Anna and I will talk about everything related to summer: the weather, activities, food, travel, and more. We will use simple English so it is easy for everyone to follow along. Even if you are just starting to learn English, don't worry, we will speak slowly and clearly. I hope this conversation helps you learn new words and feel more confident in English. Let's begin.
Mark, let me start with a simple question. What is your favorite thing about summer? For me, it is definitely the sunshine. I love waking up in the morning and seeing a bright blue sky. In winter, the days are short and gray, but in summer, the sun rises early and sets late. There is so much light. I feel so much happier and more energetic in summer. The warm weather also makes me want to go outside and be active. I love walking in the park, sitting in a cafe outside, or just reading a book in the garden. Sunshine really changes my mood completely. What about you, Mark?
Anna, I love the sunshine too, but my favorite thing about summer is the long evenings. In summer, it stays light until 9 or even 10 o'clock at night. That means more time to enjoy the outdoors after work or school. I love sitting outside with friends in the evening, having a cold drink and just talking and relaxing. There is something very special about a warm summer evening. Everything feels slower and more relaxed. People seem happier and friendlier too. I also love that in summer you can do so many activities outside. Barbecues, walks, outdoor cinema, festivals. Summer evenings are truly magical. They are my absolute favorite part of the season.
Oh, yes, summer evenings are so beautiful. I love them too. Mark, let's talk about summer weather. Summer means hot weather for most people, but how hot do you like it? I personally love warm weather, but not too hot. Around 25 degrees Celsius is perfect for me. When it is over 35 degrees, I find it too hot. I feel tired and uncomfortable. I drink a lot of water, stay in the shade, and try not to go outside in the middle of the day. What temperature do you prefer in summer? And do you have any tips for staying cool when it is very hot outside? Hot weather can be tough.
25 degrees is perfect. I agree with you, Anna. I also love warm weather, but extreme heat is very difficult. When it is very hot, I drink a lot of cold water, maybe 2 or 3 liters a day. I also wear light, loose clothing. Light colors like white and yellow are best because they do not absorb as much heat as dark colors. I also use a fan or air conditioning at home. Taking a cold shower in the afternoon is wonderful when it is hot. And I try to do outdoor activities in the morning or evening, not at midday when the sun is strongest. Staying hydrated is the most important thing in hot weather.
Great tips, Mark. Staying hydrated is so important. I always carry a water bottle with me in summer. Mark, let's talk about summer holidays. Do you take a holiday in summer? I think summer is the most popular time for holidays. Many people travel in July and August because children are not in school. I love going on holiday in summer. Last summer, I went to the beach for 1 week. It was wonderful. I swam in the sea, ate delicious food, and relaxed in the sun. The beach is my favorite holiday destination in summer. Do you prefer the beach, the mountains, or the city for a summer holiday? What is your dream summer holiday?
I love summer holidays. Last summer, I went to a small village in the mountains. It was cooler there than in the city, which was really nice. I went hiking every day and saw beautiful views. The mountains are so peaceful and quiet. But I also love the beach. The sea, the sand, the sound of the waves. It is very relaxing. I think my dream summer holiday would be a mix of both, a few days at the beach and a few days in the mountains. I also love city trips in summer. Many cities have outdoor events and festivals in summer. There are so many options. Every type of holiday has something special to offer.
A mix of beach and mountains sounds wonderful. Mark, let's talk about summer food. I think food is one of the best parts of summer. In summer, I eat differently than in winter. I eat more salads, fresh fruits, and cold foods. My favorite summer fruit is watermelon. It is so refreshing and sweet. I also love strawberries, cherries, and peaches. They are all at their best in summer. I also enjoy ice cream a lot in summer. There are so many flavors. My favorite is lemon ice cream. It tastes so fresh and cold. Do you have favorite summer foods? I think food is one of the best things about the warm season.
Anna, I completely agree. Summer food is amazing. My absolute favorite summer food is a barbecue. I love cooking outside with friends. We grill chicken, vegetables, and corn on the cob. Everyone sits together, eats, and has fun. It is a very social kind of meal. I also love cold drinks in summer. Fresh lemonade, iced tea, and fruit smoothies. They are so refreshing on a hot day. And yes, ice cream is essential. My favorite flavor is chocolate, but I also love mango ice cream. Summer is also great for eating outside at restaurants and cafes. There's something special about eating good food in the warm sunshine with the people you love.
A barbecue sounds so fun. I love those too. Mark, let's talk about summer activities. There are so many things you can do in summer that you cannot do in other seasons. I love swimming. In summer, I go to the swimming pool or the beach very often. Swimming is great exercise and it is also very fun. I also love cycling in summer. The weather is perfect for riding a bike along a nice path. And I love having picnics in the park. I take a blanket, some food, and my friends, and we sit outside for hours. It is so simple, but so enjoyable. What are your favorite summer activities? Do you prefer outdoor sports or something more relaxing?
I love so many summer activities. I enjoy swimming too. It is the perfect way to cool down on a hot day. I also love playing beach volleyball. It is so energetic and fun. I also enjoy hiking in summer, as I mentioned before, but I also like more relaxing activities. I love reading a book outside in the shade of a tree. There's nothing better than a good book, a warm day, and a cold drink beside you. I also enjoy outdoor concerts and festivals in summer. Many cities have free outdoor music events in summer. Going to a summer festival with friends is one of my favorite summer memories. Summer is really the best season for fun.
Outdoor concerts are so much fun. I love them too. Mark, I want to talk about the beach. The beach is maybe the most popular summer destination for many people. I love going to the beach. The sound of the sea is so calming. I love to swim, but I also love to just lie on the sand and relax. I always bring sunscreen to the beach. It is very important to protect your skin from the sun. I use SPF 50, especially in the middle of the day. Some people forget sunscreen and then they get sunburned. That is very painful and also bad for your skin. Do you always use sunscreen at the beach, Mark?
Yes, sunscreen is absolutely essential. I always use it, especially at the beach. The sun at the beach is very strong. The reflection from the water and sand makes it even stronger. I use SPF 30 or 50, and I reapply it every 2 hours. I also wear a hat and sunglasses to protect my face and eyes. Staying in the shade during the midday hours from 12 to 3 in the afternoon is also a good idea. I love the beach, but I am always careful about the sun. Sunburn is very painful, and too much sun exposure is not healthy. Enjoy the beach, but always protect yourself. Good sun habits are very important for your health.
Such good advice. Sun protection is so important. Mark, let's talk about summer clothes. I love summer fashion. In summer, I wear light dresses, shorts, sandals, and colorful tops. It is so nice not to wear heavy winter coats and boots. I feel free and comfortable in summer clothes. My favorite summer color is yellow. It feels so sunny and happy. I also love floral patterns in summer. Everything looks more cheerful and bright. I always carry a light cardigan in my bag because sometimes places like shops or restaurants have very strong air conditioning and it can get cold inside. What do you like to wear in summer, Mark? Do you have a favorite summer style?
I love summer clothes too. In summer, I wear shorts, light t-shirts, and sandals. Everything is simple and comfortable. I prefer plain colors, white, light blue, and light gray. They feel cool and clean. I also always wear a cap or a hat outside to protect my head from the sun. I think the best thing about summer clothes is how easy they are. In winter, you have to think about many layers. In summer, you just put on a t-shirt and shorts and you're ready. I also agree about the cardigan tip. Air conditioning in shops and cinemas can be very cold in summer. Always have a light layer with you. It is very practical.
So practical. Mark, let's talk about summer and children. I think summer is the happiest time for children. They do not have school. They have long summer holidays, sometimes 2 or 3 months. When I was a child, I loved summer so much. I spent my summers at my grandmother's house in the countryside. We played outside every day. We ran in the fields, picked berries, played in the river, and caught butterflies. Those are some of my best childhood memories. Summer felt endless and magical when I was young. Do you have good memories from your childhood summers, Mark? I think summer memories from childhood are very special and last forever.
Oh yes, my childhood summers were the best. I grew up near the sea, so every summer we went to the beach almost every day. My parents would pack lunch and we would spend the whole day there, swimming, building sandcastles, playing in the waves. I also remember summer evenings playing football with the neighborhood kids until it was dark. Those were such simple but happy times. I also loved summer fairs and festivals in our town. There was always music, food stalls, and fun games. Childhood summers feel so free and carefree. Now, as an adult, I try to bring some of that same joy into my summers, spending time outside, relaxing, and enjoying simple pleasures.
That sounds so beautiful, Mark. Childhood summers really are magical. Now, let's talk about something different: summer and health. Summer can be very good for your health, but it can also be challenging. The sunshine gives us vitamin D, which is important for our bones and our mood. People often feel happier in summer because of the sunlight. Exercise is also easier in summer because the weather is nice and you want to be outside. But summer can also bring problems: too much sun, dehydration, and heat exhaustion. I always try to be careful about these things. Do you think summer is generally a healthy season? What do you do to stay healthy in summer?
Summer is a wonderful season for health when you are careful. The extra vitamin D from sunlight really does boost your mood and energy. I sleep better in summer too. The warmth makes me feel relaxed. I also exercise more in summer because I love being outside. I walk, swim, and cycle much more than in winter. But yes, the heat can be a risk. Drinking enough water is the #1 thing for summer health. I also eat lighter foods in summer, more salads and fruits, less heavy meals. And I try not to stay in the sun too long. Taking care of yourself in summer means you can enjoy everything the season has to offer without any problems.
So well said. Mark, let me ask about summer and travel. Summer is the most popular travel season. Airports and trains are very busy in July and August. Hotels and holidays can also be more expensive in summer. Have you ever had any travel adventures or funny travel stories from summer? I remember one summer I missed my flight because of a traffic jam on the way to the airport. It was a terrible day. But then I got on the next flight and my holiday was wonderful. Travel does not always go perfectly, but those stories become funny memories later. Do you have any memorable summer travel stories? Good or bad ones are both welcome.
Oh, I have a funny travel story. One summer, my friends and I drove to the coast for a camping trip. We were so excited. But when we arrived, we realized we forgot the tent at home. We had all our sleeping bags and food, but no tent. We had to sleep in the car that first night. It was very uncomfortable, but we laughed so much about it. The next day, we bought a cheap tent from a local shop, and the rest of the holiday was perfect. Now that story is one of our favorite memories to tell. Travel surprises and mistakes make the best stories. The most important thing is to stay positive and laugh about the unexpected things.
That story is so funny. Sleeping in the car? Oh no! But I love that it became a great memory. Mark, let's talk about summer festivals and events. Summer is full of fun events. There are music festivals, outdoor cinema, food festivals, sports events, and local fairs. I love going to local summer festivals. They are usually free or not expensive. There is music, food, dancing, and a great atmosphere. Last summer, I went to an outdoor jazz festival in my city. It was a beautiful, warm evening, the music was wonderful, and I sat on the grass with my friends. It felt like a perfect summer night. Do you enjoy going to festivals and events in summer? What kind of events do you like most?
Summer festivals are one of my favorite things. I love music festivals most of all. There's something amazing about listening to live music outside under the open sky. The energy of the crowd, the music, the warm air, it is a truly special experience. I also love food festivals. You can try so many different types of food in one place. It's a great way to discover new cuisines. I have tried foods from many different countries at food festivals. I also enjoy street markets in summer. Many cities have outdoor markets on weekends in summer. You can find fresh produce, handmade crafts, and delicious snacks. Summer really brings communities together in such a joyful way.
Outdoor markets are lovely. I always find something special at them. Mark, let's talk about gardening in summer. Do you like gardening? I think summer is the best time for gardens. Everything is green and in bloom, flowers, vegetables, fruit trees. Everything looks so beautiful. I have a small balcony garden. In summer, I grow tomatoes, herbs, and flowers on my balcony. I love watering my plants in the morning with a cup of coffee. It is so peaceful. And eating tomatoes from my own balcony is so satisfying. There is something special about growing your own food. It tastes better when you grow it yourself. Do you do any gardening in summer, or do you just enjoy other people's gardens?
I love gardens, but I am not very good at growing plants. I have tried a few times, and usually the plants do not survive very long. I think I forget to water them regularly. But I admire people who are good at gardening. My parents have a beautiful garden with roses, lavender, and vegetable beds. When I visit them in summer, I love sitting in their garden. The smell of flowers in a summer garden is just wonderful. I also love visiting botanical gardens and parks in summer. Seeing all the different flowers and plants in full bloom is so beautiful. Maybe one day I will learn to be a better gardener. For now, I will enjoy other people's gardens.
That is very honest, Mark. Gardens are beautiful to enjoy even if you do not grow plants yourself. Mark, let's talk about summer and learning English. Many people use summer as a time to study or improve their English. Maybe they travel to an English-speaking country, or they take a summer English course. I think summer is actually a great time to practice English because there are so many fun ways to do it. You can watch English movies, listen to English podcasts like this one, read easy books in English, or talk to tourists in English. What do you think is the best way to practice English in summer? Do you have any tips for our listeners?
What a great topic. Summer is a wonderful time to practice English in a relaxed way. I think the best tip is to make English fun, not like homework. Watch your favorite movies or TV shows in English with subtitles. Read simple books or short stories in English. Listen to English songs and try to understand the words. If you travel somewhere where English is spoken, try to speak with local people. Even just saying hello and thank you is great practice. You can also keep a simple summer diary in English. Write a few sentences each day about what you did. It does not need to be perfect. The important thing is to practice every day, even for just 10 or 15 minutes.
I love the diary idea. Writing in English every day is such good practice, and summer gives you so many things to write about. Mark, let's talk about something I find really interesting, how different countries celebrate summer. In some countries, summer means going to the beach every weekend. In other countries, it means mountain holidays. In Scandinavia, people celebrate midsummer with big outdoor parties. In some countries, summer is the rainy season, not hot and sunny. Not everyone experiences summer the same way. I think it is fascinating how the same season can be so different depending on where you live. Do you know about any interesting summer traditions from other countries that you find interesting or surprising?
That is such an interesting point. Summer really is different around the world. In Japan, there are beautiful summer festivals called matsuri with fireworks and traditional dances. People wear colorful, traditional clothing and celebrate outdoors. In Sweden, the Midsummer Festival is one of the most important celebrations of the year. People dance, sing, and eat traditional food around a decorated pole. In Brazil, summer is in December and January, which is very different for people from the Northern Hemisphere. In some tropical countries, summer brings monsoon rains, not sunshine. Learning about how different cultures experience and celebrate summer is a wonderful way to learn about the world. Every tradition is unique and fascinating.
The Japanese summer festivals with fireworks sound absolutely magical. I would love to experience that one day. Mark, let's talk about summer and sleep. I find it harder to sleep in summer. The nights are shorter and it stays light outside for a long time. My bedroom also gets very warm, and I do not sleep well when I'm hot. I use a fan at night, and I open the window to let in cool air. I also use light cotton sheets instead of heavy blankets, but still, some summer nights are very uncomfortable. Do you sleep well in summer? Do you have any tips for sleeping better when it is hot? I think many people have this problem in summer.
Oh, I definitely have this problem too. Sleeping in summer heat can be really difficult. My best tip is to close the curtains during the day to keep the room cool. This makes a big difference. Also, take a cool shower before bed. Not very cold, just refreshing. Your body temperature will go down and you will feel more comfortable. Wear light pajamas or sleep in just a light sheet. You can also put a cold, wet cloth on your forehead or wrists to cool down quickly. Drinking a glass of cold water before bed also helps. And yes, a fan is very useful. Point it towards the window to push hot air out and pull cooler air in. These tips really do work.
Those tips are so useful. I will try the curtains one. I think my room gets very hot because I leave the curtains open all day. Mark, let's talk about summer and exercise. I think many people exercise more in summer because the weather is nice. But exercising in the heat can also be dangerous. It is important to exercise at the right time of day. I like to go for my walks and runs in the early morning before it gets too hot. The air is fresh, the streets are quiet, and the temperature is comfortable. By midday, it is too hot to run outside. What kind of exercise do you do in summer, and when do you prefer to exercise during the summer months?
Early morning exercise is perfect in summer. I also prefer to exercise in the morning, usually around 7 or 8 o'clock. It is cool and pleasant then. I go for a run along the river near my home. It is beautiful in the morning. The light is soft and there are not many people around. I also swim a lot in summer. Swimming is one of the best summer exercises because it keeps you cool while you're working out. In the evenings, I sometimes go for a long walk or cycle ride when the temperature goes down again. I always bring water when I exercise outside in summer. Exercising in the heat without water is very dangerous. Safety is always the first priority.
Swimming really is the perfect summer exercise. Mark, I want to ask about something a little different now. What is your least favorite thing about summer? Every season has some downsides. For me, it is insects. In summer, there are mosquitoes, flies, and other bugs. I hate mosquitoes. They bite me every night, and I always wake up with itchy red spots. I use mosquito spray and a special plug-in device in my bedroom, but some still get through. It is very annoying. I also do not enjoy the crowds in summer. Popular beaches and tourist places get very crowded and noisy in summer. I prefer quieter, less busy places. What about you? What do you like least about summer?
Anna, mosquitoes are definitely my least favorite part of summer too. They're so annoying. I also use spray and try to cover my arms in the evenings when they are most active. My other least favorite thing about summer is the traffic and crowds. Highways and airports are so busy in summer. Everything is more expensive. Hotels, flights, restaurants, popular tourist spots are packed with people. Sometimes it's hard to relax and enjoy yourself when everywhere is so crowded. I also sometimes miss the coziness of autumn and winter. Hot drinks, warm blankets, and quiet evenings inside also have a special charm. But overall, the good things about summer definitely outweigh the bad things. Summer is still my favorite season.
I agree. The good things definitely outweigh the bad. Mosquitoes are a small price to pay for all the wonderful things summer brings. Mark, let's talk about summer sunsets. I think summer sunsets are some of the most beautiful things in nature. Because the days are so long in summer, the sunset happens late, sometimes at 9 or even 10 o'clock. I love watching the sunset in summer. The sky turns pink, orange, and purple. It is absolutely stunning. I often go to a high point in my city to watch the sunset. It feels very special. Have you ever watched a particularly beautiful summer sunset that you still remember? Where were you and what made it so special?
Summer sunsets are truly magical. I've seen some incredible ones. My most memorable was on a boat trip last summer. We were on the sea in the evening and the sun started to set. The whole sky turned bright orange and red and the light reflected on the water. It was breathtaking. Everyone on the boat stopped talking and just watched. Nobody said anything for minutes. It was that beautiful. Another beautiful sunset I remember was watching the sun go down behind the mountains. The colors changed slowly from yellow to orange to deep purple. Nature is truly the best artist. I think stopping to watch a beautiful sunset is one of the simplest and most wonderful pleasures of summer.
That boat sunset sounds absolutely incredible. Mark, let's talk about summer reading. I think summer is the perfect time to read. You have more free time, you can sit outside, and a good book in the sunshine is such a pleasure. I love reading on holiday. I always pack at least 2 books for any trip. Last summer, I read a wonderful story about a family who travels across Europe by train. It was simple to read, but very engaging. I think reading in English is also a great way to improve your language skills. Do you read in summer? And do you have any book recommendations for beginners who want to read in English? Easy, enjoyable books are the best place to start.
I love reading in summer. I agree, it is the perfect season for books. For beginners who want to read in English, I recommend short stories and simple novels. Books by Roald Dahl are wonderful for beginners. The language is clear and the stories are very entertaining. The Diary of a Wimpy Kid series is also easy and very funny. For something more relaxing, try travel books or simple romance stories. Reading in a language you are learning might feel difficult at first, but start with very short texts. Even 1 page a day is great progress. Use a dictionary for new words and try to enjoy the story, not just translate every word. Reading should be enjoyable, not stressful.
Roald Dahl is a great recommendation. His stories are so imaginative and fun. Mark, let's talk about summer and friendship. I think summer is a time when friendships feel especially strong. You spend more time with people outside. You have shared experiences, holidays, barbecues, picnics, festivals. Those shared summer moments bring people closer together. Some of my strongest friendships are built on summer memories. I have a group of friends who I met on a summer language course many years ago. We are still very close today. Summer seems to create a special atmosphere where people connect more easily. Do you think summer is a good time for building friendships? Do you have any special summer friendships or memories with friends?
Absolutely. Summer is wonderful for friendships. When the weather is good, people naturally want to be outside and social. You meet neighbors, join community events, and talk to strangers more easily. I think the relaxed atmosphere of summer makes people more open and friendly. Some of my best friendships started in summer, at camps, on holidays, or at outdoor events. I also think summer is a great time to reconnect with old friends you do not see very often during the busy winter months. A simple phone call to invite someone for a walk or a barbecue can restart a friendship. Summer gives you natural reasons to reach out and spend time with people you care about. It's a social season.
So beautifully said, Mark. Summer really is a social season. It connects people in such a natural way. Mark, we are getting close to the end of our conversation today. I want to ask you one final big question before we wrap up. If you could design your perfect summer day from morning to night, what would it look like? Where would you be? Who would you be with? And what would you do? I think this is a fun and creative question. It also helps our listeners practice thinking and talking about daily activities in English. I will tell you my perfect summer day after you share yours. I already have it planned in my head, and I cannot wait to share it.
Oh, I love this question. My perfect summer day would start with an early morning run along the coast while the air is still cool and fresh. Then a big breakfast outside, fresh bread, fruit, eggs, and a good coffee. After breakfast, I would go to the beach with my closest friends. We would swim, play beach volleyball, and just relax in the sun. In the afternoon, we would find a nice shaded terrace and have a long, slow lunch with cold drinks. In the evening, we would watch the sunset from a boat on the sea. Then dinner outside at a local restaurant with good food and great conversation. Finally, we would sit around a fire on the beach and talk and laugh until late at night. That would be my perfect summer day.
What a wonderful conversation today, Mark. I feel so happy just talking about summer. We talked about so many great things: the weather, food, holidays, activities, travel, fitness, sleep, sunsets, reading, friendships, and so much more. I hope our listeners learned some new English words and phrases today, and I hope this conversation made you feel excited about summer, or maybe a little nostalgic if summer is not here yet. Remember, the best way to improve your English is to listen, speak, and enjoy the language. Thank you so much to everyone who listened today. Summer and English learning are both beautiful journeys. Enjoy both of them to the fullest.
Thank you, Anna. This was such a joyful conversation. And thank you to all our wonderful listeners for spending time with us today. Summer really is a special season, full of warmth, light, and happy memories. I hope our conversation gave you some ideas for things to do this summer and some useful English vocabulary to talk about summer with your friends. If you want to improve your English, use summer as your teacher. Go outside, experience new things, and try to describe them in English. Keep a summer journal, listen to English podcasts, and speak as much as you can. Learning English can be just as fun and warm as a beautiful summer day. Until next time, enjoy the sunshine, stay happy, and we will see you soon. Goodbye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you're here with us today. This podcast is for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, fun, and useful. Today, we have a really delicious topic. We are going to talk about food. Food is one of the best topics in English because we talk about it every single day. What do you like to eat? What is your favorite meal? Do you cook at home? These are all questions you will hear and use constantly. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Mark. Mark loves food just as much as I do. Mark, say hello and tell us, are you hungry right now?
Hello, hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our amazing listeners. Yes, I am always a little hungry when we talk about food. Today's topic is one of my absolute favorites, talking about food. Food is such a great topic for English learners because the vocabulary is very practical. You use it every day, at home, at restaurants, at the supermarket, and when you talk with friends. Anna and I are going to share our favorite foods, talk about meals and cooking, and give you lots of useful words and phrases. By the end of this episode, you will be able to talk about food in English easily and naturally. So let's get started. I am ready to eat. Learn.
Okay, so let's start with the most basic and important question. What is your favorite food? This is one of the first questions people ask when they meet someone new. It is a great conversation starter. In English, you can ask it in a few different ways. What is your favorite food? Or what do you like to eat? Or what is your favorite meal? All of these mean the same thing. And to answer, you can say, my favorite food is pizza. I love sushi. I really enjoy pasta. Simple and natural. Mark, what is your favorite food? Tell our listeners, and please make it sound delicious so we all get hungry.
Okay, my absolute favorite food is pizza. I know. It's a very popular answer, but I genuinely love it. My favorite type of pizza is margarita. Simple tomato sauce, mozzarella cheese, and fresh basil leaves. It sounds simple, but when it is made well, it is absolutely amazing. I also love Japanese food a lot, especially ramen, a hot noodle soup with broth, eggs, and different toppings. And I love tacos, a Mexican dish with meat, vegetables, cheese, and salsa inside a tortilla. I think my perfect day of eating would be ramen for lunch, tacos for dinner, and pizza as a late-night snack. What about you, Anna?
Oh, I love all of those. Pizza, ramen, tacos, great choices. My absolute favorite food is sushi. I love how it is both simple and beautiful at the same time. My favorite type is salmon sashimi. That is just fresh, raw salmon sliced thinly. I also really love pasta, especially carbonara. That's pasta with eggs, cheese, and pancetta, which is Italian bacon. And I have a big sweet tooth. That means I love sweet things. So desserts are very important to me. My favorite dessert is tiramisu, which is an Italian dessert made with coffee, cream, and ladyfinger biscuits. It's incredible. Mark, do you have a sweet tooth too?
Yes, definitely. I have a very strong sweet tooth. My favorite dessert is chocolate lava cake, a small, warm chocolate cake with soft, melted chocolate inside. When you cut it open, the chocolate flows out like lava from a volcano. It is absolutely delicious. I also love ice cream. My favorite flavor is vanilla. It sounds simple, but good quality vanilla ice cream is wonderful. I also enjoy mango sorbet, which is a light frozen dessert without cream. It's very refreshing, especially in summer. And I love chocolate in general. Dark chocolate is my favorite. I think if I could only eat one sweet thing forever, it would be a really good piece of dark chocolate. What is your favorite chocolate, Anna?
Oh, dark chocolate is so good. I personally prefer milk chocolate. It is sweeter and creamier, but I love all chocolate, honestly. Now, let's talk about meals. In English, we talk about 3 main meals in a day. Breakfast, the first meal of the day and the morning. Lunch, the meal in the middle of the day. And dinner, the evening meal, usually the largest. Some people also eat a snack between meals, a small amount of food to keep you going. Mark, what do you usually eat for breakfast? I think breakfast habits are very different from country to country, so this is always an interesting conversation.
Breakfast is my favorite meal of the day. I love a good, big breakfast. My usual breakfast is scrambled eggs on toast with avocado. I add a little salt, pepper, and sometimes chili flakes for a spicy kick. I always drink coffee in the morning. I cannot function without my morning coffee. On weekends, I make a bigger breakfast. I love making pancakes with maple syrup and fresh berries, blueberries or strawberries. Sometimes I also make a smoothie with banana, spinach, and almond milk. It sounds unusual, but it is really delicious and very healthy. A good breakfast gives me energy for the whole day. Anna, what do you usually eat for breakfast?
I love your breakfast routine. Scrambled eggs and avocado toast sounds amazing. My breakfast is usually lighter. During the week, I eat yogurt with granola and fresh fruit, usually berries or sliced banana. I also drink tea in the morning, not coffee. I prefer green tea because it is light and healthy.
On weekends, I love making a full breakfast too. My favorite weekend breakfast is French toast. That is bread dipped in egg and milk, then cooked in a pan until golden brown and served with honey and fruit. It is sweet and satisfying. I also love freshly squeezed orange juice on weekends. It feels like a little luxury. Mark, what do you eat for lunch?
For lunch, I usually eat something quick because I'm often busy during the day. My typical weekday lunch is a salad, usually a big mixed salad with lettuce, tomatoes, cucumber, olives, and feta cheese with olive oil and lemon dressing. Or I make a sandwich. My favorite is a chicken and avocado sandwich on whole grain bread. I also love soup for lunch, especially on cold days. A bowl of tomato soup with crusty bread is perfect in winter. On weekends, lunch becomes more relaxed and special. I love going to a restaurant with friends for a long, leisurely lunch. My favorite restaurant lunch is a good burger with sweet potato fries. Simple, but so satisfying. Anna, what about you?
A chicken and avocado sandwich sounds so good right now. For lunch, I usually have something simple too. I love eating leftovers from the night before. I think reheated food sometimes tastes even better. I also love a good bowl of noodles for lunch. My favorite is a Vietnamese-style pho, a clear broth noodle soup with herbs and vegetables. It is light but filling. I also enjoy a simple rice bowl, rice with grilled vegetables and a fried egg on top. It's cheap, easy, and delicious. On weekends, I love brunch, a meal between breakfast and lunch. Brunch is very popular now. My favorite brunch food is Eggs Benedict, poached eggs on toasted English muffin with hollandaise sauce. Incredible.
Eggs Benedict is one of the best brunch dishes ever. I completely agree. Now let's talk about dinner. Dinner is my favorite meal because I have more time to cook in the evening and I can really enjoy the food. My favorite dinner to cook at home is pasta. I make a homemade tomato sauce with garlic, onions, and fresh basil. It takes about 30 minutes and it tastes incredible. I also love making stir-fry, a quick Asian-style dish where you cook vegetables and meat together in a very hot pan with soy sauce and ginger. It is fast, healthy, and delicious. When I don't feel like cooking, I order Thai food, my favorite takeaway. Mark, what do you usually cook for dinner?
Wait, I'm Anna. But yes, let me tell our listeners about my favorite dinner. I love making big salads for dinner in summer. My favorite is a Greek salad. Tomatoes, cucumbers, olives, red onion, and feta cheese with olive oil. So fresh and satisfying. In winter, I love making soups and stews. My favorite is lentil soup. Lentils cooked with onions, garlic, cumin, and tomatoes. It is very warming and healthy. I also love making homemade pizza on Friday evenings. I make the dough from scratch and add all my favorite toppings. It's a really fun cooking activity. And sometimes I just want something simple, like scrambled eggs and toast. Quick, easy, and always good. Mark, do you like cooking?
I do love cooking. I think cooking is a wonderful skill and a really relaxing activity. When I cook, I feel creative and happy. My favorite thing to cook is a Sunday roast, a traditional British meal with roasted chicken, roasted potatoes, vegetables, and gravy. It takes a few hours, but the result is so worth it. I also enjoy baking. My favorite thing to bake is banana bread. It's moist, sweet, and smells incredible when it comes out of the oven. I started baking during a holiday at home, and I discovered I really enjoy it. Cooking and baking are also great ways to practice English because recipes are written in clear, simple language. Anna, what is your favorite thing to cook?
I love that you bake banana bread. That is one of my favorites too. My favorite thing to cook is definitely pasta. I make a simple garlic and olive oil pasta called aglio e olio. It's Italian and it's incredible. Just garlic, olive oil, chili, and pasta. 5 ingredients, 15 minutes, and it tastes like a restaurant meal. I also love making curries. I make a butternut squash curry with coconut milk that my friends always ask me to make for them. It makes me feel good when people enjoy my food. I also bake occasionally. My favorite thing to bake is chocolate chip cookies. They're warm, soft, and perfect with a glass of cold milk. Who can say no to a warm cookie?
Nobody can say no to a warm cookie. Now let's talk about different types of food from around the world.
One of the best things about food is that every country has its own amazing dishes and flavors. Italian food is very popular worldwide. Pizza, pasta, risotto, gelato. Japanese food is also incredibly popular. Sushi, ramen, tempura, miso soup. Mexican food is loved everywhere. Tacos, burritos, guacamole, enchiladas. And Indian food is amazing. Curry, biryani, naan bread, samosa. I love trying food from different countries. It's like traveling without leaving your city. Anna, which international cuisine is your absolute favorite?
That is such a hard question because I love so many. But if I have to choose just one, I would say Japanese food. I love how Japanese cuisine focuses on freshness, quality, and simplicity. Every ingredient is important and treated with respect. My favorites are sushi, miso soup, edamame, those are boiled soybeans with salt, and Japanese ramen. I also love Thai food. The combination of sweet, sour, salty, and spicy flavors in Thai cooking is incredible. My favorite Thai dish is pad Thai, fried noodles with egg, tofu, or shrimp, bean sprouts, and peanuts. It is so flavorful. And I love the street food culture in Asian countries. Simple food made with love and skill is always the best. Mark, which cuisine?
If I have to choose, I would say Italian food is my number one. The reason is simple. Italian food makes me happy every single time. There is something incredibly comforting about a bowl of pasta or a slice of pizza. Italian food uses simple, high-quality ingredients and lets them shine. I love that about it. But my second favorite is definitely Indian food. The spices in Indian cooking are incredible. Cumin, turmeric, coriander, cardamom, garam masala. A good chicken tikka masala or a slow-cooked lamb biryani is one of the most satisfying meals you can eat. I also love Indian street food. Samosas and chaat are fantastic. The world of food is so rich and exciting. Anna, do you like spicy food?
I love spicy food. I grew up eating quite spicy food at home, so I have a high tolerance for spice. My favorite spicy dish is Korean kimchi jjigae. That is a kimchi stew with tofu and pork. It is very spicy, very flavorful, and incredibly warming. I also love Thai basil chicken with plenty of fresh chilies. When I eat very spicy food, I always have a glass of cold milk nearby because milk helps cool down the burning feeling. Water actually does not help much with spice. Milk is much more effective. For beginners with spicy food, I always recommend starting with mild dishes and gradually increasing the heat. Your taste buds will adapt over time.
Your taste buds will adapt. Great advice. Taste buds are the small parts on your tongue that help you taste food. Now let's talk about healthy food versus unhealthy food, because this is a topic people discuss a lot. In English, we say food is healthy if it is good for your body, like vegetables, fruits, whole grains, and lean protein. We say food is unhealthy or junk food if it has too much sugar, fat, or salt, like chips, fast food, and candy. Mark, do you try to eat healthfully? Do you have a balance between healthy and unhealthy food in your diet? I definitely try to eat healthily most of the time, but I also believe in balance. I do not believe in being too strict or cutting out all treats. That makes eating less enjoyable. My diet is probably about 70% healthy and 30% treats and indulgences. During the week, I eat a lot of vegetables, fruits, lean proteins like chicken and fish, and whole grains like brown rice and oats. I drink a lot of water and green tea. But on weekends, I allow myself to enjoy whatever I want. A pizza, a burger, a big dessert. I think of it as a reward for eating well all week. The key is balance and not feeling guilty about enjoying food. Anna, how about you?
I completely agree with the balance approach. I eat very healthily during the week. My diet includes lots of vegetables, legumes, those are beans and lentils, fruits, and whole grains. I don't eat much meat, but I eat fish and eggs regularly. I love how energetic and clear-headed I feel when I eat well. But on weekends and special occasions, I absolutely enjoy treats without any guilt. Life is too short to never eat cake. My biggest weakness is cheese. I could eat cheese every day and never get bored. I love all types of cheese: brie, cheddar, parmesan, halloumi, feta. Is there a food you could eat every day without getting bored, Mark?
Without a doubt, pasta. I could eat pasta every day. There are so many different types of pasta and so many different sauces that you never get bored. Spaghetti, penne, rigatoni, farfalle, linguine, tagliatelle. Each shape holds sauce differently and creates a different eating experience. And the sauces, tomato, carbonara, pesto, arrabbiata, amatriciana, alfredo, the combinations are almost endless. I also think I could eat eggs every day. Scrambled, fried, poached, boiled, in an omelet. Eggs are incredibly versatile. They're also very nutritious and affordable. A good egg is one of the best things in the world. Anna, if you could only eat one food forever, what would it be?
That is such a fun and difficult question. If I could only eat one food forever, I think I would choose sushi. Here is my reasoning. Sushi has variety within itself. You can have salmon, tuna, shrimp, vegetable rolls, different types of rice, miso soup on the side. So technically it is many foods, but all under the umbrella of sushi. I know that is a bit of a cheat answer. Honestly, if I have to pick just one thing, it would probably be a really good bowl of pasta with homemade tomato sauce. It is simple, satisfying, and makes me feel happy every time I eat it. Food that makes you feel good is the best food. Mark, what would yours be?
My answer is ramen. A really perfect bowl of ramen has everything. A rich, flavorful broth that takes hours to make, perfectly cooked noodles, a soft-boiled egg with a runny yolk, tender slices of pork, bamboo shoots, spring onions, and nori seaweed. It is a complete meal in a bowl. Every component is carefully prepared, and when it all comes together, it is absolutely extraordinary. I've eaten ramen in Japan, and the difference between authentic Japanese ramen and imitation ramen is incredible. Real ramen is a work of art. I think great food, like great art, is made with patience, skill, and love. Now I am genuinely very hungry. Let's talk about favorite restaurants next.
Ramen sounds incredible right now. Yes, let's talk about restaurants. Going to a restaurant is one of my favorite activities. I love the whole experience, choosing what to eat, the atmosphere, sharing food with friends or family. My absolute favorite type of restaurant is a small, family-run Italian place. The kind where the chef is also the owner, the portions are generous, and the food is made with love using family recipes. I love restaurants where you feel like a guest in someone's home, not just a customer. My favorite thing to order at a restaurant is usually fresh pasta, something I could make at home, but it just tastes better when someone else makes it. Mark, what is your ideal restaurant experience?
My ideal restaurant experience is very similar to yours. I love small, cozy, authentic places. The atmosphere matters so much. Warm lighting, comfortable seats, friendly staff, and the smell of good food cooking. My favorite type of restaurant is a small Japanese ramen shop, the kind where there are only about 10 seats, the chef is working right in front of you, and everything is focused on making the perfect bowl. I also love tapas restaurants. That's the Spanish style, where you order many small dishes to share. It is a very social and fun way to eat. "Let's get tapas" is one of my favorite sentences. Sharing lots of different dishes at the table makes a meal feel like a celebration. Anna, do you prefer to eat in or take away?
I definitely prefer eating in at a restaurant. I love the full experience. But I also enjoy takeaway food at home, especially on cozy evenings. My favorite takeaway is Thai food. A good green curry or pad Thai delivered to my door while I watch a film is pure happiness. I also love ordering sushi for takeaway. It feels like a little treat. In English, we have some great phrases for ordering takeaway. Can I place an order for delivery, please? I would like one large pepperoni pizza. What is your delivery time? Can I add extra sauce? Is there a minimum order amount? These are all very useful phrases if you want to order food in English. Mark, what is your favorite takeaway?
My favorite takeaway is definitely Indian food. A good curry, rich, fragrant, perfectly spiced, with fluffy naan bread and basmati rice is one of life's greatest pleasures when delivered to your door. My usual order is chicken tikka masala with garlic naan and a side of saag aloo. That's a potato and spinach curry. Absolutely delicious. I also love ordering pizza for takeaway, a classic choice that is always satisfying. And sometimes a simple burger and fries from a good local place is all you need. I think takeaway food has improved so much in recent years. You can order incredible food from almost any cuisine from your phone in minutes. The future of food delivery is very exciting. Anna, do you cook much at home?
I cook at home quite a lot, actually. I find cooking very relaxing and creative. During the week, I cook simple, quick meals, things I can prepare in 20 to 30 minutes. My weekday staples, things I cook regularly, include pasta with different sauces, vegetable stir-fry with tofu, rice balls, soups, and big salads. On weekends, I love spending more time in the kitchen and trying new recipes. I recently made a Moroccan tagine, a slow-cooked stew with vegetables, chickpeas, and warming spices like cinnamon and cumin. It was incredible. I also bake on weekends. Cookies, banana bread, sometimes a whole cake. Cooking for other people and seeing them enjoy the food is one of my favorite feelings. Mark, how often do you cook?
I cook most days during the week. I find that cooking at home is much healthier and much cheaper than eating out every day. My weekly meal plan usually includes pasta twice a week, a stir-fry, a soup or stew, and a grain bowl with roasted vegetables. On Sundays, I make something more special and time-consuming, like a roast chicken or a slow-cooked beef stew. I also meal prep on Sundays. This means I prepare food in advance for the whole week. I might cook a big pot of rice, roast some vegetables, and prepare a protein like chicken or eggs. So during the week, I can just assemble quick meals. Meal prep is a great habit and saves a lot of time and money. Do you meal prep, Anna?
I try to meal prep sometimes, but I am not very consistent. I usually make a big pot of soup or lentils on Sunday to last through the week. I also keep my fridge stocked with ready-to-eat vegetables, boiled eggs, and cooked grains so I can quickly make meals. But I sometimes prefer to cook fresh each evening because I enjoy the process. Now let's talk about food vocabulary. As English learners, knowing food words is really important. Let's go through some keywords. An ingredient is something you use to make a dish. A recipe is the instructions for how to make a dish. To chop means to cut into small pieces. To boil means to cook in hot water. To fry means to cook in oil. Mark, can you add more cooking verbs?
Of course, more important cooking verbs for our listeners. To bake, to cook in an oven like bread or a cake. To roast, to cook in a hot oven like vegetables or meat. To grill, to cook over direct heat like on a barbecue or grill pan. To steam, to cook using hot steam, very healthy because it keeps nutrients. To simmer, to cook slowly in liquid over low heat. To stir, to mix food around in a pan. To peel, to remove the skin of a vegetable or fruit. To slice, to cut into thin pieces. To mix, to combine ingredients together. To season, to add salt, pepper, or spices for flavor. These verbs are very useful if you want to read and follow recipes in English.
Those cooking verbs are so useful. Now let's talk about describing food. When you talk about food, you need adjectives, describing words, to explain how it tastes or feels. Here are some important ones. Delicious, very good to eat. Tasty, pleasant to eat. Sweet, has a lot of sugar like candy or cake. Salty, has a lot of salt. Spicy, has a hot, burning flavor from chili. Sour has a sharp, acidic taste, like lemon. Bitter has a strong, not sweet taste, like dark coffee. Creamy, smooth, and rich, like cheese sauce. Crunchy makes a crispy sound when you bite it. Fresh, recently made, or recently picked. Mark, can you give example sentences using these adjectives?
Sure. Here are natural example sentences with food adjectives.
This pasta is absolutely delicious. The sauce is so rich and flavorful. The sushi was very fresh. You could taste the quality of the fish. I love how crunchy the salad is. The fresh vegetables are perfect. This curry is quite spicy. I need some water. The lemon cheesecake was very sour, but in a great way, refreshing and light. This dark chocolate is slightly bitter, but very sophisticated. The soup was beautifully creamy. I think they added coconut milk. The bread is warm and soft. It just came out of the oven. Using these adjectives will make your food conversations much more interesting and natural. Describing food well makes people want to eat what you were talking about.
Those example sentences are perfect. Describing food with adjectives makes conversations so much more interesting. Now let's talk about food and culture, because food is deeply connected to culture and tradition. In many cultures, special foods are eaten during celebrations and festivals. For example, in Turkey, baklava, a very sweet pastry with nuts and honey, is made for special occasions. In Japan, mochi, a sweet rice cake, is eaten during the New Year. In England, hot cross buns are eaten at Easter. In Mexico, tamales are made for Christmas. Food connects us to our history and our families. Mark, are there special foods connected to important days or celebrations in your culture?
Food and tradition are so deeply connected. In my family, Sunday lunch was always a very important ritual. My grandmother would make a big pot of beef stew every Sunday, and the whole family would gather around the table. That stew was one of my most powerful food memories. The smell of it cooking made the whole house feel warm and welcoming. I also think of birthday cakes. In my culture, every birthday must have a cake with candles. And Christmas is all about special foods: roast turkey, stuffing, roast potatoes, Brussels sprouts, and Christmas pudding. Food brings people together in a way that almost nothing else can. A shared meal is one of the most human and universal experiences. Anna, what food memories do you have?
Food memories are so powerful. The smell of a familiar food can take you straight back to a moment in your childhood. My strongest food memory is my grandmother's soup. She made a simple vegetable soup with homemade bread every winter, and eating it felt like the warmest, safest feeling in the world. I still try to recreate it sometimes, and while it is good, it never quite tastes the same as hers did. I think food always tastes better when it is made with love by someone you love. Another strong memory is eating fresh fruit from the garden, strawberries still warm from the sun in summer. Nothing from a shop ever tastes as good as fruit you pick yourself. Mark, what is your strongest food memory?
My strongest food memory is from a trip to Naples, Italy when I was about 20 years old. I ate a margarita pizza at a small local pizzeria, and it was the best thing I had ever tasted in my life. The dough was thin and charred at the edges, the tomato sauce was bright and fresh, and the mozzarella was soft and melted perfectly. I remember sitting outside in the warm evening, eating that pizza and thinking, this is what food is supposed to taste like. That experience changed how I thought about food. It showed me that simple, high-quality ingredients made with skill and love are always better than complicated dishes with many ingredients. That pizza started my real love of food. It's a beautiful memory.
That Naples pizza story is so romantic and beautiful. Simple food made perfectly. That is the best. Now let's do a fun quiz section for our listeners. I will ask Mark some questions about food, and he will answer. And listeners, you can think about your own answers too. Ready? First question. Mark, if you could have dinner with any famous person in the world, and you could choose the restaurant and the meal, what would you choose? Take a moment to think about this one, listeners. Who would you want to have dinner with? Where would you go? What would you eat? These are great conversation questions to practice with a friend in English.
Oh, what a fun question. I would choose to have dinner with Anthony Bourdain, the late American chef, author, and travel show host. He was one of the most interesting people in the world when it came to food and culture. I would take him to a tiny local ramen shop in Tokyo, Japan. We would both have the chef's special ramen, the most authentic, carefully made bowl possible. I would ask him about all the most incredible food experiences of his life, all the places he visited, and what he believes food means to people. I think the conversation would be as nourishing as the meal. Anthony Bourdain believed food connects people across cultures, and I completely agree with that philosophy. Anna, who would you choose?
What a wonderful answer. Anthony Bourdain was truly a remarkable person. I would choose to have dinner with Julia Child, the famous American chef who taught Americans how to cook French food and made cooking fun and accessible for everyone. I would take her to a classic French bistro in Paris, and we would eat the full traditional French menu: onion soup, duck confit, croissants, and crème brûlée for dessert. Julia Child was famous for her joyful, enthusiastic attitude towards food and cooking. She believed everyone could cook, and that mistakes in the kitchen are part of the fun. I think having dinner with her would be the most delicious and joyful experience imaginable. She's one of my heroes. Okay, next quiz question for you, Mark.
Ready. Give me another question, Anna. I am enjoying this food quiz very much, and I love your choice of Julia Child. She was an icon. By the way, listeners, if you want to practice your English with food topics, I highly recommend watching cooking shows in English. Programs like MasterChef, The Great British Bake Off, or old episodes of Julia Child, the French chef, are fantastic for learning food vocabulary in a natural, entertaining context. You pick up so many words and phrases without even trying. You hear real conversations about cooking techniques, ingredients, and flavors. It is a very enjoyable way to study English. Okay, Anna, next question, please. I am ready.
Okay, next quiz question. Mark, what is the most unusual or strange food you have ever tried? Did you like it? I think this question is so interesting because different cultures eat very different things, and what seems unusual to one person is completely normal to another. For our listeners, think about the most unusual food you have ever eaten. Was it something from another country? Something a family member cooked? An experiment in your own kitchen? Talking about food experiences like this is a great way to practice past tense in English. I tried, I ate, I tasted, I didn't like it. It was interesting. Use these phrases to tell your own food story.
What a great question. The most unusual food I ever tried was raw sea urchin called uni in Japanese when I visited a sushi restaurant in Osaka, Japan. Sea urchin is a spiky ocean creature, and you eat the soft orange inside part. I was very nervous to try it. The texture is soft and creamy, and the taste is intensely like the ocean, very strong, very salty, and a little sweet. I did not love it the first time, but I tried it again, and by the third time I actually started to enjoy it. I think unusual foods often require a few tries before you appreciate them. My advice? Always try new foods at least twice. Your first reaction is often just surprise, not dislike. Anna, what about you?
Sea urchin is so interesting. I have tried it once, and I thought the flavor was very powerful. The most unusual food I have ever tried was balut. It is a fertilized duck egg, boiled and eaten as street food in the Philippines and Vietnam. I tried it in Vietnam on a food tour. I was very nervous, but I wanted to be adventurous. It has a unique flavor, rich, savory, and quite strong. I did not love it, but I'm so glad I tried it. I believe in trying all kinds of foods at least once. Being adventurous with food makes your life and your travel experiences so much richer. And when you try local food in another country, people appreciate that you are respecting their culture. Food is cultural connection. Mark, last quiz question.
I love that attitude, Anna. Try everything at least once. And you're absolutely right that eating local food is a sign of cultural respect. Okay, last question for me. Actually, let me ask you the last question this time. Anna, if you had to give one piece of food advice to our listeners, one tip that would make their eating life better, what would it be? And listeners, think about this too. What food wisdom would you share? What is the one food rule or habit that has made your life better? This is also a great speaking practice, giving advice in English. You can say, my advice is, or I recommend, or you should try. These phrases are very useful.
Oh, I love that you turned it around on me.
My one piece of food advice is simple. Cook more at home. I know it sounds basic, but cooking your own food changes everything. When you cook, you know exactly what ingredients are in your food. You save money, you can make things exactly how you like them, you develop a wonderful skill that makes you more independent and creative. And the process of cooking is genuinely relaxing and satisfying. Even simple home cooking, a bowl of pasta, a plate of eggs, a homemade soup, is usually healthier, cheaper, and more satisfying than buying ready-made food. Start with simple recipes, watch tutorials online, make mistakes and laugh about them. Cooking is a gift you give yourself. What is your food advice, Mark?
My food advice is be curious and brave with food. Try new things regularly. Visit a restaurant that serves cuisine you have never tried before. Buy one unfamiliar ingredient at the supermarket each week and look up a recipe for it. Order the dish on the menu that you do not recognize. Ask a colleague or friend from a different country what their favorite food is and try to make it or find it. Food curiosity makes life so much richer, more interesting, and more connected. Every new food experience is an adventure. And as a bonus, being curious about food gives you amazing conversation material. You will always have something interesting to talk about. Food connects peoples, cultures, and memories in the most beautiful way. Anna, shall we wrap up?
Yes, let's wrap up this wonderful, delicious episode. I want to give a final summary of everything we talked about today. We discussed our favorite foods, pizza, sushi, ramen, pasta, and so much more. We talked about breakfast, lunch, and dinner habits. We covered different world cuisines: Italian, Japanese, Mexican, Indian, Thai. We talked about healthy eating and balance. We learned cooking vocabulary, verbs like bake, fry, roast, and simmer. We practiced food adjectives: delicious, creamy, crunchy, spicy. We shared food memories and did a fun quiz, and we gave food advice. Thank you so much to every listener who joined us today. I hope this episode made you hungry, happy, and a little more confident talking about food in English. See you next time.
What an absolutely delicious episode this has been. Thank you so much, Anna. You are the best co-host and food conversation partner anyone could ask for. And a huge thank you to every wonderful listener who spent this time with us. Food is one of the most universal topics in the world. Everyone eats, everyone has favorites, everyone has memories connected to food. Talking about food in English is something you can practice every single day. At home, at restaurants, at the supermarket, with friends. Use the vocabulary and phrases from today's episode. Talk about your favorite foods, describe how they taste, share your food memories. The more you use English to talk about real, everyday topics like food, the faster and more naturally it will come. Take great care, eat well, and goodbye, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna. Today, we talk about education. Education is very important in our life. We go to school when we are children. We learn many things there. We learn to read, write, and count. We also learn about the world. I think school is a great place. We meet friends there, we play and study together. Teachers help us every day. I liked school very much when I was a child. Did you like school? Today, my friend Mark is here with me. Hi, Mark. Let's talk about education together.
Hi, Anna. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. Yes, I liked school too. School is a very special place. We spend many years there. I started school when I was 6 years old. I remember my first day. I was a little nervous, but my teacher was very kind. She helped me feel good. I made many friends on my first day. We played games and learned new things. School gave me many good memories. I think education is the most important thing in life. Without education, it is hard to get a good job. I am happy to talk about this today.
Yes, Mark, I agree with you. Education helps us in so many ways. First, we learn to read. Reading is very important. We read books, signs, and messages every day. Second, we learn math. Math helps us count money and understand numbers. Third, we learn about history and science. These are very interesting subjects. I loved reading class the most in school. My teacher always told us fun stories. I think every child needs a good teacher. A good teacher makes learning fun. Children learn better when they are happy. What was your favorite subject in school, Mark?
My favorite subject was science. I loved learning about animals and plants. Our teacher always brought interesting things to class. One day, she brought a small fish. We all looked at it and asked many questions. I also liked sports class. We played football and basketball. Sports are good for our body. They also teach us how to work as a team. I think physical education is very important for children. A healthy body helps us learn better. Anna, do you think children should have more sports at school? I believe movement helps the brain work better. It is very important.
I completely agree, Mark. Children need to move. They cannot sit all day. When children play and move, they feel better and learn more easily. I think schools should have sports every day, not only once or twice a week. But I also think art is very important. In art class, children draw and paint. They use their imagination. Art helps children express their feelings. Some children are very quiet, but they can show their feelings through art. Music is also wonderful. When I was a child, I loved singing at school. I think all subjects are important. Every child is different and likes different things.
That is so true, Anna. Every child is different. Some children love reading. Some love drawing. Some love numbers. Good schools understand this. They give children many different activities. This helps every child find what they love. I remember one boy in my class. He was not good at math, but he was amazing at drawing. His teacher always praised his art. This made him feel confident. He grew up and became a great artist. I think teachers must see the talents in every child. When a teacher believes in you, you can do great things. Every child has something special inside.
Yes, teachers are so important. They are like second parents to us. They spend many hours with children every day. Teaching is not an easy job. Teachers must be patient and kind. They must explain things clearly. Sometimes a child does not understand a lesson. A good teacher explains it again in a different way. My math teacher was amazing. When I did not understand something, she drew pictures to help me. Pictures made the lesson much easier. I was very grateful for her help. I think we should say thank you to our teachers more often. Teachers work very hard for us every day.
Absolutely, Anna. Teachers deserve much more respect and appreciation. In some countries, teachers earn very little money. This is not fair. Teaching is one of the most important jobs in the world. Without good teachers, there are no doctors, engineers, or scientists. Everyone needs a teacher first. I had a history teacher who loved his subject very much. His excitement made us excited too. He told stories about old kings and great events. I never fell asleep in his class. A passionate teacher changes everything. When a teacher loves what they teach, the students feel it. That energy is very powerful and unforgettable.
I had a teacher like that too. She taught us English. She brought songs, games, and movies to class. Learning English felt like playing, not studying. I think the way we teach is very important. Old teaching methods were very strict. The teacher spoke and students listened quietly. They could not ask questions. Now, modern teaching is different. Students ask questions, they work in groups, they do projects together. I think this is much better. Children learn more when they are active. They remember things longer when they do them, not just hear them. Good teaching is like a door. It opens the world for children.
That is a beautiful way to say it, Anna. Education really opens doors. Let me talk about technology now. Today, many children use computers and tablets at school. They watch videos and play educational games. Technology makes learning very interesting and fast. My little nephew loves learning with his tablet. He watches science videos and then asks his parents many questions. Technology helps children learn at their own speed. Some children are slow learners. That is okay. With technology, they can watch a lesson again and again.
This is a great advantage. I think technology is a wonderful tool for education when teachers use it in the right way.
Yes, technology is wonderful, but I also think we must be careful. Children should not spend too many hours looking at screens. It is not good for their eyes or their health. Balance is very important. Children need technology, but they also need books, pencils, and paper. Writing by hand is still very important. It helps the brain remember information better. I still write notes by hand when I study something new. It helps me a lot. Also, not all families have tablets or computers at home. Some children are poor. Schools must help these children too. Every child deserves a good education, rich or poor. That is a basic right.
You are absolutely right. Education is a human right. Every child in the world should go to school. Sadly, this is not always the case. In some poor countries, many children do not go to school. Some children work instead of studying. They help their families earn money. This is a big problem. Without education, these children have fewer opportunities in the future. Many organizations around the world work to help these children. They build schools and give free books. I think this is very important work. We must support education everywhere. A better educated world is a better and more peaceful world for all of us.
That is so sad, but true. Education changes lives. I read a story about a girl in Africa. She walked 5 kilometers every day to go to school. She was very determined. She studied hard and won a scholarship to a university. Now she's a doctor. Her whole village is very proud of her. Stories like this show the true power of education. When we have the chance to study, we must use it. We must not waste it. I always tell young people to study hard and never give up. Learning is sometimes difficult, but it is always worth it. The effort we put into education always brings good results in the end.
What an inspiring story. I love hearing things like that. It reminds us how lucky we are. Many of us have schools near our homes. We have books, teachers, and computers. We should not take this for granted. Every morning we go to school, we have a great opportunity. I also want to mention learning languages. Learning a second language is very valuable today. English is spoken all over the world. If you speak English, you can talk to millions of people. You can find better jobs. You can travel more easily. I started learning English at age 8. It was difficult at first, but I kept trying. Now, look at me. I host a podcast in English.
Yes, you do, and you do it very well. Learning languages is fantastic. When you learn a new language, you also learn about a new culture. You understand people from other countries better. This is very important in today's world. The world is becoming smaller because of the internet and travel. We meet people from many different countries. Speaking their language is a great sign of respect. Even a few words in someone's language can make them smile. I always try to learn a few words when I visit a new country. People appreciate it so much. Language learning also keeps our brain healthy and active. It is like exercise for the mind.
Exercise for the mind. I like that idea very much, Anna. Our brain needs exercise just like our body. Reading books is also great exercise for the brain. I read every day, even if only for 15 minutes. Reading helps us learn new words. It also helps us understand different ideas and opinions. When I was a teenager, I did not like reading very much. I preferred watching TV. Then my father gave me an exciting adventure book. I could not stop reading it. After that book, I fell in love with reading. I think finding the right book for each person is very important. The right book can change your life and make you love reading forever.
I love that story, Mark. The right book really can change everything. Parents play a big role in education, too. They are the first teachers in a child's life. Children learn from watching their parents. If parents read books at home, children want to read, too. If parents ask curious questions, children become curious, too. Parents should talk to their children a lot. They should read stories to them before bed. This is very important for children's language development. My mother read to me every night when I was small. I think this is why I love books so much today. Parents must be involved in their child's education. School and home must work together.
Totally agree. Parents and teachers must be a team. When they communicate well, children do better in school. Some parents never go to school meetings. They're very busy with work. But it is important to make time. Just one visit to school can make a big difference. The teacher can tell the parents how the child is doing. Parents can share information about problems at home. Together, they can find solutions. My parents always came to my school. They knew all my teachers by name. I felt very supported. I worked harder because I knew my parents cared. Children who feel supported at home do better at school. That connection is truly very powerful.
Exactly. Support is everything. Let's talk about university now. After school, many students go to university. University is a place for higher education. Students choose a subject they love. They study it in more depth. University can be very exciting. You meet many new people from different places. You become more independent. You cook for yourself, manage your money, and make your own decisions. University teaches life skills, not only academic knowledge. I studied teaching at university. I loved every minute of it. The friendships I made there are still very strong today. University was a life-changing experience for me. Do you have good memories from university, Mark?
Oh, yes, university was amazing. I studied computer science. It was challenging, but very interesting. I learned to think logically and solve problems. These skills help me every day in my work. At university, we also had many group projects. Working in a team taught me a lot. I learned to listen to other opinions. I learned to share ideas and compromise. These are important skills in real life, too. I also joined the university football team. Sport connected me with people from different departments. University is not only about books and exams. It's about growing as a person. I left university feeling much more confident and ready for the world.
That is wonderful, Mark. But not everyone goes to university, and that is okay too. There are many other paths after school. Some people go to vocational schools. There they learn practical skills like cooking, car repair, or hairdressing. These skills are very valuable. The world needs skilled workers. Not everyone needs a university degree to be successful. What matters most is doing something you love and doing it well. I know a woman who did not go to university. She learned to bake cakes. Now she has her own bakery. She employs 10 people. She is very happy and successful. Success has many different shapes and forms. It is not only one path.
That is a great example, Anna. There's no single right path for everyone. The important thing is to never stop learning. Learning does not stop after school or university. We learn every day of our lives. We learn from our experiences. We learn from our mistakes, too. Mistakes are actually very good teachers. When I make a mistake, I try to understand what went wrong. Then I do better next time. I'm not afraid of making mistakes. They help me grow. Lifelong learning is a wonderful concept. Even elderly people can learn new things. My grandmother is 78 years old. She just started learning how to use a smartphone. She is so excited about it every single day.
That is so inspiring. Your grandmother is a great example. Learning has no age limit. We can learn something new every day if we choose to. Online learning is also very popular today. People learn cooking, photography, or languages online. There are free websites and apps for everything. You can learn from the best teachers in the world from your own home. This is truly amazing. During the pandemic, many schools moved online. It was hard at first. Teachers and students had to adapt quickly, but it also showed us that learning can happen anywhere. All you need is curiosity and a willingness to try. I think curiosity is the most important quality for a learner.
Curiosity is the engine of learning. I love that. Curious people always ask why and how. They are never satisfied with a simple answer. They dig deeper and learn more. Children are naturally very curious. Have you noticed how many questions children ask? Why is the sky blue? Why do birds fly? Why do we sleep? These are wonderful questions. Schools should celebrate curiosity, not silence it. Sometimes teachers get tired of too many questions, but questions mean the child is thinking. Thinking is exactly what education should encourage. I believe a school that teaches children to ask good questions is better than a school that teaches only answers. Questions lead to discovery and innovation.
I love what you said, Mark. Questions are more valuable than answers. Let's talk about exams now. Many students feel very stressed about exams. I understand that feeling. My heart beat very fast, my hands were cold, but I prepared well, and the exam was not as bad as I expected. I think preparation is the key. If you study a little every day, you do not need to panic the night before the exam. Some students study everything on the last night. This is called cramming. It is not very effective. The brain cannot absorb so much information so quickly. Regular study, small steps, and good rest are the best strategies for success.
That is very practical advice, Anna. I used to cram for exams when I was younger. It never worked well. I would forget everything after the exam. Now I study in small parts every day. It is much better for long-term memory. Sleep is also very important before an exam. When you sleep, your brain organizes all the information you learned. A good night of sleep is sometimes better than an extra hour of studying. Eating well is important too. A healthy breakfast gives your brain energy to think clearly. I always eat a good breakfast on exam day. Water is important as well. When you are well hydrated, your brain works much more efficiently and clearly.
Great tips, Mark. I want to ask you something. Do you think exams are a good way to test students? Some experts say exams cause too much stress. They say students should be tested in other ways, for example, through projects, presentations, or portfolios. A portfolio shows all the work a student did during the year. I think this is a more complete picture of a student's ability. An exam is only one day. A student might be sick or very nervous. One bad exam does not mean they are a bad student. I think we need a mix of both. Exams and projects together give a better and fairer picture of what a student truly knows and can do.
I think that's a very balanced view. Yes, exams test knowledge quickly, but they do not show creativity or teamwork. Projects show different skills. A student who is nervous in exams might be brilliant in a group project. Every student has different strengths. The education system should recognize this. Finland is famous for its education system. Finnish schools have very few exams. They focus on curiosity, play, and real-life skills. Finnish students are very happy and perform very well internationally. This shows that less exam pressure does not mean lower quality. In fact, it often means better outcomes. Maybe other countries can learn important lessons from the Finnish education model.
Finland is a wonderful example. I read about their education system. Teachers there are very highly respected. Only the best graduates become teachers. Teaching is one of the most desired jobs in Finland. In some other countries, teaching is not seen as a prestigious job. This needs to change. If we want better education, we need to attract talented people to teaching. We need to pay teachers well and respect their work. Teachers shape the future of a country. They raise the next generation of doctors, leaders, and scientists. If we invest in teachers, we invest in our future. Governments must understand this and put more money into education systems everywhere in the world.
Investing in education is investing in the future. I completely agree. Let me talk about private schools and public schools. Some parents send their children to private schools. Private schools often have smaller classes and more resources, but they cost a lot of money. Not all families can afford them. Public schools are free for everyone. They are funded by the government. The quality of public schools varies a lot between countries. Some public schools are excellent. Others do not have enough teachers or books. I believe every child deserves a quality education, regardless of their family's income. Governments must make sure all public schools have good funding, good teachers, and good materials.
That is very important, Mark. Equal opportunities in education are fundamental. Now, let's think about the future. How will education look in 50 years? I think there will be more personalized learning. Technology will help teachers understand each student's needs. Every student will have a learning plan made just for them. Some students learn fast, some need more time. Future technology can adapt to each learner. Virtual reality might also be used in schools.
Imagine learning about ancient Rome by actually walking through it in virtual reality. That would be amazing and so much more exciting than reading from a textbook. The future of education is full of incredible and exciting possibilities. I am curious to see what comes next.
Virtual reality in schools sounds incredible. I think artificial intelligence will also change education a lot. AI can already help students with homework and explain difficult concepts. It can give personalized feedback instantly. This is something a single teacher cannot do for 30 students at the same time. AI can fill that gap. But I do not think AI will replace teachers. Teachers give something very special. They give emotional connection, motivation, and human warmth. A child needs a human role model. A machine cannot truly inspire a child the way a passionate teacher can. I think the future classroom will use the best of both, human teachers and smart technology working together for better results.
I think that is exactly right. Technology is a tool, not a replacement. The human element in education is irreplaceable. Let's also talk about adult education. Learning is not only for children and young people. Adults can and should continue learning throughout their whole lives. Many adults go back to school after working for years. They learn new skills because their job changed. Technology changes very fast. Workers must learn new things to stay relevant. This can feel difficult for older workers, but it is also exciting. Learning something new at any age feels wonderful. It gives us confidence and energy. Adult education programs are very important. Governments and companies should support their employees in continuing to learn and grow.
Adult learning is so important in today's fast-changing world. I took an online course last year to improve my presentation skills. It helped me so much. I feel more comfortable speaking in front of people now. Before, I was very shy when I had to speak publicly. The course gave me tools and techniques. I practiced every day. Slowly, my confidence grew. This experience reminded me that we can always improve. No matter how old we are, we can always learn and get better. I encourage everyone listening today to try something new. Take a class, watch a tutorial, or read a book about something you do not know. Learning enriches life and makes every day more interesting and meaningful.
What a great personal story, Mark. I also want to try new things. I want to learn photography next year. I think capturing beautiful moments with a camera is a real skill. I have always admired beautiful photos. Now I want to learn how to take them myself. Learning something creative is very satisfying. It gives us a way to express ourselves. Hobbies are a great form of education too. When we follow our hobbies, we learn without feeling like we are studying. Time passes quickly when we do something we love. I believe hobbies make us happier and more interesting people. They also connect us with others who share the same passion. Hobbies build wonderful communities and friendships.
Photography is a beautiful hobby. I'm sure you will be great at it. You should share your photos with us on our social media. Our listeners would love to see them. Speaking of community, education also builds community. When people learn together, they form bonds. They share experiences. They help each other. A classroom is a little community. Students learn not only from the teacher, but also from each other. Group work teaches us cooperation. Discussions teach us to listen and express our opinions politely. These social skills are just as important as academic knowledge. The world needs people who can communicate well, work in teams, and understand different perspectives. Education teaches all of these important life skills beautifully.
I think that is exactly right. Technology is a tool, not a replacement. The human element in education is irreplaceable. Let's also talk about adult education. Learning is not only for children and young people. Adults can and should continue learning throughout their whole lives. Many adults go back to school after working for years. They learn new skills because their job changed. Technology changes very fast. Workers must learn new things to stay relevant. This can feel difficult for older workers, but it is also exciting. Learning something new at any age feels wonderful. It gives us confidence and energy. Adult education programs are very important. Governments and companies should support their employees in continuing to learn and grow.
Adult learning is so important in today's fast-changing world. I took an online course last year to improve my presentation skills. It helped me so much. I feel more comfortable speaking in front of people now. Before, I was very shy when I had to speak publicly. The course gave me tools and techniques. I practiced every day. Slowly, my confidence grew. This experience reminded me that we can always improve. No matter how old we are, we can always learn and get better. I encourage everyone listening today to try something new. Take a class, watch a tutorial, or read a book about something you do not know. Learning enriches life and makes every day more interesting and meaningful.
What a great personal story, Mark. I also want to try new things. I want to learn photography next year. I think capturing beautiful moments with a camera is a real skill. I have always admired beautiful photos. Now I want to learn how to take them myself. Learning something creative is very satisfying. It gives us a way to express ourselves. Hobbies are a great form of education too. When we follow our hobbies, we learn without feeling like we are studying. Time passes quickly when we do something we love. I believe hobbies make us happier and more interesting people. They also connect us with others who share the same passion. Hobbies build wonderful communities and friendships.
Photography is a beautiful hobby. I'm sure you will be great at it. You should share your photos with us on our social media. Our listeners would love to see them. Speaking of community, education also builds community. When people learn together, they form bonds. They share experiences. They help each other. A classroom is a little community. Students learn not only from the teacher, but also from each other. Group work teaches us cooperation. Discussions teach us to listen and express our opinions politely. These social skills are just as important as academic knowledge. The world needs people who can communicate well, work in teams, and understand different perspectives. Education teaches all of these important life skills beautifully.
I think that is exactly right. Technology is a tool, not a replacement. The human element in education is irreplaceable. Let's also talk about adult education. Learning is not only for children and young people. Adults can and should continue learning throughout their whole lives. Many adults go back to school after working for years. They learn new skills because their job changed. Technology changes very fast. Workers must learn new things to stay relevant. This can feel difficult for older workers, but it is also exciting. Learning something new at any age feels wonderful. It gives us confidence and energy. Adult education programs are very important. Governments and companies should support their employees in continuing to learn and grow.
Adult learning is so important in today's fast-changing world. I took an online course last year to improve my presentation skills. It helped me so much. I feel more comfortable speaking in front of people now. Before, I was very shy when I had to speak publicly. The course gave me tools and techniques. I practiced every day. Slowly, my confidence grew. This experience reminded me that we can always improve. No matter how old we are, we can always learn and get better. I encourage everyone listening today to try something new. Take a class, watch a tutorial, or read a book about something you do not know. Learning enriches life and makes every day more interesting and meaningful.
What a great personal story, Mark. I also want to try new things. I want to learn photography next year. I think capturing beautiful moments with a camera is a real skill. I have always admired beautiful photos. Now I want to learn how to take them myself. Learning something creative is very satisfying. It gives us a way to express ourselves. Hobbies are a great form of education too. When we follow our hobbies, we learn without feeling like we are studying. Time passes quickly when we do something we love. I believe hobbies make us happier and more interesting people. They also connect us with others who share the same passion. Hobbies build wonderful communities and friendships.
Photography is a beautiful hobby. I'm sure you will be great at it. You should share your photos with us on our social media. Our listeners would love to see them. Speaking of community, education also builds community. When people learn together, they form bonds, they share experiences, they help each other. A classroom is a little community. Students learn not only from the teacher, but also from each other. Group work teaches us cooperation. Discussions teach us to listen and express our opinions politely.
Before we finish today, I want to share one final thought. Education taught me something very important. It taught me how to think, not just what to think, but how to think. Critical thinking means we do not believe everything we hear. We ask questions, we look for evidence, we consider different opinions. In today's world, we see a lot of false information online. Critical thinking helps us identify what is true and what is not. This is one of the most valuable skills education can give us. I am very grateful for everything my education gave me. It truly shaped who I am.
That is the perfect note to end on, Anna. Critical thinking is the most important gift of education. We live in a world full of information. We need the skills to navigate it wisely and carefully. Today, we talked about so many aspects of education. We talked about school, teachers, parents, technology, universities, and lifelong learning. Education is truly a lifelong journey. It starts when we are babies, and it never really ends. Every day, we have the chance to learn something new and wonderful. Thank you so much for this great conversation, Anna. And thank you to all our listeners for joining us today. Keep learning, keep growing, and never stop being curious. See you in the next episode.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna. Today, we have a very fun topic. We are going to talk about the gym. I think many people want to go to the gym, but they don't know where to start. I am not an expert, but I love going to the gym. I started not very long ago, and I learned many things. Today, my friend Mark is here with me. He also goes to the gym. We will talk about our experiences. I hope this is helpful for you. So, let's start. Mark, are you ready?
Yes, Anna, I am very happy to be here. Hello, everyone. My name is Mark. I am so excited about today's topic. The gym can feel scary at first. I know because I was scared too when I first went. But now I really love it. Going to the gym is good for your body and your mind. In this podcast, Anna and I will talk about simple things like what to bring, what to do, and how to feel comfortable. We want to help beginners like you. So please listen and enjoy. Let's have a great conversation today.
Mark, let me ask you a simple question first. When did you start going to the gym? I started about 1 year ago. Before that, I never went. I was a little afraid. I thought the gym was only for strong people. But one day, my friend invited me, and I went. It was a good experience. I felt tired after, but also happy. Now I go 3 times a week. I think starting is the hardest part. Once you start, it gets easier. Did you feel the same way when you first started?
Yes, Anna, I totally understand that feeling. I started going to the gym about 2 years ago. My first day was very difficult. I did not know how to use the machines. I was also shy because there were many people. But after 2 or 3 visits, I started to feel more comfortable. I also asked a trainer for help. That was a very good idea. The trainer showed me the right way to do the exercises. I think beginners should always ask for help. It is not embarrassing. Everyone was a beginner at some point. The gym is a friendly place when you give it a chance.
That is so true. I remember my first week. I did not know what to do either. I just walked on the treadmill for 20 minutes. That was my whole workout. I laughed about it later, but it was okay because I went. The important thing is to go. You don't need to do many exercises at first. Just move your body. I also watched some videos online before going. They helped me understand basic exercises. Mark, what did you do in your first week? Did you try many machines or did you start slow? I think everyone starts differently, and that is fine.
Anna, I started very slow too. In my first week, I only did simple things. I walked on the treadmill and I used light weights. I did not try to do too much. I think beginners often make a mistake. They try to do everything on the first day. Then they feel very tired and sore and they don't want to go back. It is better to start small. Do a little each time, then slowly add more. Your body needs time to get used to the gym. I always tell my friends, go slowly, but go regularly. That is the best advice for a beginner.
I love that advice, Mark. Go slowly, but go regularly. Yes. I also think it helps to have a plan. When I first started, I went to the gym, but I had no plan. I just walked around and looked at the machines. I did not know what to do. Then I asked for help from the gym staff. They gave me a simple beginner plan. It had 3 exercises for each visit. That was perfect for me. Having a plan made me feel more confident. I knew what to do when I came in. Mark, do you think beginners need a plan, or is it okay to just go without one?
A plan is very helpful. I think beginners should have at least a simple plan. It does not need to be complicated. For example, warm up for 5 minutes, do 3 exercises, then cool down. That is enough at the start. Without a plan, you can feel confused and waste time. Also, a plan helps you see progress. You can write down what you do each day, then you can see that you are getting better. That feels really good. Many gyms offer free sessions with a trainer when you join. Beginners should use that opportunity. The trainer can make a simple plan just for you.
Oh yes, free trainer sessions are so valuable. I used mine when I joined my gym. The trainer was very kind. She showed me 5 basic exercises. She also taught me how to breathe correctly during exercise. I did not know that breathing was so important. If you breathe wrong, you get tired faster. The trainer also showed me how to use the machines safely. Safety is very important in the gym. If you use the machines in the wrong way, you can hurt yourself. Mark, did your gym offer free trainer sessions too, or did you pay for help from a trainer?
My gym also offered one free session with a trainer when I joined. I used it on my second visit. The trainer was great. He was patient and friendly. He explained everything clearly. He also told me not to lift heavy weights at the beginning. Many beginners try to lift very heavy weights to look strong, but that is dangerous. You can hurt your back or your shoulders. It is better to use light weights and do the exercise correctly. Form is more important than weight. After a few months, you can slowly increase the weight, but always focus on doing the exercise in the right way first.
Form is so important. I learned that lesson too. One time I tried to use a heavier weight and my back hurt for 2 days. After that, I went back to lighter weights. I learned my lesson. Speaking of safety, I think it is also important to warm up before exercise. A warm-up prepares your body. It helps your muscles get ready. A simple warm-up can be 5 minutes of walking or light stretching. Do you always warm up before your workout, Mark? I try to, but sometimes when I am in a hurry, I skip it. And I usually feel it later. My muscles are more sore when I skip the warm-up.
Yes, Anna, warming up is very important, and I always try to do it. When I skip the warm-up, I can feel the difference. My muscles feel tight and uncomfortable. A good warm-up gets your heart beating faster and your blood moving. It also helps prevent injury. I usually walk on the treadmill for 5 minutes, then do some light stretching. That takes about 10 minutes total. It is not long, but it makes a big difference. I also do a cool down at the end of my workout. That is also important. Cooling down helps your heart rate go back to normal slowly and reduces soreness the next day.
Yes, the cool down is something I also do now. I stretch for about 5 to 10 minutes at the end of my workout. It feels really good after all that exercise. My body relaxes and I feel calm. Mark, let's talk about gym clothes now. I think many beginners wonder what to wear. When I first went, I just wore regular clothes, but I quickly learned that gym clothes are much more comfortable. I bought some good sports shoes and leggings. It made a big difference. I felt more comfortable moving and doing exercises. What do you think beginners should wear to the gym?
Good question, Anna. Gym clothes are really important. You don't need to buy expensive clothes, but you need comfortable ones. The most important thing is your shoes. Get good sports shoes. They support your feet when you run or jump. Your feet and knees will thank you. Also, wear comfortable clothes that let you move freely. Avoid jeans or tight clothes. For men, a simple t-shirt and shorts are perfect. For women, leggings and a sports top work great. You can also bring a light jacket if the gym is cold. Some gyms have strong air conditioning. Dress in layers so you can remove clothes if you get hot.
That is great advice about layers. My gym is sometimes very cold, and I always bring a hoodie. Mark, what about things to bring to the gym? I have a small gym bag. Inside, I always have a water bottle, a small towel, my earphones, and my gym shoes. I think water is the most important thing to bring. You need to drink water during your workout. It keeps you hydrated. I drink water between every exercise. Some people forget to drink water and then feel dizzy. That is not good. What do you always bring to the gym? Do you have a routine for packing your gym bag?
Anna, I have a very similar list. I always bring water, a towel, and my earphones. I also bring a protein bar for after the workout. My body needs food after exercise to recover. I also bring a small notebook. I write down my exercises, the weights I use, and how many repetitions I do. This helps me track my progress. I can see week by week if I'm getting stronger. It's very motivating. I also bring a lock for my locker. Most gyms have lockers where you can keep your things safe while you exercise. A small lock is a very useful thing to have.
Oh, I love the idea of writing down your exercises in a notebook. That is so smart. I use my phone to track my workouts, but a notebook works too. Tracking your progress is really motivating. When I see that I can do more than before, I feel so proud of myself. Mark, let's talk about gym schedules. How often should a beginner go to the gym? I go 3 times a week. I think that is a good number for beginners, but some people try to go every day at the beginning. Is that a good idea? What do you think is the right number of gym days per week for a new person?
3 times a week is perfect for beginners. I agree with you, Anna. Going every day is too much at the start. Your muscles need time to rest and grow. When you exercise, your muscles get small tears. Then, during rest, they repair and become stronger. If you don't rest, your muscles cannot recover properly. You also risk getting injured. I recommend beginners go to the gym 2 or 3 times a week. Rest on the other days. On rest days, you can still be active, go for a walk, ride a bike, or just stretch at home. But the gym workout days should have rest days between them.
That makes so much sense. Rest is part of the training. I did not know that at first. I thought more gym time meant more results, but actually rest is just as important as exercise. My body really feels the difference when I rest properly. I also sleep better on the days I exercise. Mark, speaking of sleep, do you sleep better after going to the gym? I find that I fall asleep much faster on gym days. Exercise makes me feel physically tired but mentally relaxed. It is a wonderful feeling. Do you have any other lifestyle tips for beginners who are just starting their gym journey?
Yes, sleep is so important. I also sleep much better on gym days. Exercise and good sleep go together very well. For lifestyle tips, drink a lot of water every day, not just at the gym. Eat healthy food. You don't need a very strict diet, but try to eat vegetables, fruits, and protein. Protein helps your muscles recover. Chicken, eggs, and beans are good sources of protein. Also, try to reduce junk food and sugary drinks. Small changes in your diet make a big difference over time. And remember, the gym is just one part of a healthy lifestyle. Sleep, food, and rest all matter too.
Food is such an important topic. I changed my eating habits a little when I started going to the gym. I now eat more protein and fewer sweets. I also drink more water. I used to drink only 1 glass of water a day. Now I drink about 8 glasses. My skin looks better and I have more energy. Mark, let's talk about motivation. Some days I really don't want to go to the gym. I feel lazy or tired. I think many beginners feel this way. How do you stay motivated? What do you do on days when you don't feel like exercising? This is something many people struggle with.
Motivation is a big challenge for everyone, even for experienced gym goers. On days when I don't want to go, I remind myself how good I feel after the workout. During the workout, I might feel tired, but after, I always feel happy and proud. I also have a gym friend. We go together twice a week. Having a gym buddy is a great motivation. You don't want to let your friend down. Another tip, put your gym clothes on. Once I am dressed in my workout clothes, I almost always go. It sounds silly, but it really works. Also, set small goals. When you reach a goal, celebrate it.
A gym buddy is a wonderful idea. I also have a friend who goes with me sometimes. It is much more fun to exercise with someone. We talk between sets and encourage each other. The time goes faster, too. Mark, what about music? I cannot go to the gym without my earphones. Music makes everything better. I make a special playlist for the gym. Fast, energetic songs help me push harder. I think music really affects how hard you exercise. When a good song plays, I feel like I can do more. Do you listen to music at the gym, or do you prefer silence or podcasts? What kind of music do you like when you exercise?
Music is essential for me at the gym. I cannot imagine working out without it. I love listening to upbeat, fast music during exercise. It gives me energy and makes me feel strong. I have a special gym playlist with about 30 songs. I update it every month with new songs so it stays exciting. Some people listen to podcasts or audiobooks at the gym. I tried that once, but I prefer music for high-energy workouts. For slower workouts like stretching or walking, podcasts are nice. The most important thing is to listen to whatever makes you feel good and motivated. Music is a powerful tool for exercise.
I totally agree. Music changes everything. Okay, Mark, let's talk about different types of exercise. At the gym, there are so many options. There is cardio, like running on the treadmill, cycling, and the elliptical machine. Then there is weight training, like lifting dumbbells and using weight machines. There's also group classes like yoga, Zumba, and spinning. It can be confusing for a beginner. I started with cardio because it felt familiar. Walking and running, I knew how to do those things. I felt comfortable there. What do you recommend for beginners? Should they start with cardio or weights? What is your opinion?
That is a great question. I think beginners should do a mix of both cardio and weights. Cardio is good for your heart and burns calories. Weights are good for building muscle and making your body stronger. You don't need to choose just one. A simple beginner program might be 10 minutes of cardio to warm up, then some basic weight exercises, then 10 minutes of cardio or stretching at the end. This is a good balanced workout. Group classes are also great for beginners. The instructor leads the class, so you just follow along. Classes like yoga or beginner aerobics are perfect for people who don't know what to do on their own.
Group classes changed everything for me. I joined a beginner yoga class at my gym, and I loved it. The instructor was very patient and explained every pose. I met other beginners there too. We all felt the same way, a little lost, but happy to learn. After a few classes, I felt much more confident in the gym overall. I also tried a Zumba class. It was like dancing. So much fun. I did not even feel like I was exercising. I was just dancing and laughing. I think group classes are a wonderful option for people who feel shy or confused about the gym. They make exercise feel social and fun.
Zumba sounds like so much fun. I have not tried it yet, but maybe I should. I did try a spinning class once. Spinning is cycling on a stationary bike, but in a group with loud music. It was very intense. I was exhausted after, but I felt amazing. The energy in the room was incredible. Everyone was pushing together. I think group classes create a special atmosphere that is hard to find when you exercise alone. Anna, do you go to group classes every week, or do you also do your own individual workouts? I think a combination is the best approach for most people, especially beginners.
I do both. I go to a yoga class once a week, and then I do my own workout 2 more times a week. I think that is a nice balance. The class gives me structure and social energy, and my individual workouts let me focus on my own goals. Mark, let's talk about gym equipment. There are so many machines in the gym. It can look very scary to a beginner. I remember walking in and seeing all the big machines and thinking, I have no idea what to do. Which machines do you think are the best for beginners? Are there any machines that beginners should avoid at first?
Yes, the gym can look very overwhelming at first. There are so many machines and weights. For beginners, I recommend starting with the simpler machines. The treadmill and stationary bike are great starting points. Everyone knows how to walk and cycle. The cable machine and the leg press machine are also good for beginners because they guide your movement. Free weights like dumbbells are great too, but start very light. Machines are generally safer than free weights for beginners because they control your movement. Avoid very complicated machines at first, or any machine you do not understand. Always ask a gym staff member to explain a machine before you use it. Safety first.
Yes, safety first always. I still ask questions when I see a new machine. There is no shame in asking. The gym staff are there to help. Mark, I want to talk about something that many beginners worry about, feeling embarrassed at the gym. I know I felt very self-conscious when I first started. I thought everyone was looking at me and judging me. But was that true? No. People at the gym are focused on their own workouts. They are not watching you. Have you ever felt self-conscious at the gym? How did you deal with those feelings? I think this is something many beginners need to hear.
Oh, absolutely. I felt very self-conscious my first few times at the gym. I was afraid of doing exercises wrong in front of people. I was also afraid of using too little weight. But here's what I learned. Nobody cares. Everyone at the gym is thinking about their own workout. They are not looking at you. And even if someone sees you make a mistake, they understand. Everyone was a beginner once. After a few visits, I stopped worrying about what others thought. I just focused on myself and my progress. That mindset change made everything easier. Go to the gym for yourself, not for anyone else. Your only competition is your past self.
I love that. Your only competition is your past self. That is so motivating. It is so true. I only compare myself to who I was last month, not to other people. Everyone is on a different journey. Mark, let's talk about progress. How long does it take to see results at the gym? I think many beginners expect to see changes very quickly, but the reality is that progress takes time. I started noticing small changes after about 1 month. My clothes felt a little different, I had more energy, but big changes took longer, maybe 3 months. What was your experience? When did you first notice real progress?
Progress is a slow and steady process. I started noticing small changes after about 6 weeks. My arms felt slightly stronger and I had more energy during the day. But visible changes in my body took about 3 months of consistent gym visits. I think beginners need to be patient. Social media shows people with amazing bodies and it looks like they got there quickly, but that is not real. Real, healthy progress takes many months. The key word is consistent. Go regularly, eat well, sleep well, and be patient. The results will come. Also, remember that feeling stronger and having more energy are results too, even before you see big physical changes.
Consistency is the key. I could not agree more. Going regularly, even when you don't feel like it, that is what makes the difference. Mark, what about gym etiquette? There are some unwritten rules at the gym. As a beginner, I did not know these rules at first. For example, you should wipe down the equipment after you use it. You should not leave weights on the floor. You should not talk loudly on your phone. These are small things, but they matter. Did you know about gym etiquette when you first started, or did you learn the rules as you went? Are there any important rules you think beginners should know?
Gym etiquette is very important. I learned most rules by watching other people. The main rules are always wipe the machine or mat after you use it. Put weights back in the right place when you finish. Do not occupy a machine when you are not using it. And don't give people unsolicited advice. If someone is exercising, do not interrupt them unless it is urgent. Also, be mindful of personal space. Give people room to exercise comfortably. Be friendly, but respect that some people want to focus and be quiet. Following these simple rules makes the gym a pleasant place for everyone. Beginners who follow gym etiquette are always appreciated by other gym members.
Those are such important rules. I'm glad you mentioned not giving unsolicited advice. I have seen that happen, and it makes people uncomfortable. Mark, I want to ask about setting goals. When you first joined the gym, what was your goal? I think having a clear goal helps you stay focused. My first goal was simple: go to the gym at least twice a week for 1 month. I did not think about losing weight or getting strong yet. Just going regularly was my goal. After 1 month, I felt so proud that I had achieved it. Then I made a new goal. Small goals are the best way to start. What was your first gym goal?
My first goal was also very simple. I wanted to go to the gym 8 times in 1 month. That's twice a week. I wrote it on a piece of paper and put it on my refrigerator. Every time I went to the gym, I put a check mark. Seeing those check marks was very motivating. When I reached 8, I celebrated with a small treat. Setting and reaching goals, even small ones, builds confidence. After my first month, I set a new goal, to do 10 push-ups without stopping. It took me 6 weeks, but I did it. That feeling was wonderful. Goals give you direction and purpose. Without goals, it's easy to lose motivation and stop going.
I love the checkmark idea. I might try that. Mark, what about people who want to lose weight? Many beginners go to the gym specifically for weight loss. Is the gym the right place for that? And what kind of exercises help with weight loss? I know that cardio burns calories, but I also heard that weight training is good for weight loss too. My trainer told me that muscle burns more calories than fat, even when you are resting. Is that true? I found that a little surprising at first. I always thought only running and cycling help you lose weight. What do you know about exercise and weight loss for beginners?
Yes, that is true. Muscle burns more calories than fat even when you're resting. So building muscle through weight training is great for weight loss in the long run. But cardio is also excellent for burning calories during the workout itself. For weight loss, a combination of cardio and weight training is the best approach. But diet is equally, maybe even more important than exercise. You cannot out-exercise a bad diet. If you eat too much unhealthy food, exercise alone will not give you the results you want. Eat a balanced diet with protein, vegetables, and good carbohydrates. Reduce sugar and processed food. Combine that with regular gym visits and you will see results.
Diet and exercise together, that is the winning combination. I noticed that my eating habits naturally got better after I started going to the gym. I did not want to ruin my hard work by eating junk food, so the gym actually inspired me to eat better too. Mark, let's talk about gym memberships. Gyms can be expensive. How should a beginner choose a gym? There are big, fancy gyms and smaller, simpler gyms. I go to a medium-sized gym. It is not too fancy, but it has everything I need. I pay a monthly fee. How do you think beginners should think about choosing and paying for a gym? Is a more expensive gym better?
A more expensive gym is not always better. The best gym is the one you will actually go to. Think about location first. A gym close to your home or workplace is ideal. If the gym is far away, you will find excuses not to go. Then think about facilities. Does it have the equipment you need? A treadmill, some weights, and a few machines are enough for a beginner. You don't need a fancy gym with a sauna and a juice bar. Many affordable gyms have everything a beginner needs. Also ask about a trial period. Many gyms let you try for 1 week for free or at a low cost. Use that to see if you like the gym before committing.
The trial period is such a smart idea. I tried my gym for 1 week before signing up. I liked the atmosphere and the people, so I joined. Mark, I want to ask about working out alone versus with a personal trainer. We talked about free trainer sessions, but some people hire a personal trainer for regular sessions. That costs more money. Is it worth it for a beginner? I think a few sessions with a trainer at the start is very helpful, but you don't need a trainer forever. Once you learn the basics, you can work out on your own. What do you think about personal trainers? Did you ever use one regularly?
I think a personal trainer is worth it for the first month or two. Learning the correct form from a professional is very valuable. It prevents injury and makes your workouts more effective. After you learn the basics, you can continue on your own. If money is a concern, even 2 or 3 sessions with a trainer at the beginning is enough to learn the fundamentals. You can also find many free workout videos online for beginners. Many certified trainers post free content on YouTube. That is a great resource if you cannot afford a personal trainer. The important thing is to learn proper form before you start lifting heavier weights or doing complex exercises.
Online videos are so helpful. I watch workout videos all the time. There are so many good ones for beginners. Mark, we have talked about so many great topics today. Before we wrap up, is there anything you want to say to someone who is thinking about going to the gym for the first time? Someone who is nervous and not sure if the gym is right for them. I want to give our listeners one final piece of encouragement before we end. I know how scary that first step can be, but I also know how wonderful it feels once you start. So what would you say to a nervous first-timer?
I would say just go.
Don't overthink it. You don't need to be fit to start going to the gym. The gym is the place where you get fit. Nobody there is judging you. Everyone started somewhere. Walk in, look around, ask for help, and just try. You don't need to have a perfect plan or the perfect gym clothes. You just need to show up. The first day is always the hardest, but after that first day, the second day is easier, and then the third. Before you know it, going to the gym becomes a normal, happy part of your week. Take that first step. Your future self will thank you.
What a beautiful message, Mark. Thank you so much for that. I completely agree. Just show up. That is the most important thing. We talked about so many things today: how to start, what to wear, what to bring, how to stay motivated, gym etiquette, setting goals, and so much more. I hope our listeners feel a little more confident about going to the gym after hearing our conversation. Remember, start slow, be patient, ask for help, and enjoy the journey. The gym is for everyone, including you. Thank you all so much for listening to our podcast today. It was so much fun to talk about this topic.
Thank you, Anna, for hosting this wonderful conversation, and thank you to everyone who listened today. I hope we gave you some useful tips and maybe a little push to try the gym. Remember, fitness is a journey, not a race. Be kind to yourself, celebrate small wins, and keep going even when it's hard. If you have any questions or topics you want us to talk about in the next episode, please let us know. We would love to hear from you. Until next time, stay active, stay healthy, and keep smiling. See you in the next episode. Goodbye, everyone.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna. Today, we are going to talk about time management. This is a very important topic. Many people feel they do not have enough time. They feel busy every day. But maybe the problem is not the time. Maybe the problem is how we use the time. I think it is possible to learn good habits. We can all get better at this. I am happy to talk about it today with my friend Mark. Mark, hello. How are you?
Hello, Anna. I am very happy to be here. Thank you for that introduction. Yes, time management is a great topic. I think about it a lot. Every morning I wake up and I think, what do I need to do today? Sometimes I have a long list, and sometimes I do not do everything on the list. I feel bad about that, but I am learning. I think small changes can help a lot. I want to share some simple ideas today. I hope our listeners find them useful. Let us begin.
Great. So, Mark, let us start with a basic question. What is time management? Can you explain it in simple words? I think some people hear this phrase and they feel confused. It sounds very professional, but I think it is not so difficult to understand. Time management means we plan how to use our time. We decide what to do first and what to do later. We try to use our time well. Does that sound right to you, Mark? I think it is a simple idea, but it is not always easy to do in real life.
Yes, Anna, I agree completely. Time management is simple to understand, but not always simple to do. It means you are the boss of your time. You decide what is important. You decide what to do now and what to do tomorrow. For example, if I have a big project at work, I plan my time for it. I do not wait until the last minute. I start early. This helps me feel less stressed. I think the key word is plan. If you have a plan, you feel more in control of your day. And that feels really good.
I love that, being the boss of your time. That is a great way to say it. So, Mark, why do you think time management is important? I think many people know they should manage their time better, but they do not start. They say, I will do it tomorrow. And then tomorrow comes and they say the same thing again. It's a cycle. I think we need a reason to change. For me, the reason is stress. When I do not manage my time, I feel very stressed, and stress is not good for health. What about you, Mark? Why is it important to you?
That's a really good point, Anna. Stress is a big reason for me too. When I do not plan my time, everything feels urgent. I feel like I am always running. I never have time to rest. And then I feel tired and unhappy. But when I manage my time well, I finish my work and I still have free time. Free time is so important. I can read a book, go for a walk, or spend time with my family. Good time management gives you more life outside of work. It's not just about being productive, it's about being happy too.
Yes, I totally agree. Happy and productive. Let's talk about some common problems now. I think one big problem is that people do not know where their time goes. Have you ever had a busy day and then thought, what did I actually do today? I have that feeling sometimes. I'm busy all day, but I feel like I didn't finish anything important. I think the first step is to look at how we spend our time. We need to see our habits. Sometimes we are surprised. We spend a lot of time on things that are not important. Do you agree, Mark?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I did an exercise once. I wrote down everything I did for one whole day. Every hour, I wrote a short note. And at the end of the day, I looked at the list. I was surprised. I spent a lot of time checking my phone, maybe 2 or 3 hours total. That's a long time. And I didn't even feel like I was wasting time. It just happened little by little. So I think awareness is the first step. You need to know your habits before you can change them. Try this exercise. It's very eye-opening and helpful.
That is a fantastic exercise, Mark. Writing down your activities. I think many people will be surprised when they try it. Okay, so now we know the problem. We do not always use our time well. What can we do about it? Let's talk about some simple strategies. One thing I do is make a to-do list every morning. I write down 3 things I want to do that day. Only 3, not 20 things, just 3 important things. This helps me focus. I don't feel overwhelmed. And when I finish all 3, I feel great. It's a small habit, but it makes a big difference.
3 things. I like that idea, Anna. It's simple and realistic. I also make lists, but sometimes my list is too long. Then I feel stressed looking at it. So 3 things is a good limit. I also try to do the most important thing first in the morning. I call this eating the frog. It sounds strange, I know, but it means you do the hardest or most important task first, before email, before social media, before everything. Then the rest of the day feels easier. You already did the big thing. The other tasks seem smaller after that. Have you tried this, Anna?
Eating the frog. I love that expression. Yes, I have heard it before, and I think it is true. When I do a hard task first, I feel so relieved. The whole day is better after that. But sometimes it is hard to start with the hard thing. Our brain does not like hard things. We want to do easy things first. It's natural. So we need to be a little strict with ourselves. Maybe we say, no email until I finish my first task, or no coffee until I start the big project. We use small rewards to help us. Does that work for you, Mark?
Yes, rewards really help. I use them all the time. For example, I tell myself, after I write this report, I can have a cup of coffee and a short break. The coffee becomes my reward. It sounds small, but it really works for me. Our brain likes rewards. It makes work feel more like a game. You finish a task, you get a reward. It's a simple system. I think the key is to make the reward something you really enjoy. And the reward should come right after the task, not much later, immediately after. That way your brain connects the reward with finishing the task.
Rewards and tasks. I love this idea. Now let us talk about something else. Distractions. I think this is one of the biggest problems today. We have so many distractions. Our phones, social media, messages, emails, they never stop. Every few minutes, something wants our attention, and each distraction breaks our focus. Then it takes time to focus again after a distraction. Studies say it can take more than 20 minutes to fully focus again after a distraction. That is a lot of lost time in one day. Mark, how do you deal with distractions? Do you have any tips?
Distractions are really difficult. I think the phone is the biggest one for most people, including me. My solution is simple. I put my phone in another room when I need to work. If I can't see it, I don't think about it as much. I also turn off notifications. I don't need to know every time someone likes my photo or sends a message. I check my phone at specific times, for example, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. This way I stay informed, but I'm not checking it all the time. It was hard at first, but now I feel much better and more focused during work time.
Okay, let us now talk about planning. I think planning is the heart of time management. If you have a good plan, you know what to do and when. You don't waste time deciding. You just follow the plan. I plan my week every Sunday evening. I sit down with a cup of tea and I look at the next week. I write important things in my calendar, appointments, meetings, deadlines. Then I also think about personal goals. Maybe I want to exercise 3 times this week or finish a book. I put these in the calendar too. Then Monday morning, I already know my week. It feels good.
Weekly planning is a great habit, Anna. I do something similar. On Sunday or Monday morning, I look at my week. I ask myself, what are the 3 most important things I need to do this week? Not for work only, but for life also. Maybe one thing is work, one thing is health, and one thing is family. I try to balance different areas of life, because time management is not only about work, it's about your whole life. If you only manage work time, you might forget your health or your relationships. A good plan includes everything that's important to you as a person.
Balance is so important. You're right, Mark. We should not only think about work. We need time for everything: work, family, health, hobbies, rest. I think rest is often forgotten. Many people feel guilty when they rest. They think, I should be doing something. But rest is not lazy. Rest is necessary. When you rest, your brain recovers. You become more creative. You make better decisions. You are more patient with people. Without rest, everything gets harder. So I tell people, plan your rest time too. Put it in your calendar. Protect it like you protect a work meeting. Rest is a meeting with yourself.
A meeting with yourself. I love that, Anna. That is a beautiful way to think about it. I used to feel guilty about taking breaks. I thought working all the time meant I was productive, but actually working without breaks makes you less productive over time. You make more mistakes, you feel tired, your ideas stop coming. Now I take short breaks every hour or so. I stand up, walk a little, drink some water, just 5 or 10 minutes, and then I come back to work feeling more fresh. These small breaks actually help me do more work, not less. So breaks are an investment in productivity.
An investment in productivity, yes. Short breaks are so helpful. Now I want to talk about a technique that many people use. It's called the Pomodoro technique. Have you heard of it, Mark? It's a very popular method for managing time and staying focused. The idea is simple. You work for 25 minutes, then you take a 5-minute break. Then you work for 25 minutes again. After 4 rounds, you take a longer break, maybe 15 or 30 minutes. You use a timer. The word Pomodoro means tomato in Italian. The person who invented it used a tomato-shaped kitchen timer. Isn't that fun?
Yes, I know the Pomodoro technique. It is a great method. I've used it many times. The timer really helps. When you have 25 minutes, you focus because the time is limited. You think, I only have 25 minutes, so I must concentrate now. And the break is also nice because you know it is coming. You do not feel like you are working forever. You think, just 25 minutes, then I can rest. It makes hard work easier to start. Many people find it hard to begin a task, but starting a 25-minute session is not scary. It's a small and manageable amount of time.
Exactly. Starting is often the hardest part. Once you start, it is easier to continue. The Pomodoro helps you start. Okay, let us talk about something that I find very interesting: the idea of time blocks. This is when you plan your day in blocks of time. For example, from 9 to 11 is for deep work. 11 to 12 is for email and messages. After lunch, maybe meetings. Then in the afternoon, creative work. Each part of the day has a purpose. You do not mix everything together. This way, your brain knows what kind of thinking to do. It is more efficient. Does this sound useful, Mark? Do you use time blocks?
Yes, time blocking is one of my favorite methods. I really recommend it. In the morning, my brain is fresh and I use that time for thinking and creating. I never schedule meetings in the morning if I can help it. Meetings take energy and time. I prefer mornings for my own work. Then in the afternoon, I do easier tasks like emails and calls. I match the task to my energy level. When I have high energy, I do hard things. When I have low energy, I do easy things. I think this is called working with your natural rhythm, and it makes a big difference in how much you can get done each day.
Working with your natural rhythm, that is a great concept. Not everyone is the same. Some people work best in the morning. Other people work better at night. We are all different. I think it is important to know yourself. When do you feel most alert? When do you feel most creative? Plan your hard tasks for those times. Do easy tasks when you feel tired. This is a very personal approach to time management. There is no one perfect system for everyone. The best system is the one that works for you, so you need to experiment a little. Try different things and see what helps you personally.
I completely agree. Knowing yourself is really important. I'm a morning person. I wake up early and feel great. By 8 o'clock in the evening, I'm tired and I cannot focus well. So I never try to do important work late at night. I know it will not be my best work. But my sister is totally different. She works best at midnight. She is very creative at night. We are all different. So I always say, do not copy someone else's schedule exactly. Take ideas, but adapt them to your own life and body. What works for your friend might not work for you at all. And that's okay.
Your sister sounds like me sometimes. I like working in the evening too. Okay, let us talk about something very common, the feeling of being overwhelmed. I think many people have this feeling. You look at your to-do list and it is very long. You have so many things to do, and you don't know where to start, so you feel stuck. You might even start to do nothing because everything feels too big. This is called being overwhelmed. Have you felt this way, Mark? I think most people have at some point. It's a very uncomfortable feeling, and it can stop you from doing anything at all.
Oh, I know that feeling very well, Anna. It's terrible. You feel paralyzed. You can't move. I think the best thing to do when you feel overwhelmed is to stop and breathe first. Do not panic. Then take your big list and choose just one task. Just one. The most important or the most urgent one. Forget the rest for now. Focus only on that one task. Start it. When you finish it, choose another one. Take it step by step. The list will slowly get smaller, and each time you finish a task, you feel a little better. The feeling of progress is very powerful and motivating.
One task at a time. Simple and powerful. I also want to talk about saying no. I think this is very important for time management. Many people say yes to everything. Someone asks for help, they say yes. Another meeting is added, they say yes. A new project arrives, they say yes. And soon, their calendar is completely full. There is no time for their own priorities. Learning to say no is a skill. It is not rude to say no, it is responsible. When you say no to one thing, you say yes to your own time and priorities. Mark, do you find it easy or difficult to say no?
Honestly, saying no is very difficult for me. I'm a people pleaser. I like to help. I don't want to disappoint anyone. So I often say yes when I should say no. And then I'm stressed because I have too much to do. I'm slowly getting better at this. One thing that helps me is to pause before answering. When someone asks me something, I don't say yes immediately. I say, let me think about it and check my schedule. This gives me time to decide honestly. Sometimes I can help, sometimes I cannot, and that's okay. We can't do everything for everyone all the time. It's not possible.
Pausing before answering is a wonderful strategy. I do that too now. It's okay to say, I will check and let you know. You don't have to answer immediately. Okay, let us talk about technology and time management. We already talked about phones and distractions, but technology can also help us manage time better. There are many apps and tools for this. Have you used any apps for time management, Mark? I know there are apps for to-do lists, calendar apps, timer apps, and many others. Sometimes I think there are too many options, and it can also be confusing. Do you use any specific apps that you like?
Yes, I use a few apps. For my to-do list, I use a very simple app. I just write my tasks and check them off when I finish. The satisfying feeling of checking something off is real and motivating. I also use a calendar app for all my appointments and plans. I sync it with my phone and computer. For the Pomodoro technique, I use a simple timer app, nothing fancy. I think the key is not to use too many apps. Find one or two that work for you and stick with them. Changing apps all the time is also a way to waste time. The tool is not the solution. Your habits are the real solution.
That is so true. The habit is more important than the tool. You can have the best app in the world, but if your habits are bad, the app will not save you. Okay, I want to ask you something personal, Mark. What was your biggest time management mistake? Something you did before that you do not do now? I will share mine too. I think it is helpful to learn from mistakes. We all make them. My biggest mistake was trying to do many things at the same time, what people call multitasking. I thought I was saving time, but actually I was doing everything poorly and slowly. What about you?
Multitasking. Yes, that was my mistake too. I thought doing two things at once was efficient, but our brains cannot really multitask. We just switch quickly between tasks, and each switch costs time and mental energy. So we think we're saving time, but we're losing it. My other big mistake was not having a morning routine. I used to wake up and immediately check my phone, emails, news, social media, and then I felt stressed before I even had breakfast. Now I have a calm morning routine first. A little exercise, breakfast, some quiet time. Then I check my phone. My mornings are much better now.
Wake up earlier, yes. Even 10 or 15 minutes can help a lot. Now I want to talk about something called deadlines. I think deadlines are very important in time management. A deadline is a date or time when something must be finished. Without a deadline, tasks can go on forever. We keep working on something without finishing it, or we keep postponing it. But with a clear deadline, we work with more focus. We know by Friday this must be done, so we manage our time better during the week. Mark, how do you use deadlines? And what do you do if a deadline feels scary or too close?
Deadlines are very useful. They create a little pressure, and sometimes that pressure is good. It helps us focus. I always set deadlines for my tasks, even if no one gives me one. For example, if I need to write a report and my boss says, do it when you can, I still set a deadline for myself. Maybe I say, I will finish this by Wednesday. Without that, I might wait and wait. If a deadline feels scary, I break the big task into small steps. Each step has its own small deadline. Then the big deadline is not so scary. It's just a collection of small steps, and small steps are easy to take.
Breaking a big task into small steps, I love this strategy. It's called chunking, I think. You take a large task and divide it into many small parts. Each small part is easy to do, so you never feel overwhelmed. You just do one small part, then another, and before you know it, the big task is done. I use this method for big projects at work. I look at the whole project and I think, what are all the steps to finish this? Then I put each step on my calendar with a deadline. The big project becomes a simple plan. It's a really effective way to deal with large tasks.
Yes, chunking is a fantastic strategy, and it also helps with procrastination. Procrastination means you delay doing things. You keep saying, I will do it later, I'll start tomorrow. But tomorrow never comes. Often we procrastinate because the task seems too big or too hard. But if you break it into very small parts, it's not so hard. You can start with just 5 minutes on the task. Often you will continue after 5 minutes because you already started. Starting is the hardest part. Once you're working, the momentum carries you forward. So make the first step very, very small and easy to take.
Procrastination, such a common problem. I think almost everyone does it sometimes. I certainly do. One thing that helps me is to think about how I will feel after I finish the task. I imagine that feeling of relief and pride, and then I want that feeling. So I start working to get that feeling. It's a way to motivate yourself with your imagination. Another thing that helps me is to make my workspace nice. If my desk is clean and comfortable, I feel more motivated to sit down and work. A messy desk makes me feel tired and unmotivated. So I tidy my desk before I start working. It makes a real difference.
A clean workspace is so important, I agree. When everything around you is messy, your mind feels messy too. And when your workspace is clean and organized, your mind is clearer. This is not just a feeling. Some research shows that a clean environment helps with focus. I also like to have good lighting. Natural light is the best. I sit near a window when I can. And I like to have a glass of water on my desk. Small things make a difference. Creating a good environment for work is part of time management. You're setting yourself up for success before you even start the first task.
Setting yourself up for success. I really like that phrase. Okay, we're getting close to the end of our conversation today. I want to talk about one more thing, the balance between being productive and enjoying life. I think some people take time management too seriously. They plan every minute. They feel guilty if they are not doing something useful. But life is not only about being productive. We need to laugh. We need to enjoy small moments. We need to be present with people we love. Good time management should give you more time for joy, not make your life feel like a strict schedule. What do you think, Mark?
I completely agree, Anna. Time management is a tool, not a prison. The goal is more freedom, not more stress. If your time management system makes you feel anxious, something is wrong. Adjust it. Make it work for your life, not against it. I also think rest and play are productive in their own way. When you rest, you come back stronger. When you play, you get new ideas. When you spend time with loved ones, you feel happier and healthier. And happy, healthy people are more productive. So enjoying life is not a waste of time. It is actually one of the most important things you can do.
Beautifully said, Mark. Time management is about living better, not just working more. Now, I would love to know, what is the one piece of advice you would give to a total beginner? Someone who wants to start managing their time better but does not know where to begin. There's so much information available, it can be confusing. If someone listens to this podcast and wants to change just one thing, what would you tell them? What is the most important first step? I have my answer ready, but I want to hear yours first. What is the single best advice you can give?
My number one advice is this: start simple. Do not try to change everything at once. Just do one thing. My suggestion is to write 3 important tasks every morning before you start your day. Just 3, not 20, not 10, 3. Do those 3 things first before you get distracted. At the end of the day, look at your list. Did you do all 3? If yes, wonderful. If not, that's okay. Try again tomorrow. Do this every day for 1 month. It will become a habit. And from this one small habit, other good habits will grow naturally. Simple is always better when you are starting something new.
I love your advice, Mark. 3 tasks per morning, simple and powerful. My advice is very similar. I would tell a beginner to just start. Do not wait for the perfect system or the perfect moment. Start now with something very small. Maybe just write a to-do list today. Maybe just turn off notifications for 1 hour. Pick one small thing and try it today. Progress, not perfection. Even a tiny change is better than no change. And celebrate your small wins. If you finish your 3 tasks today, feel proud. Tell yourself, I did well today. Positive feelings help you continue. Be kind to yourself on this journey.
Yes, be kind to yourself. That is so important. We sometimes talk to ourselves very harshly. We say, I am lazy, I have no discipline, I never finish anything. These thoughts are not helpful. They make us feel bad and unmotivated. Instead, try to be your own coach, not your own critic. Say, okay, today was not perfect, but I did something. Tomorrow, I will try again. Progress is not always a straight line. Some days are better than others. That is normal and human. The key is to keep going, to try again. Each small step forward counts, and over time, small steps add up to big changes in your life.
Be your own coach, not your own critic. What a beautiful message. I think that's a perfect way to end our conversation today. We talked about so many things: what time management is, why it is important, common problems like distractions and procrastination, useful strategies like to-do lists, time blocks, morning routines, and the Pomodoro technique. We talked about saying no, deadlines, and the importance of rest and balance. I hope our listeners found all of this helpful. Remember, you do not need to do everything at once. Just start with one small step. Mark, any final words before we say goodbye today?
Just a few final words. Thank you, Anna, for this wonderful conversation. It was so enjoyable, and I learned things too, even from talking about what I already know. I want to say to everyone listening, your time is valuable. It is the most precious thing you have. You cannot get it back, so use it with care and intention. Plan your days. Focus on what matters to you. Rest and enjoy life. Manage your time so that you can live a life you are happy with. Start small, be consistent, and be patient. You can do this. Thank you for listening to our podcast today. We hope to see you again very soon.
Thank you so much, Mark, and thank you to everyone who listened today. We hope this conversation gave you some good ideas and maybe some inspiration to start making changes. Time management is a journey. It's not something you perfect in one day. It takes practice and patience, but every step you take is worth it. Your future self will thank you. If you enjoyed this podcast, please share it with a friend. Maybe someone you know needs these ideas too. Take care of your time and take care of yourselves. Goodbye for now, and see you in the next episode of our podcast. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna. Today, I am here with my friend, Mark. We talk about easy topics in English. This podcast is for people who are learning English. We speak slowly and use simple words. Today's topic is very interesting. We talk about wasting time. What does that mean? When you do something but it is not useful or important, you are wasting time. I think everyone does this sometimes. I do it too. So Mark, are you ready to start?
Hi, Anna. Hi, everyone. Yes, I am very ready. Thank you for the nice introduction. I am Mark. I am happy to be here today. This topic is fun because everyone can understand it. We all waste time sometimes. It is a normal part of life. Some people waste a lot of time, some people waste a little time, but nobody is perfect. I think we can learn a lot from talking about this. So, Anna, let's begin. This will be a great conversation. I'm excited.
So, Mark, what does wasting time mean to you? Can you explain it in simple words? For me, wasting time means doing something that has no result. For example, I sit and look at my phone for 1 hour. After that, I do not feel good. I did not learn anything. I did not do any work. I just looked at videos and pictures. That is wasting time for me. Sometimes I feel a little sad after doing that, but I still do it. I think it is very easy to waste time. What do you think?
That is a great example, Anna. I agree with you. For me, wasting time means spending time on things that are not important right now. For example, I sometimes watch TV for 3 or 4 hours. I am not tired. I do not need rest. I just sit and watch. After that, I remember my homework or my work, and I feel worried. I think, oh no, I need to do that. It's a bad feeling. But in the moment, watching TV feels easy and nice, so it is hard to stop. I think that is why people waste time.
Mark, do you think wasting time is always bad? I sometimes think a little rest is not bad. For example, when I am very tired, I sit and do nothing for 30 minutes. Is that wasting time? I'm not sure. Maybe sometimes we need to rest. We need to stop doing work. Our brain needs a break. So maybe sometimes doing nothing is okay. But if I rest for 4 hours and I am not tired, that is different. That is a problem. What do you think? Is all wasting time bad?
That is a really good question, Anna. I think it depends. If you are tired and you rest, that is not wasting time. That is important for your body and your mind. But if you are not tired and you still do nothing, that is different. You feel bored. You feel empty. That is wasting time. I also think it depends on the person. Some people need more rest. Some people need less. So I don't think all wasting time is bad, but too much is a problem. We need a balance.
What are the most common ways people waste time? I have a few ideas. First, social media. I spend so much time on social media every day. I look at pictures, I read short messages, I watch short videos. Hours can pass very fast. Second, I sometimes talk too much with friends about nothing important. We talk and nothing happens. Third, I sometimes change my plans many times. I think, I will do this later, and later never comes. Do you have more examples?
Yes, I have more examples. First, I sometimes spend a lot of time looking for something. I look for my keys, my phone, my book. I waste 20 minutes every day just looking for things. That is very frustrating. Second, I sometimes start a task but stop many times. I go to the kitchen, I check my phone, I look outside. This is called procrastination. It means you delay doing something. Third, I watch videos online. I want to watch one video, but then another video starts, and another. Suddenly, 2 hours are gone. It's a big problem.
I think social media is a very big reason why people waste time. Do you use social media a lot? I use it every day. In the morning, I check my phone before I get up. I look at messages, I look at pictures. Sometimes 30 minutes pass before I even stand up from my bed. That is not good. I start my day already behind. I think this is very common now. Many people do this. Phones are everywhere. It is very easy to pick up your phone and start scrolling. Scrolling means looking through many things quickly.
Yes, Anna, I do the same thing. In the morning, my phone is next to my bed. I hear a sound and I immediately pick it up. I check messages, news, and social media. Before I know it, it is late. I did not eat breakfast. I did not exercise. I did not prepare for work. The phone took all my morning time. I think phones are wonderful things. They help us with many things, but they can also steal our time. I use the word steal because we do not notice it happening. The time disappears quietly.
Let's talk about procrastination. That word is a little difficult, but the meaning is simple. Procrastination means you delay doing something. You need to do a task, but you say, I will do it later. And later becomes tomorrow, and tomorrow becomes next week. Do you procrastinate, Mark? I procrastinate a lot. I have a list of things to do, but I look at my list and I feel tired just reading it. So I close it and do something easy instead. I think many people know this feeling.
Yes, I know that feeling very well, Anna. I procrastinate most with difficult tasks. If something is easy, I do it fast. But if something is hard, I delay it. I think I need to prepare first, but preparing takes forever. I clean my desk, I make coffee, I organize my papers. After all that, I am tired and it is time to sleep. The hard task is still not done. Procrastination is tricky because you feel busy. You do small things, but the important thing never gets done.
Why do people procrastinate? I think one reason is fear. We are afraid to start something because it might be hard, or we are afraid to fail. If I do not start, I cannot fail. That sounds silly, but I think it is true. Another reason is we do not know where to begin. A big task is scary. We look at it and it feels impossible, so we do nothing. Also, some people do not have energy. They are tired and cannot think clearly, so they delay things until they feel better. But that feeling does not always come.
I agree. Fear is a big reason. Another reason is that our brains like easy things. Doing a difficult task requires a lot of thinking. Watching a video is easy. Our brain says, choose the easy thing, and we do. Also, I think some people do not see the result of their work right away. If you work hard today, you might see the result next week or next month. That feels far away, but a fun video gives you a good feeling right now, so we choose the video. It's about immediate and delayed satisfaction.
Let's talk about a funny kind of wasting time. It is called busy but not productive. This means you look very busy. You move fast, you write things, you make calls, but at the end of the day, nothing important is done. I do this sometimes too. I am busy all day, but then I ask myself, what did I do today? And the answer is not clear. I did many small things. I answered emails, I organized files, but the big important task? I did not touch it. Does this happen to you?
Oh yes, this happens to me often. I call it feeling busy. I have a full day, I am always doing something, But in the evening, I look at my important tasks. They are all still there, waiting. I spent all my time on small things. Like, I spent 30 minutes choosing what music to listen to while working. I never even started working. Or I spent 1 hour organizing my email folders, but I did not reply to the important emails. It's a trap. You feel productive, but you are actually avoiding real work.
I want to talk about watching TV and movies. This is another big way people waste time. I love movies. I really do. Sometimes I watch one movie and then another movie starts and I think, just a few more minutes. But a few minutes becomes 2 more hours. Suddenly it is midnight, I have work tomorrow, I feel tired, but I watched so much. I think this is a very common experience. Streaming apps are very good at keeping us watching. They always show us the next episode automatically. It is very clever, but also dangerous for our time.
Yes, streaming is a big problem for my free time too. I sit down on a Sunday afternoon to watch one episode of a show. The episode is 50 minutes. Then the next one starts automatically, and I do not press stop. 3 episodes later, it is evening. I had plans. I wanted to cook, clean, and call my friend. I did none of those things. The TV took my whole afternoon. And the funny thing is, I don't even remember the first episode clearly. I was half watching, half thinking about other things, so I did not even enjoy it fully.
What about sleeping too much? Is that wasting time? I think sometimes people sleep too much when they feel bored or sad. Sleeping is healthy and important. Adults need around 7 or 8 hours of sleep, but if you sleep 10 or 12 hours because you do not want to do anything, that might be wasting time. I sometimes sleep too much on weekends. I wake up at noon, half the day is gone. I feel heavy and slow, but then I feel bad because the day is short now. Have you experienced sleeping too much?
Yes, I sleep too much sometimes. Usually on weekends or holidays, I go to bed late, then I sleep until very late in the morning. I wake up and it is already afternoon. I feel confused. My body feels strange. This is sometimes called oversleeping. It does not feel good. I am slower for the rest of the day. Also, I think I sleep too much when I do not have a plan. If I know what I will do in the morning, I wake up more easily. But with no plan, I just stay in bed. A plan helps.
Let's talk about shopping, especially online shopping. Do you waste time shopping? I do. I open a shopping website, I want to buy one thing, but I look at so many other things. I add things to my cart, I look at prices, I read reviews. 2 hours later, I bought nothing, or I bought something I do not need. Online shopping is very easy and very distracting. I sometimes go to buy shoes, and then I look at bags, clothes, and kitchen tools. None of these things were on my list. Have you done this?
Yes, online shopping is a big time trap. I open a website to buy a book, I look at the book, then I see other people also bought this. I look at those things, then I see a sale, I check the sale items, then I get distracted by a different category. Before I know it, I spent 2 hours browsing and bought nothing. Sometimes I add many things to my cart and then delete everything because I feel guilty. All that time was wasted. I think online stores are designed to keep us there as long as possible.
I think one reason we waste time is that we do not have a clear plan for our day. When I have a plan, I do more things. I know what to do first, second, third. But when I have no plan, I feel lost. I go from one thing to another. I start something, stop, start something else. At the end of the day, nothing is finished. A plan does not need to be perfect or complicated. Even a simple list of 3 or 4 tasks is helpful. Do you make plans for your day?
I try to make plans. Sometimes I am good at this. I write my tasks the night before. In the morning, I look at my list and I start. On those days, I feel very good. I finish my work and I have free time in the evening. But sometimes I do not make a plan. Those days are usually messy. I wake up and I do not know what to do first. I check my phone. I make coffee slowly. I think about what to do. Time passes. I get stressed. Planning is simple, but it makes a big difference.
Let's talk about meetings. Do you think meetings waste time? I think some meetings are very important, but some meetings are long and unnecessary. I have been in meetings where we talk for 1 hour, but nothing is decided. We discuss the same point again and again. People repeat what others already said. At the end, we agree to have another meeting. I think this is a big problem in many offices and schools. A good meeting is short and has a clear goal. A bad meeting has no direction. What is your experience with meetings?
I agree completely. I think many meetings are too long. Sometimes a simple email can replace a 1-hour meeting, but people prefer to meet and talk. I understand that face-to-face communication is important, but not every problem needs a meeting. I have attended meetings where I did not need to be there. My part was 5 minutes, but I stayed for the whole hour. That is 60 minutes of my life that I did not use well. The best meetings are short, clear, and end with a decision or action. I think everyone should learn how to have shorter meetings.
Now let's talk about something positive. How can we stop wasting time? One thing I try to do is put my phone in another room when I am working. If my phone is next to me, I always want to check it. But if it is in the bedroom and I am in the kitchen working, I do not go to get it every 5 minutes. Out of sight, out of mind. This phrase means if you cannot see something, you think about it less. It really helps me focus. Another thing I do is set a timer. I work for 25 minutes without stopping. Then I rest for 5 minutes.
Those are great tips, Anna. I do some of these too. Another thing that helps me is starting with the most difficult task first. In the morning, my energy is high. My brain works well, so I do the hard thing first. After that, everything else feels easy. If I do easy things first, I get tired. Then the hard task feels even harder. I also try to keep my workspace clean. A messy desk distracts me. I see things and I start thinking about them instead of working, so I clean my desk before I start. Small habits can help a lot.
I want to talk about the concept of time blindness. This means some people do not feel time passing. They do not notice that an hour has passed. It feels like 10 minutes. I think I have this sometimes. I start reading and suddenly 2 hours are gone. I did not notice. I think people who have ADHD often experience this. ADHD is when it is hard to focus and control attention. But even without ADHD, many people do not notice time passing. This is why timers and alarms are very helpful. They tell you when time is up.
That is very interesting, Anna. I think I have time blindness too sometimes, especially when I'm doing something I enjoy. Time flies. But when I do something boring, every minute feels long. This is normal. Our brain experiences time differently based on what we're doing. I think the problem comes when we are doing something fun but unproductive, like playing games or watching videos. Time flies and we do not notice. Then we feel shocked. It is already evening, but I just sat down. Having alarms or timers is a simple and helpful solution.
Let me talk about something called decision fatigue. Every day, we make many, many decisions. What to eat, what to wear, what to do first. All these decisions take mental energy. After many decisions, our brain gets tired. Then we make bad decisions, or we make no decision and we just do nothing. I think this is one reason why people waste time in the afternoon or evening. They used all their energy on decisions during the day, so later they cannot think well. To fix this, some people make small decisions automatic, like eating the same breakfast every day.
That is a really interesting idea, Anna. I think decision fatigue is real. I notice it on busy days. In the morning, I'm sharp and focused, but after lunch, I feel slow. Small things feel hard. I cannot decide what to do next, so I just sit and look at my phone. I think making some decisions in advance is smart, like planning meals for the week or choosing clothes the night before. These small actions save mental energy. Then you can use that energy for important things later. Our brain has a limit, and we should use it wisely.
Do you think boredom causes people to waste time? I think yes. When I am bored, I pick up my phone immediately. I scroll through social media without a real reason. I am not looking for anything specific. I just feel empty, and I want something to fill that feeling. Boredom is very uncomfortable. People do not like to feel bored, so they reach for easy entertainment. But I also read that boredom can be good sometimes. When we are bored, we can be creative. Our brain looks for something interesting. This can lead to new ideas.
I agree. Boredom and wasting time are connected. When I am bored, I often do unproductive things. I eat snacks I do not need. I watch videos I do not really want to watch. I just want to feel something. But I have also experienced what you described. Sometimes when I am bored and I do not pick up my phone, I start thinking creatively. I get ideas. I remember things I want to do. I make plans. So boredom is not always bad, but most people do not let themselves feel bored. They immediately fill the silence with phones and screens.
Let's talk about the difference between rest and wasting time. I think this is important. Rest is necessary. Rest is when you stop working and let your body and mind recover. Examples of rest: sleeping, taking a walk, talking with a friend, listening to music. Wasting time is different. Wasting time gives you no energy. After wasting time, you still feel tired, or you feel guilty. After real rest, you feel better. You have more energy. You are ready to work again. So the question to ask yourself is, do I feel better after this? If yes, it was rest. If no, it was wasting time.
That is a very clear explanation, Anna. I like that test. Do I feel better after this? I will use that. I think for me, a walk outside is always real rest. I come back with more energy and a clearer head, but watching videos for 2 hours, I feel worse. My eyes are tired, I feel slow and a little sad, and I have less time for things I care about. So the videos were wasting time. I also think the intention matters. If I decide to rest and I watch one movie, that is planned rest. But if I watch 4 movies and miss my plans, that is wasting time.
What do you think about video games? Are they wasting time? I know many people love video games. Some people play for fun and relaxation. That is fine, I think. But some people play for 6, 8, 10 hours a day. They skip meals, they do not sleep enough, they ignore their friends and family. That seems like a problem, but I don't want to judge. I think the question is balance. Can you play games and still do your important tasks? If yes, great. If games are taking over your life, that is a problem. What do you think, Mark?
I think video games are like any other activity. The amount of time is the key. I play games sometimes. I enjoy them. Games can be creative and fun. Some games teach problem solving and strategy. But like you said, when gaming takes too much time, it becomes a problem. I have friends who play until 3 or 4 in the morning. They are tired the next day. They miss work or school. They argue with family about this. That is not healthy. I think 2 hours of gaming is fine for most people. More than that can become too much depending on the person.
I want to talk about something that I think is important: comparison and social media. When I scroll through social media, I see people's perfect lives, beautiful photos, nice holidays, success stories. I start comparing myself to them. Why am I not doing that? Why do I not have that? And I feel bad about my own life. This makes me want to scroll more, looking for something to feel better. But the feeling doesn't get better. It gets worse. So I am wasting time and feeling bad. It's a double problem. Do you compare yourself to others online?
Yes, I do sometimes. It's very natural. We see what other people share, and we forget that people only share the best moments. Nobody posts a picture when they feel sad or lazy. Nobody shows their failures online. So social media gives us a false picture of life. Everyone looks successful and happy, and we compare our real life to their highlights. That's not fair to ourselves. I think it is good to take breaks from social media. Sometimes I delete the apps for 1 week. I feel much better. I have more time, and I stop comparing myself to others.
Let's talk about the morning.
How you start your day can decide how you use your time. Some people wake up and immediately look at their phone. This can cause stress right away. You read bad news, you see emails, you start worrying before you even get up. This is not a good way to start the day. Other people wake up and do something calm first. Drink water, stretch, walk outside, eat breakfast slowly. This helps the brain start well. I am trying to not look at my phone for the first 30 minutes after waking up. It is difficult, but helpful.
I think the morning is very important. I used to check my phone immediately. My first thought of the day was someone else's message or some news story. It put me in a reactive mood. I was responding to others before I even thought about my own day. Now I try to have a morning routine without my phone. I drink water, I do some light exercise, I eat breakfast. I look at my plan for the day. After that, I check my phone. This small change helped me a lot. I feel more in control of my day. I waste less time because I start with intention.
What do successful people say about time? I have read some things about this. Many successful people protect their time very carefully. They say no to things that are not important. They do not go to every meeting. They do not answer every email immediately. They choose what to spend time on. I think saying no is a very important skill. Many people feel bad saying no. They say yes to everything, and then they have no time for their own goals. Learning to say no politely is a big part of managing your time well. I am still learning this.
Yes, saying no is very hard. I find it difficult too. I want to be helpful to everyone, so when someone asks me for something, I usually say yes. But then I have too many things to do, and I do not do any of them well. I rush, I make mistakes, I feel stressed. I have heard that saying no is a form of respect for yourself and for the other person. If you say yes but cannot do it well, that is also bad. It is better to say no clearly than to say yes and disappoint someone. I am practicing this.
Let's talk about clutter. Physical clutter, like a messy room or desk. Does a messy environment make you waste time? I think yes. When my room is messy, I cannot focus. I look at the mess and I feel overwhelmed. I cannot start working. I think I should clean first. But then cleaning takes 1 hour, and after cleaning, I am tired, and my work is still not done. Also, I waste time looking for things in a messy space. Where is my charger? Where is my notebook? These small searches add up. A clean space helps me work faster and better.
I completely agree. A clean space is very important for me too. When my desk is clean, I feel clear. My brain is calm. I can focus. But when there are papers and cups and other things everywhere, my brain feels the same way, messy. I read that our environment affects our mood and concentration. This makes sense to me. I now spend 10 minutes every evening cleaning my desk. It takes very little time, but the next morning I start in a good place. This small habit saves me time and energy every day. The environment around us matters.
Let's talk about how smartphones changed our relationship with time. Before smartphones, people had to wait in lines or on trains with nothing to do. They looked out the window. They thought. They talked to strangers. They were bored. Now, everyone has a phone. The moment there's a free second, we look at our phones. We never need to be bored or empty. But I wonder if we are missing something. Time to think. Time to be creative. Time to notice the world around us. Our phones filled all our empty time. Maybe some empty time was good for us.
That is a beautiful and interesting thought, Anna. I agree. We are never truly bored now. And I think this is actually a problem. Ideas often come when we are resting or doing nothing. Scientists, writers, and artists often talk about this. Their best ideas came in the shower, on a walk, or before sleeping. These moments of doing nothing are actually important for the brain. But now we fill every quiet moment with a phone, so we have fewer moments of real thinking. I think we should protect some empty time every day. Just sit and think. Do nothing digital.
I want to share a concept called time affluence. This means feeling like you have enough time. People who feel rich in time are happier. They are less stressed. They enjoy their activities more. But many people feel time poor. They always feel busy and rushed. Interesting research shows that helping other people can make you feel like you have more time. It sounds strange, but when you give your time to others, you feel more in control of your time. I think this is because helping others makes us feel effective, and effectiveness makes us feel less rushed.
That is fascinating. I have not heard that before. I usually think helping others takes time away from me, but you say it actually makes us feel richer in time? I want to try that. Maybe volunteering or helping a friend with a problem. I think it also connects to purpose. When we feel our time has meaning, it feels well spent. If I help someone and it makes a difference, I do not feel like I wasted those hours. Compare that to watching videos for hours. I have nothing to show for that time. Purpose and meaning make time feel valuable.
Let me talk about a practical technique. It is called the 2-minute rule. The idea is simple. If a task takes less than 2 minutes, do it immediately. Do not put it on your to-do list, just do it now. For example, reply to a short message. Put a cup in the dishwasher. Write one sentence in your notebook. These tiny tasks seem small, but if you delay them, they pile up. Then your to-do list is full of tiny tasks and it feels heavy. The 2-minute rule keeps small things from becoming big problems. I use this and it really helps.
I love this rule. It is so simple but effective. I have started doing this too. If I see something that needs a quick action, I do it right away. Before, I used to think, I will do that later. But later never came. The small tasks grew into a big pile. Then I felt overwhelmed. Now, if I can do something in 2 minutes, I just do it. My life is neater, my to-do list has fewer things, and I feel more in control. I think simple strategies like this are the best. They don't require big changes, just small adjustments every day.
Let's talk about what we truly value. I think we waste time on things we don't really care about, but we say we are too busy for things we love. This is a contradiction. I say I have no time to read, but I spend 2 hours on social media. That's not about time, that's about priorities. If I really want to read, I can replace 30 minutes of social media with reading. The time is there, I just choose to use it differently. So maybe the question isn't not, do I have time, but what do I choose to spend my time on?
That is a very important point, Anna. I think this is the heart of the topic. We all have the same 24 hours, but we choose how to use them. When I say I don't have time, I'm really saying that's not my priority. That's honest, but maybe a little uncomfortable, because it makes me responsible. I can't blame my schedule. I make the choices. So if I want to exercise, I need to choose exercise over something else. This thinking is empowering, but also challenging. It puts control back in our hands, and that's a good thing.
Let's talk about the weekend. For many people, the weekend is for rest. But sometimes the weekend passes and we feel like we did nothing. Sunday evening comes and we think, what happened to Saturday and Sunday? We slept late, we watched TV, we ate slowly, we talked a little, but we didn't do the things we planned. We wanted to clean the house, call a friend, go outside, or start a hobby. And then Monday is here again. This disappeared weekend feeling is very common. Do you know this feeling?
Yes, I know this feeling very well. I call it Sunday sadness. You feel that the weekend ended before it really began. I think the problem is we have no plan. We think, I will rest and then do things. But rest is comfortable and the things never happen. I now try to plan 1 or 2 small goals for the weekend. Not too many, just 1 or 2. Maybe cook a new recipe or go for a long walk. Having one goal makes the weekend feel meaningful. And I still rest, but the weekend doesn't disappear completely. It has some shape and purpose.
I want to talk about guilt. When we waste time, we often feel guilty. We know we should be doing something else. And that guilty feeling is not nice. But here is something interesting. Feeling guilty does not help us stop wasting time. It actually makes things worse sometimes. When I feel guilty, I feel bad. And when I feel bad, I want to feel better. So I watch more videos or scroll more. The guilt creates more wasting.
I think a better approach is to notice what happened without judgment. Okay, I wasted 2 hours. That is okay. What can I do now?
That is very wise, Anna. I think self-compassion is important here. If you are always angry at yourself for wasting time, you create stress. Stress makes focus harder, and then you waste more time. It's a cycle. I try to be kind to myself when I waste time. I say, everyone does this, I can start fresh. This is much more helpful than I'm so lazy, I wasted the whole day. Negative self-talk does not motivate us. It just makes us feel bad. Kindness to yourself is not weakness. It is a strategy for doing better next time.
Let's talk about the role of sleep in wasting time. When I do not sleep enough, I waste a lot of time the next day. I cannot focus, I move slowly, I make mistakes. I need to read things 3 times to understand. A task that takes 30 minutes when I'm rested takes 1 hour when I'm tired. So poor sleep actually creates wasted time. And then I feel bad in the evening and I stay up late, and then I am tired again the next day. It's a bad cycle. Good sleep is one of the best ways to protect your time. It sounds simple, but it is true.
That is so true. Sleep is foundational. Everything depends on it. When I sleep well, I am fast, clear, and energetic. I finish things quickly. I have time left over. But after a bad night, I am slow and distracted. I drink too much coffee. I sit at my desk, but nothing gets done. I look at my phone more. I eat more sugar to feel energy. All of this is wasting time and also hurting my health. I now try to go to sleep at the same time every night. This consistency helps my body know when to rest. A good sleep schedule is a real time saver.
Let me share a reflection. We talked about many ways people waste time: social media, procrastination, screens, no plans, messy spaces, bad sleep, meetings. But I think the biggest reason is disconnection from our own values. When we know what we truly want in life, it is easier to say no to distractions. When I feel lost or empty, I waste more time. When I have a goal I care about, I waste less time. So maybe the deepest solution is not a time management trick. It's asking yourself, what do I really want? What matters to me? And then living in that direction.
That is beautifully said, Anna. I agree deeply. Time management systems and apps can help. Timers and to-do lists can help. But without knowing your why, you will still get lost. You will still scroll and procrastinate. But if you have a clear reason to use your time well, everything changes. You wake up with intention. You make choices on purpose. You protect your time like something precious, because it is. Time is the one thing we cannot get back. Every minute spent is gone forever. So we should use it in ways that reflect what we truly love and value.
We are getting close to the end of our podcast today. I want to say thank you to everyone who listened. I hope this conversation was helpful and easy to understand. We talked in simple English, I hope. We covered many topics about wasting time, from social media to procrastination, from sleep to values. I learned things from this conversation too. Talking with Mark always helps me think better. I hope you feel the same. Remember, you do not need to be perfect with your time. Small improvements are good enough. Even using your time a little better each day makes a big difference.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you to all our listeners. I really enjoyed today's conversation. It made me think about my own habits. I know I waste time too, but I also know I can do better. And hearing Anna's thoughts helped me understand new ideas. I hope you, our listeners, also found something useful. Maybe one tip that you can use starting today. Remember, time is precious. It's the same for everyone. Rich or poor, young or old, we all have 24 hours. How we use them is up to us. Thank you for spending some of your time with us today. See you next time.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am very happy you are here today. This podcast is for people who are learning English. We talk about simple and important topics. Today, our topic is scamming. Maybe you heard this word before. Maybe you did not. Do not worry. We will explain everything step by step. My friend Mark is here with me today. He knows a lot about this topic. We will talk together and make it easy to understand. So please relax, listen carefully, and enjoy our conversation. Let us begin.
Hi, everybody. I am Mark, and I'm so glad to be here with Anna today. Scamming is a very important topic. It happens every day, all around the world. Many people lose money because of scams. Many people feel sad and embarrassed after a scam. But if you know about scams, you can protect yourself. You can protect your family, too. Anna and I will use simple words today. We want everyone to understand. If you hear a word you do not know, do not stop listening. We will explain it. Okay, let us start our conversation.
So, Mark, let us start with the basics. What is a scam? Can you explain it in simple words? I think some of our listeners do not know this word yet. A scam is something bad, right? It's when someone tries to take something from you, like money or personal information. Is that correct? I want to make sure our listeners understand from the very beginning. Scams can be very confusing. Sometimes people do not even know they are in a scam. That is why it is so important to talk about this. Please explain it for us, Mark.
Yes, Anna, you are right. A scam is when a person or a group of people tries to trick you. They want to take your money or your personal information. They do this by lying. They pretend to be someone they are not. For example, they might say, "I'm from the bank," but they are not from the bank. They are lying. The goal of a scammer is to get something from you without you knowing. Scams can happen on the phone, on the internet, or even in person. They happen everywhere. That is why we need to learn about them. Knowledge is the best protection.
That is a great explanation. So, scammers are people who lie to get money or information. Mark, I have a question. Are scams new? Did scams happen a long time ago too? Or is this something that started because of the internet? I am curious because today we hear about scams on our phones and computers, but maybe scams are not a new thing. Maybe people were scamming even hundreds of years ago. I think it is interesting to know the history a little. Can you tell us something about that? Even a simple explanation is fine.
Great question, Anna. Scams are not new at all. People have been scamming others for hundreds and hundreds of years. A very old scam is the shell game. In this trick, a person hides a ball under 3 cups. They move the cups very fast. You try to guess where the ball is, but the scammer cheats. You almost always lose money. Another old scam is selling fake medicines. People sold water and said it could cure any sickness. Of course, it did not work. So yes, scams are very old. Today, scammers just use new tools like phones and the internet, but the idea is the same. They lie to get your money.
Wow, that is very interesting. So scams have been around for a very long time. Okay, Mark, let us talk about today's scams. What are the most common scams right now? I think many of our listeners have seen or heard about some of them. Maybe they received a strange phone call, or maybe they got a weird email. I personally get strange messages sometimes on my phone. It is a little scary. I do not always know if something is real or fake. So what are the most common types of scams that people see today? Please share some examples.
Sure, Anna. There are many common scams today. The first one is the phishing scam. In this scam, someone sends you a fake email or message. It looks like it is from a real company, like a bank or a store. The message says, "Click this link and enter your password." But if you click it, they steal your information. Another common scam is the lottery scam. You get a message that says you want a prize, but to get the prize, you must pay a fee first. Of course, there is no prize. Another one is the tech support scam. Someone calls and says your computer has a problem. They ask to access your computer. Then they steal your information. These are very common today.
Oh, I have heard of phishing before. That word always sounds funny to me. phishing. It sounds like fishing, right? Like fishing in the water. But instead of catching fish, scammers are trying to catch people. Mark, do you think this is where the word comes from? Also, I want to ask, why do so many people fall for these scams? Sometimes I see a scam message and I think, that is so obviously fake. But I know that many people believe these messages. Why is it so easy to trick people? Can you explain?
Yes, Anna, you are right. Phishing does come from the word fishing. Scammers are fishing for victims, just like catching fish. It is a clever word. Now, why do people fall for scams? There are a few reasons. First, scammers are very good at lying. They practice a lot. They know what words to use. Second, they often create fear or excitement. For example, your account is in danger. Act now. When people feel scared, they do not think carefully. They just react. Third, some people are lonely or sad, and scammers pretend to be their friend. This makes it easy to trick them. Scammers understand human feelings very well. That is why it works.
That makes a lot of sense. Scammers use fear and emotion to trick people. That is very clever, but in a bad way. Mark, let us talk about a specific type of scam. I want to ask about romance scams. I have heard this term before. I think it is when someone pretends to love you online, but it is all fake. Is that right? I feel very sad when I hear about romance scams. People are looking for love and friendship, and then someone uses that against them. Can you explain how romance scams work? I think this is important for our listeners to know.
Yes, Anna. Romance scams are very sad and very common. Here's how they work. A person creates a fake profile on a dating app or social media. They use a beautiful photo, usually not their real photo. They start talking to you. They're very kind and sweet. They say they love you very quickly. Then, after some time, they ask for money. Maybe they say they are sick and need help, or they say they are stuck in another country and need a ticket home. But none of it is true. Everything is a lie. They never had real feelings for you. When you send money, they disappear. Romance scams break people's hearts and take their money. It is very cruel.
That is so heartbreaking. People really think they found love, and then it's all fake. I feel sorry for anyone who experienced this. Mark, let us talk about something a little different now. What about scams that happen over the phone? I know many elderly people, like grandparents, get phone calls from scammers. My grandmother told me once that she got a strange call from someone who said he was from the government. She did not know what to do. What are common phone scams, and why do they target older people especially?
Phone scams are very common, Anna. One of the most famous is the grandparent scam. A scammer calls an elderly person and says, "Grandma, it's me. I'm in trouble. I need money right now. Please do not tell mom or dad." The grandparent thinks it's their grandchild and sends money immediately. Another phone scam is the IRS scam. Someone calls and says, "You owe money to the government. Pay now or the police will come." Of course, this is a lie. The government does not call you like this. Older people are often targeted because they are more trusting and sometimes less familiar with these tricks. That is why we must teach everyone about scams.
Oh, the grandparent scam is terrible. Imagine getting that call and thinking your grandchild is in danger. Of course you want to help. Scammers are really cruel. Mark, I want to ask, what about online shopping scams? I love shopping online, and I know many people do too. But I have heard that some online stores are fake. You pay money, and the product never arrives. Or you receive something completely different from what you ordered. Has this happened to you? And what should people know about shopping safely online? This is very useful for everyday life.
Oh yes, online shopping scams are very real. Fake online stores are everywhere. They look just like real stores. They have nice photos and low prices. That's the trick. The prices are too low. You think you're getting a great deal. You pay and then nothing arrives. Or you get a very cheap, broken product. I have a friend who bought expensive shoes online for a very low price. He waited 2 months and then he received tiny plastic shoes, like toys. He was very angry. So the rule is, if the price looks too good to be true, it probably is a scam. Always buy from stores you know and trust.
Ha, tiny plastic shoes. That is funny, but also very frustrating for your friend. Okay, so we need to be careful about prices that are too low. Mark, let us talk about email scams now. I get so many strange emails. Sometimes they say I won something. Sometimes they say my account is locked. Sometimes they say a prince from another country wants to send me money. That last one always makes me laugh. Have you heard of the Nigerian prince scam? It is very old, but people still fall for it. Can you explain how it works and why people still believe it?
Yes, the Nigerian prince scam is one of the most famous scams in the world. Here's how it works. You get an email from someone who says they are a rich prince or a businessman in another country. They say they have millions of dollars, but they need your help to move the money. If you help them, they will give you a big reward, maybe 10 or 20% of the money. But first, you need to pay a small fee to start the process. Of course, there is no prince and no money. Once you pay, they ask for more money, then more. They keep asking until you stop. It sounds silly, but millions of people have lost money to this scam. It is a very powerful trick.
Wow, millions of people. That is shocking. And it sounds so unbelievable, a prince sending emails asking for help. But I understand now. When people see a huge amount of money, they stop thinking clearly. Greed can be dangerous. Mark, let us talk about social media scams now. I use social media every day. I see advertisements all the time. Sometimes I wonder if they are real. What are common scams on social media? I think young people especially need to know about this because young people spend so much time on platforms like Instagram, Facebook, or TikTok. What should they watch out for?
Great point, Anna. Social media scams are everywhere. One common scam is the fake giveaway. A fake account pretends to be a famous person or a big company. They say, "We are giving away $1,000. Follow us and share this post to win." But it's all fake. They just want more followers. Another scam is fake influencer products. An account promotes a product with amazing results, like a cream that makes you look 10 years younger in one day. You buy it, and it does nothing. A third scam is investment scams. Someone says, "Give me $100 and I will make it 1,000 in 1 week." Of course, that money disappears. Always be careful with things that sound too good.
Those fake giveaways are everywhere. I see them all the time. And I admit, sometimes they look very real. Mark, I want to ask about something called identity theft. I hear this phrase a lot, but I'm not 100% sure what it means. Does it mean someone steals your personal information and pretends to be you? That sounds very scary. Can you explain what identity theft is, how scammers do it, and what can happen if someone steals your identity? I think this is a very important topic, and our listeners need to know about it.
Yes, Anna, identity theft is very serious. It means someone takes your personal information like your name, your address, your date of birth, or your bank details, and uses it to pretend to be you. For example, they might open a bank account in your name or buy things with your credit card. How do they get your information? Sometimes through phishing emails, sometimes through fake websites. Sometimes they even go through your trash to find old documents with your information. The effects can be very bad. You might lose money. Your credit score might go down. It can take months or years to fix the problem. That is why protecting your personal information is so important.
Going through your trash. I never thought about that. That means we even need to be careful with old papers and documents. Mark, let us talk about something positive now. How can people protect themselves from scams? I think our listeners want to know what they can do. It is good to know about the dangers, but it's also important to know the solutions. What are the most important rules for staying safe? If you had to give just 3 or 4 simple tips, what would they be? Please keep it simple so everyone can remember.
Great idea, Anna. Here are my top tips. Number 1, never give your personal information to someone you do not know. This includes your passwords, bank details, or ID numbers. Number 2, if something sounds too good to be true, like a big prize or a huge investment, it's probably a scam. Number 3, don't click on links in emails or messages from people you don't know. Go directly to the official website instead. And number 4, take your time.
Scammers always try to create urgency. They say act now or only today. A real company will give you time to think. If you feel pressured, that's a warning sign. Stop and think before you do anything.
Those are wonderful tips, simple and easy to remember. I especially like the last one. Take your time. Scammers want you to act fast so you do not think, so slowing down is a great defense. Mark, I want to talk about what to do if you think you are being scammed right now, in the middle of it. What if someone is on the phone with a scammer and they suddenly realize something is wrong? What should they do? Should they say something? Should they just hang up? I think many people do not know how to react in that moment. It can be scary and confusing.
That is a very important question. If you think you are talking to a scammer, the best thing to do is stop the conversation immediately. Just hang up the phone. You do not need to explain or say goodbye. If it's an email or message, do not reply. Do not click any links. Do not give any information. If you already gave some information, like your phone number or email, change your passwords right away. If you gave financial information, like a credit card number, call your bank immediately and tell them what happened. Also, report the scam to the police or a consumer protection agency in your country. Reporting helps protect other people too. Remember, you do not need to feel embarrassed. Scammers are professionals. It can happen to anyone.
That is very reassuring. It can happen to anyone. And you are right, people should not feel embarrassed. Scammers are very clever. Mark, let us talk about what happens after a scam. If someone has already been scammed, they already lost money, what can they do? Can they get their money back? I know some people feel hopeless after a scam. They feel ashamed and do not tell anyone. But I think it's important to speak up. What advice do you have for someone who is already a victim of a scam?
This is so important, Anna. First, I want to say if you were scammed, it is not your fault. Scammers are very good at what they do. They trick smart people every day, so please do not feel ashamed. Now, what can you do? First, report it. Tell the police, tell your bank, tell a consumer protection organization. Some countries have special departments for cybercrime. Second, if you paid by credit card, contact your bank quickly. Sometimes they can stop the payment or return the money. If you paid by wire transfer or gift card, unfortunately, it is very hard to get the money back. Third, warn others. Tell your friends and family so they don't fall into the same trap. Your experience can help others.
That is such good advice. Reporting is so important, not just to help yourself, but to help others too. Mark, I want to ask about gift cards. I heard that scammers love gift cards. Why do scammers ask for gift cards instead of bank transfers? I found this very strange when I first heard about it. A gift card is just for buying things in a store, right? Like an iTunes card or a Google Play card. Why would a scammer want that? And what should people do if someone asks them to pay with a gift card? Is this always a scam?
Excellent question, Anna. Scammers love gift cards for one big reason. They are almost impossible to trace. When you send money by bank transfer, the bank can sometimes find it or stop it. But with a gift card, you just give the numbers on the back of the card. The scammer uses those numbers immediately to get money. It's very fast and very anonymous. That is why scammers say, go to the store, buy a $200 Google Play card, and give me the numbers. Here's the most important rule. No legitimate company, government office, bank, or real person will ever ask you to pay with a gift card. Ever. If someone asks you to pay with a gift card, that is 100% a scam. Always.
100% a scam. I love that. That is a rule that is very easy to remember. Mark, let us talk about children and young people now. Are young people at risk from scams? I sometimes think that young people are safer because they grew up with technology, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe young people are also tricked by scammers. What kinds of scams target young people specifically? Are there scams in online games, for example? I know many young people play video games online. Are there scammers in gaming, too?
You are right to ask, Anna. Young people are not always safe. In fact, scammers target young people a lot. In online games, scammers might say, Give me your account password and I will give you free coins or weapons. Then they take your account and never give it back. Another scam for young people is fake job offers. They send a message on social media saying, work from home and earn $500 a week easily. The young person is excited, but then they ask for money first to buy training materials or supplies. Of course, there is no job. Scammers also use social media to create fake profiles and ask young people for personal photos or information. Young people must be careful too.
That is so important to know. Even young people who are very comfortable with technology can be tricked. Mark, I also want to ask about investment scams in more detail. I hear a lot about cryptocurrency scams these days. Many people are interested in Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, and scammers use this interest to steal money. How does a cryptocurrency scam work? Is it hard to recognize? I know this might be a little more complicated, but please explain it simply so our A1 and A2 listeners can understand the basic idea.
Sure, Anna. Cryptocurrency scams are very common right now. Here's a simple example. Someone contacts you, maybe on social media, and says, I know a secret way to make a lot of money with Bitcoin. I already made $10,000. Let me show you how. They seem very friendly. They show you fake screenshots of their profits. They ask you to invest a small amount first, maybe $100. You see your account growing, you invest more, then one day the website disappears, the person disappears, your money is gone. This is called a pig butchering scam. They slowly fatten you up by making you trust them more and more, then they take everything. Always be very careful with investment advice from strangers.
Pig butchering? What a strange and scary name. But it makes sense. They make you feel safe and then take everything. Mark, let us change the topic a little. I want to talk about scams that happen in real life, not just online or on the phone. Are there scams that happen in person, face-to-face, like on the street, for example? I know some cities have people who try to trick tourists. What kinds of in-person scams should people watch out for, especially if they are traveling to a new city or a new country?
Yes. In-person scams are very real, especially in tourist areas. One classic scam is the gold ring scam. Someone walks up to you on the street and says, "Excuse me, I found this gold ring. I don't need it. You can have it." Then they ask for a small amount of money for a good luck fee. The ring, of course, is not gold. Another scam is the friendship bracelet scam. Someone puts a bracelet on your wrist and then demands money for it. Another common one is fake monks. People dressed like Buddhist monks give you a small gift and then ask for a donation. They are not real monks. In markets, some sellers use tricks with scales to make you think you are getting more than you are. Always be aware of your surroundings.
Oh, I actually saw the friendship bracelet scam when I was traveling in Europe. Someone tried to put a bracelet on my wrist, and I quickly said no and walked away. Now I understand exactly what was happening. Mark, let us change the topic a little. I want to talk about one more type of scam, job scams. I know many people are looking for jobs, especially young people, and scammers know this. They create fake job advertisements. What does a fake job advertisement look like, and how can someone tell if a job offer is real or fake? This is very practical information that can really help people.
Job scams are a huge problem, Anna. A fake job advertisement usually has these signs. First, the salary is unrealistically high, like earn $2,000 a week working only 2 hours a day from home. Second, they don't require any experience or skills. Real good jobs almost always need some qualifications. Third, they ask you to pay money before you start for training, uniforms, or background checks. Legitimate employers never ask workers to pay before starting. Fourth, the communication is strange, bad grammar in the emails, or they only communicate by WhatsApp or Telegram, not by official company email. Fifth, you can't find information about the company online. If you see these signs, be very careful. Research the company before you apply.
Those are such helpful signs to watch out for. I love how you gave us a clear list. Mark, I think it is also important to talk about how to report a scam. We mentioned this briefly before, but let's go a little deeper. If someone in another country is trying to scam people in your country, who do you even call? Is there a special number? And does reporting actually make a difference? Sometimes people feel like reporting is useless, like nothing will happen. What do you think? Does reporting scams actually help?
Reporting absolutely helps, Anna. Maybe your report alone won't stop a scammer immediately, but when many people report the same scammer, the police and agencies can take action. In most countries, you can report scams to the National Police, the Consumer Protection Agency, or a special cybercrime department. In the United States, for example, you can report to the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission. In the UK, there's Action Fraud. In many countries, you can also report scam phone numbers directly to your phone company. Your report adds important data. It helps investigators find patterns and stop criminals. So yes, please report every scam. Even if you didn't lose any money, your information matters.
That is great motivation to report. Every report matters. Mark, before we start wrapping up, I want to ask one more important question. What about people who feel too embarrassed to tell anyone they were scammed? I know this is a real problem. Victims often feel ashamed or stupid. They do not want to tell their family or friends. They keep it secret. But keeping it secret can be dangerous, right? How can we help people feel comfortable talking about scams? And how should friends and family react when someone tells them they were scammed? What is the right way to support them?
This is so important, Anna. Shame is one of the biggest problems after a scam. People feel stupid and do not ask for help. But the truth is, if you were scammed, you are not stupid. Scammers spend years learning how to trick people. It is their full-time job. They are professionals. If a family member or friend tells you they were scammed, please do not laugh or say, "How could you believe that?" That is the worst thing you can do. Instead, listen to them. Tell them it is not their fault. Help them take the next steps, like calling the bank or reporting to the police. Be patient and kind. The emotional pain after a scam can be very real. Support and understanding can make a huge difference.
Beautifully said, Mark. Kindness and support are so important. I think we covered so many great topics today. We talked about what scams are, the history of scams, different types of scams, phone scams, email scams, romance scams, job scams, crypto scams, in-person scams, and more. We talked about how to protect ourselves and what to do if we are scammed. I feel like our listeners have learned so much today. Mark, is there anything else you want to add before we close? Any final thoughts or one last important message for our listeners?
Yes, Anna. My final message is this. Stay curious, stay skeptical, and stay safe. If something feels wrong, trust your feeling. If you're not sure, ask someone you trust before you do anything. Talk to your friends and family about scams. Share the information you learned today. The more people know, the harder it is for scammers to succeed. And remember, scammers want you to feel alone and scared, but you are not alone. There are people who can help you. There are laws to protect you. You have the power to protect yourself and others. Knowledge is your best weapon against scams.
And that brings us to the end of today's episode. Thank you so much for listening to our podcast. I hope you learned something useful and important today. Please share this episode with your friends and family, especially with people who are not so familiar with technology or online scams. They might really need this information. Remember the key lessons. Do not give your personal information to strangers. Think before you click. Take your time and do not let anyone rush you. And if something feels wrong, it probably is. If you have questions or comments, we would love to hear from you. See you next time. Stay safe, everyone.
Thank you so much, Anna, and thank you to all our wonderful listeners. It was a great conversation today. I learned something too, just from talking about all these scam types together. Every day, scammers get smarter, but every day, we can get smarter too. Keep learning, keep sharing, and keep protecting each other. If you enjoyed this episode, please tell a friend about our podcast. That is the best way to help us grow. And as always, if you ever think someone is trying to scam you, stop, breathe, and think. You have the power to say no. Thank you, goodbye, and take good care of yourselves and the people around you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here today. Today's topic is very special to me. We are going to talk about self-care. Maybe you have heard this word before. Self-care means taking care of yourself, your body, your mind, and your feelings. It is not selfish. It is necessary. I am joined today by my wonderful co-host, Mark. Together, we will share ideas, personal stories, and simple tips about self-care. We use easy English in this podcast, so it is perfect for beginners. I hope you enjoy our conversation and learn something helpful today. Hi, Mark. How are you? And are you ready to talk about self-care?
Hi, Anna. I'm very well, thank you. And hello to all our wonderful listeners. Welcome. Yes, I am absolutely ready. Self-care is a topic I love. I think many people hear self-care and imagine expensive things like spa days or fancy holidays. But real self-care is much simpler than that. It's about small, daily habits that keep you healthy and happy. It's about listening to your body and your mind. I think this topic is very important for everyone. Young people, adults, busy parents, students. Everyone needs self-care. And using simple English makes it easy for our beginners to follow along and learn. Let's start with the basics, Anna. What exactly is self-care to you?
To me, self-care is anything you do on purpose to feel better, physically, emotionally, or mentally. I like to think of it in 3 parts. First, there's body care, sleeping enough, eating well, moving your body. Second, there's mind care, resting your thoughts, reading, learning, or doing creative things. Third, there's emotional care, talking about your feelings, spending time with people you love, and allowing yourself to feel both happy and sad. All 3 parts are important. When one part is not cared for, the others suffer too. For example, when I don't sleep enough, I feel sad and I can't think clearly. Self-care keeps all 3 parts balanced. Mark, how would you describe self-care in one simple sentence?
In one sentence, I would say self-care means giving yourself what you need to feel well and function in daily life. Simple but powerful. I think many people confuse self-care with being lazy or selfish, but that is completely wrong. Self-care is the opposite of laziness. Lazy means doing nothing because you don't want to try. Self-care means making an active choice to rest, to recover, or to do something that helps your well-being. And it is definitely not selfish. When you take care of yourself, you have more energy and patience for others, for your family, your friends, your work. Think of it like charging your phone. If your phone battery is at 0, it does nothing. You need to charge it to use it. Self-care is your daily charge. Do you agree, Anna?
I love that comparison. Charging your phone is such a perfect way to explain it. And just like a phone needs regular charging, people need regular self-care. You cannot charge your phone once a month and expect it to work every day. The same is true for people. Self-care needs to be consistent. Small things every day are better than one big thing once a month. I think one reason people struggle with self-care is that they feel they don't have time. Life is very busy. Work, family, chores, everything takes time. But I believe self-care does not always need a lot of time. Even 5 or 10 minutes of something good for you can make a real difference. Mark, what are some quick self-care things people can do when they are very busy?
Great question. When I'm very busy, I use small self-care moments during the day. For example, I take 3 slow, deep breaths before a meeting. It takes 30 seconds, but it calms my mind. I also drink a full glass of water in the morning before I check my phone. That one habit helps my body wake up. Another thing I do is take a 5-minute walk outside at lunchtime. Fresh air and a little movement really help my mood and focus. I also try to eat lunch away from my desk.
Just changing the location and not looking at a screen for 20 minutes gives my brain a real rest. These are tiny things, but together they add up. What's your favorite quick self-care moment, Anna?
My favorite quick self-care moment is what I call my morning 5 minutes. Every morning, before I do anything else, I sit quietly for 5 minutes. No phone, no news, no talking. I just sit with a warm cup of tea, look out the window, and breathe. It sounds very simple, but it sets a calm tone for my whole day. On the days I skip it, I notice the difference. I feel more rushed and more stressed. Those 5 minutes feel like an anchor. They remind me that I exist and that the day belongs to me, not to my to-do list. Even on very busy days, 5 minutes is possible. You just have to choose it. Let's talk about sleep now, Mark. How important is sleep for self-care?
Sleep is absolutely the foundation of self-care. Everything else depends on it. When you sleep enough, your brain works better, your mood is more stable, your body heals, and you have more energy. When you don't sleep enough, everything feels harder. You get frustrated more easily. You make more mistakes. You feel low and tired all day. I used to be very proud of sleeping only 5 or 6 hours a night. I thought it made me productive and strong, but actually I was hurting myself. Now I protect my sleep like it is very precious, because it is. I go to bed at a similar time every night. I avoid caffeine after 3 in the afternoon. I turn off screens an hour before bed. My sleep improved a lot. How many hours do you sleep, Anna?
I try to sleep 7 to 8 hours every night. For me, the quality of sleep matters as much as the quantity. Sometimes I sleep 8 hours, but wake up feeling tired because my sleep was not deep or restful. I found that my sleep quality improved when I created a bedtime routine. About 30 minutes before bed, I stop using my phone, I dim the lights in my room, I read a few pages of a book, a real paper book, not a screen. Sometimes I write a few lines in my journal. These habits tell my brain it is time to slow down and rest. My body starts to relax naturally. A good bedtime routine is one of the best self-care gifts you can give yourself. Mark, let's talk about food. How does eating well connect to self-care?
Food is a very important part of self-care. What we eat directly affects how we feel, physically and emotionally. When I eat a lot of processed food, sugar, and junk, I feel heavy and foggy. My mood goes down. My energy crashes after a short time. But when I eat fresh vegetables, fruits, proteins, and drink enough water, I feel lighter, clearer, and more energetic. I'm not a perfect eater. I love pizza and chocolate, but I try to make good choices most of the time. I also think how you eat matters, not just what you eat. Eating slowly, without distractions, and actually tasting your food is a form of self-care too. It is called mindful eating. Do you practice mindful eating, Anna?
I try to. Mindful eating was hard for me at first because I was so used to eating while watching TV or scrolling on my phone. I would finish my whole meal and not even remember eating it. Now I try to eat at a table without screens, and I focus on the taste and texture of the food. It makes the meal more enjoyable, and I also notice when I am full, which means I eat less but feel more satisfied. I also notice which foods make me feel good and which make me feel bad. For example, too much coffee makes me anxious. Heavy food at night makes me sleep badly. Paying attention to your body is a form of self-care. Your body sends signals. You just have to listen. What about movement and exercise, Mark?
Movement is one of the most powerful forms of self-care, and it does not have to mean going to the gym every day. Any movement counts. Walking, dancing, swimming, cycling, stretching, yoga, they all help your body and your mind. When I exercise, my brain releases chemicals that make me feel happier and more relaxed. It's a natural mood booster. I used to hate exercise. I thought it was boring and painful, but then I found activities I actually enjoy. I love cycling outdoors and playing basketball with friends. Because I enjoy them, I actually do them. That's the key. Find movement you enjoy, not movement you force yourself to do.
When it feels like fun, it's not hard to keep doing it. What kind of movement do you enjoy, Anna?
I love walking and dancing. Walking is my everyday movement. I try to walk at least 30 minutes a day. I often walk in the park near my home. I listen to music or a podcast while I walk, which makes it very enjoyable. Sometimes I walk with a friend and we talk the whole time, so I get exercise and social connection at the same time. Dancing I do at home, just for fun. I put on music I love and I just dance alone in my kitchen. It always makes me laugh and feel joyful. I think movement connected to joy is the best self-care. You don't need a perfect body or special equipment, you just need to move in a way that feels good. Let's talk about something different now. Rest and relaxation. Is rest the same as self-care?
Absolutely. Rest is a vital part of self-care. And I think many people feel guilty about resting. They think resting means wasting time, but that is a harmful mindset. Rest is productive. When you rest, your body repairs itself, your brain processes information, and your creativity recovers. There are different types of rest, too. Physical rest means your body stops moving, sleeping, or lying down. Mental rest means your brain stops working hard. Maybe you listen to calm music or sit quietly. Social rest means you spend time alone, away from people. Creative rest means you stop creating and just enjoy other people's art or beauty. Most people only think of sleep when they hear rest, but we need all these types. Which type of rest do you find hardest, Anna?
The hardest type of rest for me is mental rest. My brain is always thinking. Even when I lie down to relax, my mind is making lists, replaying conversations, planning tomorrow. It is very hard to switch it off. I've been practicing techniques to help with this. One thing that really works for me is a body scan. I lie down, close my eyes, and slowly bring my attention to each part of my body, from my feet up to my head. It takes about 10 minutes, and it usually quiets my mind. Another thing that helps is writing a brain dump in my journal before bed. I write down everything I'm thinking or worried about. Once it's on paper, my brain seems to relax. Have you found ways to quiet your mind, Mark?
Yes. Meditation has been the biggest help for me. I know some people think meditation is strange or difficult, but it's actually very simple. You just sit quietly, focus on your breathing, and when your mind wanders, which it always does, you gently bring it back to your breath. I started with just 5 minutes a day using a free app on my phone. Now I meditate for 15 minutes every morning, and it has changed my life. I'm calmer, more patient, and better at handling stressful situations. I also spend time in nature to quiet my mind. Being outside, surrounded by trees or near water, helps me feel very peaceful. Nature is a free, powerful tool for mental rest. Do you spend time in nature, Anna?
Yes, and I think nature is one of the most underrated forms of self-care. Being outside in a park, a forest, or near the sea, it does something magical to the body and mind. My stress level drops very quickly when I am in nature. Even sitting in a garden or near a plant at home helps. I read that spending just 20 minutes in nature lowers the stress hormone cortisol in your body. That is a scientific fact. I try to visit a park or a natural space at least a few times a week. In winter, when it is cold, even just opening a window and listening to birds helps me feel connected to the natural world. Mark, let's talk about hobbies now. Are hobbies a form of self-care?
Yes, definitely. Hobbies are wonderful self-care. A hobby is something you do purely for enjoyment, not for money or achievement. When you do a hobby, you enter a special mental state where you are fully focused and time seems to fly. Psychologists call this flow. It is very good for your brain and your mood. My hobbies are reading, cooking new recipes, and playing chess. When I cook something creative, I feel relaxed and proud at the same time. Reading takes me to different worlds and gives my own worries a rest. Chess challenges my mind in a fun, low-stakes way. I think everyone needs at least one hobby that they do just for the pleasure of it. A hobby says, I matter. My joy matters. What are your hobbies, Anna?
My hobbies are painting, reading, and gardening. Painting is my favorite form of self-care. When I paint, I forget everything else. There is no past, no future, just the colors and the canvas in front of me. It is like meditation with paint. I am not a professional artist. My paintings are simple and sometimes messy, but that does not matter at all. The process is what heals me, not the result. Gardening is also wonderful. I have a small balcony with pots of flowers and herbs. Watering them, watching them grow, touching the soil, it is all very calming and grounding. There is something very beautiful about caring for living things. And reading, of course, is a daily treat. Mark, do you think self-care looks different for everyone?
Absolutely. Self-care is very personal. What works for one person might not work for another. For example, some people feel recharged after spending time with friends. Being social gives them energy. Those people are called extroverts. But for introverts, people who get energy from being alone, socializing can be tiring. Their self-care might mean spending quiet time alone at home. Neither is wrong, they're just different. This is why I think it is important to know yourself. What actually makes you feel better? Not what you think should make you feel better, or what your friend says works for them. What works for you in your life? It takes some trial and error to figure that out. Have you always known what self-care works for you, Anna?
No, it took time. When I was younger, I didn't really think about self-care at all. I just pushed through every day doing what I had to do. I didn't rest properly, I didn't eat well, I didn't have many hobbies. I thought that was normal life. Then I went through a very stressful period, a lot of pressure at work and some personal problems. I felt completely exhausted and empty. That was my wake-up call. I started paying attention to what made me feel better and what made me feel worse. Slowly, I built my self-care habits. It was like building a house, one brick at a time. Now I have a solid routine that really supports me. I think sometimes we need a difficult period to understand the importance of taking care of ourselves. Did you have a wake-up call like that, Mark?
Yes, I did. Mine came about 4 years ago. I was working very long hours at my job. I was sleeping very little, skipping meals, not exercising, and seeing my friends almost never. I thought I was being strong and dedicated, but one day I just broke down. I felt completely overwhelmed and I couldn't stop crying, and I didn't even know exactly why. I went to my doctor. She told me I was burned out. That was a new word for me then. Burnout means you are so exhausted, physically and emotionally, that your mind and body stop functioning well. My doctor said, "Mark, you cannot pour from an empty cup." That sentence changed everything for me. I started making self-care a real priority from that point. What does burnout feel like to you, Anna?
Burnout feels like running on empty. You are awake, but not really present. You feel tired all the time, even after sleeping. Simple tasks that were easy before now feel huge and impossible. You lose interest in things you used to enjoy. You feel irritable and sometimes very sad or empty inside. I experienced a mild burnout once, and the scariest part was that I didn't even recognize it at first. I just thought I was tired, but the tiredness didn't go away with sleep. That is a key sign. When rest doesn't help, something deeper is wrong. The best thing you can do to prevent burnout is to practice self-care consistently before you reach that empty point. Prevention is always better than recovery. Mark, how do you prevent burnout now?
Now I have a few rules I try not to break. First, I stop work at a fixed time every evening. Work does not follow me into the evening or weekend unless there is a real emergency. Second, I take all my annual holiday days. Before, I used to skip holidays to work more. Now I know that rest and breaks make me more productive, not less. Third, I check in with myself every Sunday evening. I ask, how do I feel this week? Do I feel balanced? Is something bothering me? This short check-in helps me notice early warning signs before they become a big problem. Fourth, I say no to things that are not necessary when my energy is low. Protecting your energy is self-care. Do you also do regular check-ins with yourself, Anna?
Yes, I do a quick daily check-in and a deeper weekly one. My daily check-in is very simple. Every evening, I ask myself 3 questions. What felt good today? What felt hard today? What do I need tomorrow?
I write the answers in my journal. It takes about 5 minutes, but it helps me process my feelings and not let them pile up. The weekly check-in is a little longer. I look at how I slept, how I ate, how I moved, how I connected with people. I ask, is anything out of balance? Did I spend time on things I enjoy? The weekly check-in also helps me plan self-care for the next week. I think many people wait for the weekend to recover from a bad week, but it is better to manage your well-being all week long. Let's talk about social connection, Mark. Is that part of self-care?
Yes, social connection is a very important part of self-care for most people. Humans are social animals. We need connection, belonging, and love to be healthy. Research shows that people with strong social connections live longer and are happier and healthier than people who are lonely. Loneliness is actually very bad for your health. Some scientists say it is as harmful as smoking. I try to invest time in my friendships and family relationships. I call a friend or family member at least once or twice a week. I try to meet people in person regularly, even just for a short coffee. These connections give me joy and support. When I go through a hard time, having good people around me makes everything more bearable. How do you maintain your social connections, Anna?
I am quite intentional about my friendships. I have a small group of close friends, and I prefer deep connections over many shallow ones. I have a regular phone call with my best friend every Thursday evening. We have been doing that for 3 years. Even if we are both busy, we protect that time. I also have a small group of friends, 4 of us, and we meet for dinner once a month. Those evenings are always wonderful. We laugh, we talk honestly, we support each other. I also believe in the quality of connection, not just the frequency. A 2-hour honest conversation with a good friend is worth more than 10 quick text messages. Mark, what about alone time? Is being alone also part of self-care?
Absolutely. Alone time is essential self-care, especially for introverts like me. I need regular alone time to recharge. After spending a lot of time with people, even people I love, I feel drained and I need quiet time to recover. Loneliness is not the same as alone time. Loneliness is when you want connection but don't have it. Alone time is when you choose to be by yourself to rest and restore your energy. I love spending Sunday mornings alone. I make a good breakfast, I read, I go for a quiet walk. No calls, no plans, just myself and my thoughts. That alone time fills me up for the week. I think in our very connected social world, many people are afraid to be alone, but learning to enjoy your own company is a great form of self-care. Do you enjoy alone time, Anna?
Yes, I really do. I am somewhere between an introvert and an extrovert. I love people, but I also deeply need my quiet time. I think of alone time as a gift I give to myself. In those moments, I can think freely, create, relax, and simply be myself without any performance or effort. One of my favorite alone time activities is long baths. I fill the bath with warm water, put on calm music, light a candle, and stay there for 30 minutes. It is simple and inexpensive, but it feels very luxurious and deeply restorative. I come out feeling calm and renewed. I think self-care does not need to be expensive. Let's talk about that. Can self-care be free or low cost, Mark?
This is so important to say. Self-care does not have to cost money. In fact, many of the most powerful self-care practices are completely free. Sleeping is free, breathing exercises are free, walking in nature is free, drinking enough water is free, calling a friend is free, writing in a journal is nearly free, stretching at home is free, watching the sunrise or sunset is free, laughing with someone you love is free. I get a little frustrated when I see advertisements for expensive self-care products. They make people feel that self-care is only for people with money, and that is simply not true. Yes, a massage or a spa day can be lovely, but the daily habits that truly support your health are available to everyone, regardless of money. What is your favorite free self-care activity, Anna?
My favorite free self-care activity is walking in nature, especially in a park or a forest. It costs nothing, and the benefits are enormous.
When I walk among trees, my mind becomes quiet. I pay attention to small, beautiful things, the sound of leaves, the color of the sky, a bird singing. It pulls me out of my head and into the present moment. That is another very important self-care skill, being present. So many people live in the past, replaying old memories, or in the future, worrying about things that haven't happened yet. Being present means you are here, now, in this moment. And the present moment is usually calm and manageable. Nature helps me do that. Mark, what do you think about digital detox as a form of self-care?
Digital detox, taking a break from screens and technology, is one of the most needed forms of self-care today. We are surrounded by screens all day. Phones, computers, televisions, tablets. Our brains never get a break from information. This constant stimulation is very tiring for the nervous system. I try to have one screen-free hour every evening. I also try to have at least one screen-free morning on weekends. When I do that, I feel less anxious and more calm. I notice the world around me more. I have more creative thoughts. I'm more present in conversations. Even small digital breaks help. Leaving your phone in another room for an hour, or putting it face down on the table during meals. Do you do any kind of digital detox, Anna?
Yes, I have a few digital rules that really help me. I don't look at my phone for the first 30 minutes after I wake up. That quiet time belongs to me, not to social media or the news. I also don't use my phone at the dinner table. Meals are for food and conversation, not screens. And on one day each month, I try to have a full, slow day. No social media, no news, minimal phone use. On those days, I read, cook, walk, or do craft activities. I always feel wonderfully refreshed afterward. I think we all need to remember that we control our technology. Technology should not control us. Mark, let's talk about something personal now. What is your favorite part of your self-care routine?
My favorite part of my self-care routine is my morning. I wake up a little early, so I have time just for myself before the day begins. I drink a large glass of water first. This wakes up my body. Then I do 10 minutes of gentle stretching. Then I meditate for 15 minutes. After that, I make coffee and write 3 things I am grateful for in my journal. This whole morning routine takes about 45 minutes, but it sets up my entire day in a positive way. I feel calm, focused, and ready when I start work. The days I skip my morning routine, I feel the difference immediately. I am more reactive, more anxious, so I protect my mornings carefully. Morning routines are very popular in self-care. Do you have one, Anna?
Yes, my morning routine is very important to me. Mine is a little different from yours, but it also starts with quiet time. I wake up and before getting out of bed, I take 3 deep, slow breaths. Then I sit with my tea for 5 minutes in silence. After that, I write in my journal, just a few sentences about how I feel and what I want from the day. Then I wash my face with cold water, which wakes me up beautifully. I get dressed, eat a simple, healthy breakfast, and then I am ready. The whole routine is about 40 minutes. Mornings used to be chaotic and rushed for me. Now they are calm and intentional. A good morning really does create a good day. Mark, let's talk about gratitude. Is gratitude a form of self-care?
Yes. Gratitude is a beautiful and powerful form of self-care. When we practice gratitude, we train our brain to notice what is good in our lives, instead of always focusing on what is missing or wrong. Research shows that people who regularly practice gratitude feel happier, sleep better, and have stronger relationships. I write 3 things I am grateful for every morning. They don't have to be big things. Today, I wrote, I am grateful for hot coffee, for sunshine through my window, and for a good conversation with my brother yesterday. Small things count. When you do this every day, you start to notice more and more things to be grateful for. Your brain changes its default from what is wrong to what is good. That shift is life-changing. Do you practice gratitude, Anna?
Yes, I do. I write in my gratitude journal every evening before bed. I write 3 things from my day that I am grateful for. Even on difficult days, and there are difficult days, I can always find 3 things. Maybe I am grateful that the day is over and tomorrow is a new start. Maybe I am grateful for a kind stranger who smiled at me. Maybe I'm grateful for my health. Gratitude helps me end the day on a positive note, which helps me sleep better too. I also try to express gratitude to people, to actually say thank you and mean it, to write a kind message, to tell someone that I appreciate them. Gratitude shared with others is even more powerful. It connects people and creates warmth. Mark, how do you think we can build self-care habits and actually keep them?
Building and keeping self-care habits is all about starting small and being consistent. Many people try to change everything at once. They want to exercise every day, meditate, eat perfectly, sleep 8 hours, journal, and read all from Monday. That is too much change, too fast. The brain resists big, sudden changes. Instead, start with one small habit. Do it for 2 weeks, then add another. Small steps over time create big changes. I also suggest habit stacking, attaching a new habit to something you already do. For example, I do my stretching right after I brush my teeth in the morning. It's connected to an existing habit, so I almost never forget it. Another tip, track your habits on a simple calendar. Seeing your progress is very motivating. What is your best tip for keeping habits, Anna?
My best tip is don't aim for perfect, aim for consistent. Many people stop their self-care habits after one bad day. They miss one morning walk and think, I failed, the habit is broken. But that is not true. One missed day is not a failure. What breaks a habit is giving up completely after a small slip. So I tell myself, missing once is an accident, missing twice is a choice. So if I miss my morning routine one day, I make sure to do it the next day. I also keep my self-care habits very simple. The simpler the habit, the easier it is to maintain even on hard days. On a very bad day, my morning routine shrinks to just the tea and 3 breaths. That's still self-care. Something is always better than nothing. Mark, any final thoughts before we close?
Yes. I want to leave our listeners with this final thought. Self-care is not a luxury. It is a necessity. It is not something you do when you have extra time. It is something you make time for because your health and well-being are worth it. You are worth it. Start today, not next Monday, not next month, today. Pick one small self-care action. Maybe it's drinking a glass of water right now. Maybe it's stepping outside for 5 minutes. Maybe it's calling someone you love. One small action is a beginning, and every great journey begins with one small step. I want to thank our wonderful listeners for spending this time with us. Thank you, Anna, for another beautiful conversation. I really enjoyed it. Take care, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mark. This was truly a wonderful conversation, full of warmth and practical ideas. And a huge, heartfelt thank you to all of you listening. I hope this episode reminded you that you deserve care, your own care first. Please don't wait for a crisis to start taking care of yourself. Start now with something small and gentle. Remember, self-care is not selfish, it is not lazy, and it does not need to be expensive. It's simply choosing yourself every day in small and loving ways. If today's episode helped you, please share it with someone who might need it. And come back next time for more friendly English conversations. Until then, be kind to yourselves. Goodbye and take care. From me, Anna. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. Today, we have a very exciting and important topic. We are going to talk about self-motivation. Self-motivation means the ability to push yourself forward, to do things, reach your goals, and keep going even when it is hard. This topic is important for everyone: students, workers, parents, dreamers. Everyone needs motivation in life.
I am joined today by my wonderful co-host, Mark. We will talk about what motivation is, why we lose it, and how to find it again. We use simple English, so this podcast is perfect for beginners. Hi, Mark. How are you feeling today? And are you ready to talk about self-motivation?
Hi, Anna. I am feeling great and very motivated today, which is perfect for our topic. Hello to all our wonderful listeners. Self-motivation is one of my favorite subjects. I think about it a lot because, honestly, staying motivated is something I have personally struggled with over the years. I've had periods of very high energy and ambition, and other periods of feeling completely stuck. Learning about self-motivation helped me understand why that happens and what to do about it. And the good news is, self-motivation is a skill. You can learn it and get better at it over time. That is very encouraging. So let's explore this topic together today. Anna, let's start from the beginning. What exactly is self-motivation?
Great question. Self-motivation is the inner drive that makes you want to do something or achieve something without needing someone else to push you. When you are self-motivated, you start things by yourself. You keep going by yourself. You don't wait for your boss, your teacher, or your parents to tell you what to do. You just do it because you want to. There are two types of motivation. The first is external motivation. This means you do something because of an outside reward, like money, praise, or grades. The second is internal motivation. You do something because it makes you feel happy, proud, or fulfilled inside. Self-motivation is mostly about internal motivation. Mark, what do you think is the difference between the two types in everyday life?
The difference is very important in everyday life. External motivation works well for a short time. For example, if your boss gives you a bonus, you feel motivated for a while. But when the bonus is gone, the motivation often disappears too. Internal motivation lasts longer because it comes from inside you. For example, when I started learning to cook, nobody asked me to do it and nobody paid me. I did it because I found it fun and creative. That internal joy kept me going for months. I practiced every weekend. Now I cook very well. External motivation can start things, but internal motivation sustains them. So if you want to stay motivated over a long time, it helps to find something that you genuinely care about and enjoy. Anna, do you think some people are naturally more motivated than others?
That is a great question. I think some people seem naturally more energetic and driven, but I believe motivation is mostly a skill and a habit, not just a fixed personality trait. Some people learned good motivation habits early in life, maybe from their parents or teachers. Others had to learn later, but anyone can build stronger motivation at any age. What matters more than natural personality is your mindset, how you think about challenges, effort, and failure. People with a growth mindset believe they can improve through effort. They see failure as a lesson, not as proof that they are not good enough. That mindset creates strong self-motivation. People with a fixed mindset think abilities are fixed. You either have them or you don't. That thinking kills motivation. Mark, have you heard of the growth mindset before?
Yes. The growth mindset comes from the work of psychologist Carol Dweck. She did many years of research and found that students who believed their abilities could grow and improve performed much better than students who believed their abilities were fixed. It is a very powerful idea. I remember when I first heard about it, I realized I had been using a fixed mindset in some areas of my life. For example, I always said, I am bad at math. That's just who I am. That belief stopped me from even trying to get better. When I changed to a growth mindset and said, I can improve at math if I practice and get help, everything changed. I started trying harder and I did improve. Your beliefs about yourself directly affect your motivation. Anna, how did you first learn about self-motivation?
I started learning about self-motivation after a difficult year in my mid-20s. I had big dreams. I wanted to start my own small business, improve my English, travel more, and get healthy. But I wasn't doing any of those things. I had the dreams, but not the action. I felt frustrated and confused. Why could I not just do the things I wanted to do?
I started reading books about habits and motivation. One book that changed my life was about setting clear goals and taking small actions every day. I learned that motivation doesn't always come first. Sometimes action comes first and motivation follows. That was a completely new idea for me. I thought you had to feel motivated before you could act, but actually, you often feel motivated after you start acting. Mark, what do you think about that idea?
I think that idea is one of the most useful things anyone can learn about motivation. Many people wait to feel motivated before they begin. They say, I will start exercising when I feel more energetic, or I will study when I feel like it. But that feeling often never comes, or it comes and goes very quickly. The secret is to start even when you don't feel like it. Start small. Do just 2 minutes. Just open the book. Just put on your shoes. That small start usually creates a little momentum, and momentum builds motivation. I heard someone compare it to pushing a heavy cart. It's hardest to move at the very beginning, but once it starts rolling, it's much easier to keep going. Starting is always the hardest part. Have you experienced this, Anna?
Yes, absolutely. This is something I experience almost every week. For example, I go for morning walks. There are many mornings when I wake up and I really don't want to go. My bed is warm and comfortable, and going outside in the cold seems terrible. But I have a rule. I just put on my walking shoes. That's it. Just the shoes. Once I have my shoes on, I almost always go. And once I am outside and walking, I feel wonderful. I am always happy I went. I never come home and think, I wish I had stayed in bed. The motivation follows the action. This is called the 2-minute rule by some coaches. You just commit to 2 minutes of anything. Often, 2 minutes turns into 20. What small actions help you start when you don't feel motivated, Mark?
For me, the biggest small action is making my bed in the morning. It sounds so simple and almost silly, but it works for me. When I make my bed, I have already completed one task. My brain feels a small win and it wants another. That feeling of completion gives me energy and a sense of control over the day. Another small action I use is writing one sentence in my journal first thing in the morning. Just one sentence about how I feel or what I want from the day. Once I write that one sentence, I usually write more. These entry point habits are very powerful. They lower the barrier to starting. The hardest part of any task is beginning. Make the beginning as small as possible, and you make it easy to start. Let's talk about goals now, Anna. How important are goals for self-motivation?
Goals are extremely important for self-motivation. Without a clear goal, motivation has nowhere to go. Imagine you are driving a car, but you have no destination. You would just drive around without purpose. Goals give you direction. They tell you where to go and why. But not all goals are created equal. I think goals need to be specific and personal. A goal like, I want to be healthier, is too vague. A better goal is, I will walk for 30 minutes 3 times a week for the next month. That is specific, measurable, and realistic. Also, the goal needs to be your goal, not your parents' goal, not your teacher's goal, not what society says you should want. Goals that come from your own values and desires create much stronger motivation. Mark, how do you set your goals?
I use a simple system that I learned a few years ago. I set goals in 3 time frames. First, I have a big long-term goal, something I want in the next 1 to 3 years. For example, improving my professional skills or building a healthy lifestyle. Second, I break that big goal into smaller monthly goals. What can I do this month to move toward the big goal? Third, I break the monthly goal into weekly actions. What will I do this week, specifically? This system makes big, scary goals feel manageable. Instead of thinking, I want to write a book someday, which feels impossible, I think, I will write 200 words today. 200 words a day becomes a book over time. Small steps, big results. Do you write down your goals, Anna?
Yes, writing goals down is very important to me. There's a well-known idea that people who write their goals are much more likely to achieve them. When you write a goal, it becomes more real and more serious. It moves from a vague wish in your head to a clear intention on paper. I write my goals in my journal at the beginning of every month, and I review them every week. Reviewing goals regularly is just as important as writing them. It keeps your attention focused. We are very easily distracted by social media, by other people's opinions, by daily problems. Reviewing your goals brings you back to what matters to you. I also write why next to each goal. Why do I want this? The why is very powerful. It is the fuel for motivation. Mark, let's talk about the why. How important is knowing your why?
Knowing your why is perhaps the most important thing in self-motivation. The why is your reason for doing something. And the deeper and more personal the reason, the more powerful the motivation. For example, someone might say their goal is to exercise. Their why could be to lose weight, to feel more energetic, to be healthy for their children, or to feel confident. The last two reasons, being there for children, feeling confident, are emotionally strong. They connect to core human needs. When things get hard, those deep reasons keep you going. A shallow why breaks under pressure. A deep why holds. I think it is worth spending time asking yourself honestly, why do I really want this? What will it mean for my life? The answer reveals a lot. Anna, what is a why that has driven you strongly?
One of my strongest whys was learning English seriously. My surface reason was I want a better job, but when I dug deeper, the real reason was I want to communicate with people from all over the world. I want to read books in their original language. I want to travel freely and not feel lost. I want to feel confident and capable. Those deeper reasons were very emotional for me. They connected to my identity and my dreams. On days when studying English was boring or hard, I remembered those reasons and kept going. Now I'm here, hosting an English podcast. The why really works. I also think it helps to picture yourself after you achieve the goal. How will you feel? What will your life look like? That visualization is a great motivator. Do you use visualization, Mark?
Yes, visualization is a technique used by many athletes, performers, and successful people. You close your eyes and imagine yourself achieving your goal in detail. What do you see? What do you hear? How do you feel? The more vivid and detailed the image, the better. Your brain responds to a strong mental image in a way that is similar to actually experiencing it. It builds confidence and desire. I use visualization when I have a big presentation or a new challenge. I close my eyes and picture myself doing it confidently and well. It reduces my fear and increases my motivation. But I also think visualization should be paired with planning and action. Just imagining a goal without working toward it is just daydreaming. You need both the dream and the plan. Let's talk about planning now, Anna. How does a plan help motivation?
A plan is like a map for your motivation. Without a plan, you have a goal, but you don't know how to get there. That uncertainty is very discouraging. You feel overwhelmed and don't know where to start. A clear, simple plan removes that confusion. It says, do this today, do this tomorrow, do this next week. You follow the steps, and slowly you move forward. I keep my plans very simple. I don't write complicated systems. I just write 3 things I will do today that move me toward my goal. Just 3 things. That is manageable and not overwhelming. I also plan for obstacles. I ask myself, what might stop me today? And what will I do if that happens? This kind of planning makes me feel prepared and confident. Mark, what do you do when your plan doesn't work?
When my plan doesn't work, I try not to treat it as a failure. I treat it as information. Something didn't work. Okay, why? Was the plan too ambitious? Was the timing wrong? Was I missing a skill or resource? I ask those questions and I adjust. Flexibility is very important in self-motivation. Many people have an all-or-nothing mindset. If they miss one day of exercise, they say, I failed. I give up. But that is not realistic. Life is messy. Plans change. The key is not to be perfect, it is to be persistent. Persist means you keep going even after small failures. I sometimes think of motivation like a bouncing ball. You will drop it sometimes. That is normal. The important thing is to pick it back up again. How do you handle failure and setbacks, Anna?
Handling failure is one of the most important skills for self-motivation. When something goes wrong, my first step is to allow myself to feel disappointed, but only for a short time. I give myself one day to feel bad. Then I move on. I think it is important to allow negative feelings, but not to live in them forever. After that short feeling time, I look at what happened objectively. What went wrong? What can I learn? What will I do differently? I write these things down. This turns a failure into a lesson. It keeps my self-respect and my forward momentum. I also remind myself of past successes. When I doubt myself after a failure, I look at my journal and read about times I succeeded. That reminder gives me confidence to try again. Let's talk about confidence and motivation. Are they connected, Mark?
Yes, confidence and motivation are deeply connected. When you feel confident, you believe you can do something, so you try. When you try and succeed, your confidence grows. And growing confidence increases your motivation. It's a positive cycle. But the opposite is also true. When you feel low confidence, you doubt yourself and avoid trying. When you avoid things, you miss the chance to succeed, and that decreases your motivation further. So how do you build confidence? Mainly through small successes. You set a small, achievable goal. You achieve it, you feel proud and capable. You set another small goal. Over time, these small wins build a strong foundation of confidence. I always say success builds success. One small win is the seed of the next. Anna, what gives you confidence when you feel low?
When I feel low in confidence, a few things help me. First, I remember my past wins. I have a small list I keep in my journal, moments when I did something I was proud of. Reading that list reminds me that I am capable. Second, I do something I am already good at. If I feel insecure about a new challenge, I first do a task I know I can complete well. That small success warms up my confidence, like stretching before exercise. Third, I talk to someone who believes in me. Sometimes we need a friend to remind us of our strengths. We can be very blind to our own abilities. Having one or two people who genuinely support you is incredibly valuable for motivation. Mark, how does the people around us affect our self-motivation?
The people around us have a huge effect on our motivation, probably more than we realize. Research shows that we are strongly influenced by the habits and attitudes of the people we spend the most time with. If you are surrounded by motivated, positive, ambitious people, their energy is contagious. You naturally start to think and act like them. But if you spend most of your time with people who complain, give up easily, or discourage new ideas, that energy is also contagious, in a negative direction. I'm not saying you should abandon friends who struggle, but I do think you should be intentional about where you spend your energy and who you listen to. Find people who inspire you. Spend more time with them. Their motivation will feed yours. Do you have people like that in your life, Anna?
Yes, I have a few people who are very important for my motivation. My best friend is a very hardworking and creative person. When I am around her, I feel more energetic and ambitious. She inspires me without even trying. I also follow a few people online, writers, coaches, creators, whose work and words inspire me. Reading their stories or watching their videos helps me feel connected to a bigger world of motivated people. I think community is very powerful for motivation. Many people join groups or clubs, running groups, study groups, online communities, where everyone shares the same goal. That shared energy is very motivating. You feel less alone in your efforts, and when others see your progress, it encourages you to continue. Have you ever joined a group to help with motivation, Mark?
Yes, a few years ago I joined a running group. I'm not a natural runner. I find it hard and I used to hate it. But when I started running with a group every Saturday morning, everything changed. I did not want to let the group down. I knew they would be there, and I didn't want to be the person who didn't show up. That social commitment was very motivating. Over time, I also started to enjoy the conversations during the runs. And the feeling of finishing a run with a group is wonderful. You celebrate together. I went from hating running to looking forward to Saturdays. The group changed my motivation completely. Commitment to others is a very powerful tool for motivation. When you make a promise to yourself, it's easy to break. When you make a promise to others, it's much harder. Anna, let's talk about habits and routines now.
Yes, habits and routines are incredibly important for self-motivation. Here's the thing about motivation. It naturally goes up and down. Some days you feel very driven and energetic. Other days you feel flat and unmotivated. If your progress depends only on your feelings, you will be very inconsistent. But if your progress depends on habits and routines, you keep moving forward even on low motivation days. A habit is an automatic behavior. You do it without thinking too much. You brush your teeth every morning, not because you feel motivated, but because it is a habit. You can build the same kind of automatic behavior around your goals. If studying English every morning becomes a habit, you will do it whether you feel motivated or not. Consistency beats motivation every single time. Mark, how do you build good habits?
Building good habits is a skill. I follow a few simple principles. First, I make the habit very easy to start. If the habit is too hard at the beginning, I will avoid it. So I start with the smallest possible version. Want to read more? Start with 1 page a night. Want to exercise? Start with 5 minutes. Once the habit is established, I can gradually increase it. Second, I link the new habit to an existing one, habit stacking. After I drink my morning coffee, I will do 10 minutes of English practice. The coffee is the trigger for the new habit. Third, I track my habits. I use a simple calendar and put a mark on every day I do the habit. A streak of marks is very motivating. You don't want to break the chain. These 3 simple steps have helped me build lasting habits. What is a habit you built that changed your life, Anna?
The habit that changed my life most is daily reading. I started reading just 10 pages every night before bed. It seemed like nothing at first, but 10 pages a night is about 300 pages a month. That is 1 or 2 books a month. Over 1 year, I read more than 15 books. Those books changed how I think, how I communicate, and how I see the world. I learned so many new things about psychology, about habits, about history, about creativity. I became a better thinker and a better English speaker, all from 10 pages a night. I never would have believed that at the start. This is a great example of how a tiny, consistent habit creates enormous change over time. The power of small and consistent actions is amazing. Let's talk about procrastination now, Mark. Why do people procrastinate?
Procrastination is one of the biggest enemies of self-motivation. It means you delay doing something even when you know you should do it. You say, "I'll do it later," and later never comes. Why do people procrastinate? It's usually because of one of these reasons. First, the task feels too big or overwhelming. Second, there's a fear of failure. If you don't start, you can't fail. Third, there's a fear of imperfection. You want to do it perfectly, so you wait for the perfect moment that never arrives. Fourth, the task is boring or unpleasant. Understanding why you are procrastinating is the first step to stopping it. Each reason needs a different solution. For the too big reason, break the task into tiny pieces. For the fear of failure reason, remind yourself that done is better than perfect. Anna, what is your best tip for fighting procrastination?
My best tip for fighting procrastination is the 5-minute commitment. When I don't want to start something, I tell myself, just do it for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, you can stop if you want. Almost always after 5 minutes, I am already working, and I keep going. The starting was the barrier, not the task itself. Another tip I love is removing distractions before I start. I put my phone in another room. I close unnecessary browser tabs. I make myself a cup of tea.
Then I sit down with everything ready and nothing to distract me. A clear environment helps a clear mind. I also use a timer. I work for 25 minutes with full focus, then take a 5-minute break. This is called the Pomodoro technique. It makes long tasks feel very manageable. Have you tried the Pomodoro technique, Mark?
Yes, the Pomodoro technique is excellent. Working for 25 minutes with full focus, then resting for 5 minutes, then repeating, it keeps your brain fresh and makes deep work very achievable. I use it for writing, studying, and complex tasks. But even simpler than Pomodoro is just removing your phone from the room. I think the smartphone is the #1 killer of self-motivation in the modern world. Every notification is a little interruption. Every scroll through social media is 5 or 10 minutes of your goal time gone. I started leaving my phone in another room when I work or study, and my productivity increased enormously. We are not strong as our habits. Our environment often controls us. So, design your environment to support your goals, not to distract from them. Anna, let's talk about energy and self-motivation. Are they connected?
Absolutely. Energy and motivation are very closely connected. When your energy is low, even small tasks feel impossible. When your energy is high, you feel motivated to do many things. So taking care of your physical energy is a form of self-motivation. This means sleeping enough, eating nutritious food, moving your body regularly, and taking real breaks. I noticed that my most motivated periods always coincide with the times I sleep well and exercise regularly. My lowest motivation periods are always when I am tired, eating poorly, or sitting too much. Many people try to push through low energy with willpower or caffeine, but that only works for a short time. The sustainable solution is to manage your energy levels through good physical habits. Motivation follows energy. Mark, when during the day are you most motivated?
I am definitely a morning person. I feel most sharp, creative, and motivated in the first 2 to 3 hours after I wake up. That's when I do my most important and creative work. I protect those morning hours very carefully. I do not check social media or emails until I've finished my most important task of the day. After lunch, my energy naturally drops a little. I use that lower energy time for smaller, routine tasks, answering messages, organizing, reading. In the late afternoon, my energy often comes back a little, but not as strongly as the morning. Understanding your own energy patterns is very useful for self-motivation. Schedule your hardest, most important tasks for your highest energy time. Don't waste your peak hours on easy tasks. Do you know your own energy patterns, Anna?
Yes, I am also more productive in the mornings. My mind feels clearest before noon. I use that time for writing, learning, or anything that requires real concentration. In the afternoons, I feel slower, so I use that time for lighter work, organizing, responding to messages, doing simple tasks. I also discovered that short afternoon walks boost my energy significantly. Even a 10-minute walk outside around 3 o'clock gives me a second wave of motivation and energy for the rest of the day. I think people underestimate the power of movement as an energy booster. When you feel unmotivated and sluggish, the best thing to do is often the thing you least want to do. Get up and move. It almost always helps. Mark, let's talk about self-talk. How does the way we talk to ourselves affect motivation?
Self-talk has an enormous effect on motivation. The words we say to ourselves in our heads are like a constant background voice, and that voice is either encouraging or discouraging. Many people have a very harsh inner critic. They say things to themselves like, "You're so lazy," "You always fail," or "You will never be good enough." That kind of self-talk destroys motivation. If a friend talked to you like that, you would stop spending time with them. But we say these things to ourselves all day. The good news is that you can change your self-talk. It takes practice, but it is possible. Notice when the negative voice appears. Challenge it. Replace it with something kinder and more realistic. Instead of, "I can't do this," try, "This is hard, but I can try one step at a time." That small shift changes your whole emotional state. Anna, how do you practice positive self-talk?
I practice positive self-talk in several ways.
First, I pay attention to my thoughts when I face a challenge. If I hear a negative thought, I name it. I say, "Oh, there's the inner critic again." Naming it gives me distance from it. It reminds me that the thought is not the truth, it is just a habit. Second, I have a few go-to phrases I use when I need encouragement. For example, one step at a time. Progress is more important than perfection. I have done hard things before. These phrases are short and simple, but they shift my mindset quickly. Third, I sometimes speak to myself in the third person. Instead of, "I can't do this," I say, "Anna, you can do this." Research shows this technique, talking to yourself by name, creates useful emotional distance and increases self-control and motivation. Do you ever use encouraging phrases, Mark?
Yes, I have a few personal mantras, short phrases I repeat to myself when I need strength. One of mine is, "Start before you're ready." It reminds me not to wait for the perfect conditions. Another one is, "Discipline is freedom." At first, this sounds strange. How can discipline be freedom? But I have found it to be very true. When I am disciplined about my goals and habits, I actually feel freer. I have more energy, more time, and more confidence. Discipline creates the life I want. Without discipline, I drift and feel lost. Another phrase I love is, "Compare yourself to who you were yesterday, not to who someone else is today." Comparing yourself to others is very damaging to motivation. The only competition that matters is with your past self. Are you better today than yesterday? That is what counts. Anna, what is your personal mantra?
My personal mantra is, "Done is better than perfect." I need to remind myself of this often because I have perfectionist tendencies. I sometimes delay finishing things because they are not quite right. But perfectionism, as we discussed before, is a motivation killer. It keeps you stuck. Done is better than perfect reminds me that completing something imperfect is 1,000 times more valuable than an unfinished masterpiece that exists in my imagination. I also love the phrase, "Every day is a new start." When I have a bad day or miss a habit, I remind myself that tomorrow is a fresh beginning. The past day is gone. I can choose differently tomorrow. That idea takes the pressure off and keeps me motivated to try again.
Before we say goodbye today, I want to leave our listeners with a few final thoughts. Self-motivation is not about being perfect. It is not about feeling excited every single day. It's about building habits, knowing your why, taking small steps, and being kind to yourself when things are hard. Every person listening today has goals and dreams inside them. The question is not whether those goals are possible, they probably are. The question is, will you take the first small step today? Not tomorrow, not next Monday, today. One step, no matter how small. That step is the beginning of everything. I believe in every person listening. You have what it takes. And remember, motivation follows action. So go take that first step. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you, Anna, for this wonderful conversation today.
Thank you, Mark. This was such an energizing and inspiring conversation. And a huge thank you to all of you who listened today. I hope this episode gave you something useful, a new idea, a tip, a phrase, or just the reminder that you are capable of more than you think. Self-motivation is a skill, and like any skill, it grows with practice and patience. Be patient with yourself. Celebrate your small wins. Find your why. Build tiny habits. Surround yourself with people who inspire you. And please, be kind to your inner voice. You are your own most important coach. If this podcast helped you even a little, please share it with a friend who might need some motivation today. Come back next time for more friendly English conversations. Until then, keep going. You've got this. Goodbye from me, Anna. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. This podcast is for beginners who are learning English, and we always try to make our episodes fun, simple, and useful. Today, we have a really great topic for you. We are going to talk about 3 small but very important English words: much, many, and more. A lot of beginners feel confused about these words, and that is completely okay. By the end of this episode, I promise you will feel much more confident. Let me introduce my co-host. His name is Mark.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Anna. I am really happy to be here today. Hi to all our wonderful listeners. Yes, today's topic is much, many, and more. And trust me, these three little words come up every single day in English. You hear them in shops, in classrooms, at restaurants, and in conversations. For beginners, they can sometimes feel a little tricky, but don't worry. Anna and I are going to explain everything step by step in very simple language with lots of easy examples. So get comfortable, maybe make yourself a nice drink, relax, and let's start learning together. Let's go, Anna.
Okay, so let's start with the word much. I think much is a word that beginners often use in the wrong way. So, Mark, can you please explain what much means and when exactly we use it? I want to start from the very beginning so our listeners can really understand the foundation of today's topic. The most important thing is knowing what kind of noun goes with much. Is it for things we can count, like apples or books, or for things we cannot count, like water or time? Please explain it in the simplest and clearest way possible.
Great question to start with, Anna. So, much is used with uncountable nouns. Uncountable nouns are things we cannot count one by one individually. For example, water, milk, money, time, information, and music. We cannot say one water or two musics. It just does not work that way. So we use much with these kinds of words. Here are some simple examples. How much water do you drink every day? And I don't have much time right now. You will notice that much is very common in questions and in negative sentences. Just remember the key rule. If you cannot count it, use much. Simple.
Perfect. So much is for uncountable nouns, things we cannot count. That makes a lot of sense. Now let's move on and talk about many. I think many works in a similar way to much, but for a different type of noun. Am I right? Can you explain what kind of noun goes with many? I want our listeners to clearly understand the difference between much and many from the very beginning. Let's give some nice, clear examples with many, maybe with fruit or people or everyday objects. I think concrete examples really help beginners understand grammar rules much better.
Yes, Anna, exactly right. Many is used with countable nouns. Countable nouns are things we can count one by one. One apple, two apples, three apples. So we use many with those words. Here are some clear examples. How many apples do you have? And I don't have many friends in this new city. Also, there are many students in the classroom today. Just like much, we most often use many in questions and in negative sentences. The simple, easy-to-remember rule is this. If you can count it, use many. Countable noun equals many. Uncountable noun equals much. Once you know this rule, everything gets easier.
So the rule is clear. Much for uncountable, many for countable. I love that. But I have a question that I think many of our listeners are also wondering about. Can we use much and many in positive sentences? Like, can I say, I have much money, or I have many books? I have heard that sometimes these words sound strange or too formal in positive sentences. Is that true? I think this is really important to know because beginners often make this kind of mistake. Can you explain when these words sound natural and when a different word might be a better choice?
Yes, great point, Anna. This is something that confuses many beginners. In positive sentences, much and many can sound a little stiff and formal. For example, I have much money sounds like something from an old formal book, not like everyday conversation. In natural, casual speaking, we usually say I have a lot of money instead. The same is true for many. I have many books is grammatically correct, but I have a lot of books sounds more friendly and natural. So in positive sentences, a lot of is almost always the better choice for everyday conversation. But in questions and negatives, much and many are perfect and totally natural.
Oh, that is so helpful and practical. So, in positive sentences, a lot of sounds more natural. I will definitely remember that. But now I am wondering, is a lot of used with both countable and uncountable nouns? Because we just said that much is for uncountable and many is for countable. They are different. But what about a lot of? Does it work for both kinds of nouns? I think this is really important for our listeners to understand because a lot of seems like a very easy and flexible phrase. Can you quickly explain this before we move on to the word more?
Yes, a lot of is wonderful because it works with both countable and uncountable nouns. That is exactly why it is so popular and so useful in everyday English. You can say a lot of water. Water is uncountable, and it is correct. And you can say a lot of apples. Apples are countable, and it is also correct. Both sentences are natural and easy. So if you are ever not sure whether to use much or many in a positive sentence, just use a lot of instead. It is almost always a safe and natural choice. For questions and negatives, though, much and many are still your best friends.
So, a lot of works for both types. What a great shortcut for beginners. Now, let's move to our third word, more. I feel like more is a little different from much and many. It is not just about counting, right? I think we use more when we are comparing things or when we want an extra amount of something. For example, if I am still hungry after dinner and I want extra food, I say, I want more food. Or if one student studies harder than another, we say, she studies more. Can you help explain the main uses of more? I think there are a few different ways to use it.
Yes, more is very useful and has a few important jobs in English. First, it is the comparative form of both much and many. So much becomes more, and many also becomes more. For example, I have more money than you. That's comparing two amounts. She has more friends than me. Also a comparison. Second, more means extra or additional. Like, can I have more water, please? You want extra water. I need more time to finish. You need additional time. Third, more works with both countable and uncountable nouns, which makes it very flexible and easy to use in many different situations.
Oh, so more is the comparative of both much and many. That is a really interesting point. So we never say mucher or manier. We always just say more. That is actually nice. It makes comparing things very simple. I think some beginners might try to say more many or more much, which of course is wrong. The correct and simple word is just more. Mark, can you give a few more clear example sentences with more so our listeners can really hear how naturally it sounds? Maybe 3 or 4 simple sentences showing different ways to use more in real contexts.
Sure, let me give you some clear and simple examples. First, I want more coffee. This means extra coffee. Coffee is uncountable. Second, she has more cats than I do. This is a comparison. Cats are countable. Third, we need more information about this topic. Extra information. Information is uncountable. Fourth, he exercises more than his older brother. Comparing habits. No noun is needed here, just more. Fifth, please give me more time to think. Extra time. See how flexible more is in all these different situations? And please remember, never say more much or more many. Just more is completely correct and enough.
Those examples are so helpful and very clear. Now I want to specifically talk about questions with how much and how many. I think beginners hear these two phrases absolutely everywhere, in shops, at restaurants, in the classroom, at the doctor. Mark, can you clearly explain the difference between using how much and how many in questions? I really believe that if our listeners can master these two important question forms, it will help them so much in their daily life in English. These questions come up in real conversations every single day in so many very different situations.
Absolutely. How much and how many are extremely useful for everyday communication. How much is for uncountable nouns. You use it to ask about price or quantity of things you cannot count. For example, how much does this jacket cost? Asking about price. How much milk do we have left? Asking about quantity. How many is for countable nouns. For example, how many oranges do you want? Or how many people are coming to the dinner? Here's a simple trick to remember the difference. If you can put a number directly in front of the noun, 3 oranges, 5 people, use how many. If you can't, use how much.
I love that trick so much. If you can put a number in front of the noun, use how many. If you cannot, use how much. That is so easy to remember. Now, I see a very common mistake that beginners often make. Sometimes students say, "How much books do you have?" instead of "How many books?" Or they say, "How many water do you drink?" instead of "How much water?" These mix-ups happen a lot. Why do you think students confuse much and many? And what can they practically do every day to practice and remember the difference between these two important words?
This is a really important question. I think students mix them up mainly because in their native language, there is often just one single word for both much and many. So they translate directly from their language and naturally make mistakes. The best way to practice is to always think about the noun first. Ask yourself, can I count this thing? Books, yes, I can count books, so use many. Water, no, I cannot count water like individual things, so use much. A great exercise, make 2 simple lists, one list of countable nouns and one list of uncountable nouns. Then practice making questions every day with how much and how many. It really works.
Making 2 lists, that is such a practical and easy tip. Now, let me ask you about a very common real-life situation where we use all of these words, shopping. When we go to a shop, we hear much, many, and more constantly. We ask about prices, quantities, and extra items. Mark, can you give some natural example sentences or a small shopping conversation that uses all 3 of these words? I think real-life context is the absolute best way for beginners to understand how to actually use grammar in practice. Shopping is something that every single person does regularly.
Great idea. Here are some natural shopping examples. First, how much does this cost? Asking the price, using how much. Second, how many apples would you like, sir? A shop assistant asking about quantity. Third, can I have more bread, please? Just a little more. Asking for extra bread. Fourth, I don't have much money today, so I'll buy fewer things. Much with uncountable money, fewer with countable things. These are all completely natural sentences you might hear or say in any real shop. If you can use these phrases confidently, you will feel great when shopping in English. Practice them at home.
Those shopping examples are wonderful and very useful. Now, let me also ask about cooking. We talk about much and many all the time in recipes and in the kitchen, like how much flour do you need, or how many eggs should I add? I think food and cooking vocabulary is actually perfect for practicing these important grammar words. Mark, can you give a few more examples from cooking or food? Maybe imagine a simple recipe conversation where someone uses much, many, and more in a completely natural and easy-to-follow way. I think our listeners will really enjoy this context.
Sure. Cooking is absolutely perfect for practicing these words. Imagine someone is making a simple cake. They might ask, how much flour do we need? Flour is uncountable. How many eggs should I add to the bowl? Eggs are countable and easy to count. Do we have enough sugar or do we need more? More meaning extra amount. How much milk goes into the batter? Milk is uncountable. How many cups of water does this recipe need? Cups are countable here. In just one simple recipe, you naturally use all 3 words. The kitchen is honestly a fantastic place to practice real English grammar every day. Try it.
I love that idea. Practice your grammar while you cook. Okay, now I want to talk about a topic that surprises many beginners: uncountable nouns that look like they should be countable. For example, news. It ends in the letter S, so it looks plural, like it should be countable, but it is actually uncountable. We say the news is interesting today, not the news are interesting. And we say how much news, not how many news. I think discovering these surprising grammar facts is actually fun. Mark, are there other nouns that beginners are often surprised to find out are uncountable?
Oh yes, there are quite a few surprising uncountable nouns that confuse learners. Hair is one. We say she has beautiful hair, not she has beautiful hairs. Money is uncountable. We count dollars and coins, but the word money itself is uncountable. Work is another. I have a lot of work today, not I have many works. Homework is always uncountable. Music, art, weather, traffic, and luggage are all uncountable too. So we say, how much luggage do you have, not how many luggages. The best approach is to simply learn these words one by one and practice them in sentences regularly. It becomes natural over time.
Those are really great and helpful examples. Homework is uncountable, so students should always say, how much homework do you have, not how many homeworks. Every student learning English needs to know that important fact. Now, let me bring the word more back into our conversation. We already said that more is the comparative form of much and many. But more is also used in the very common structure more than, which compares two things or amounts directly. Can you explain more than with some simple examples? I think this structure appears all the time in everyday English when people compare two cities, two prices, two people, or two amounts.
Yes, more than is an extremely useful and common structure. We use it to directly compare two things. For example, London has more people than my hometown, comparing two places. I drink more water than juice every day, comparing two drinks. She earns more money than her colleague, comparing amounts. The basic structure is simple. Subject plus verb plus more plus noun plus than plus the second thing. Or without a noun. He exercises more than she does. This structure is also used with longer adjectives. This film is more interesting than that one. For today's topic, just focus on more plus noun plus than. It is very common and very useful in daily life.
More plus noun plus than. Great structure to remember. Now, let me also briefly mention the opposite of more. If more means a larger amount, what do we use for a smaller amount? I think it is less for uncountable nouns and fewer for countable nouns. A lot of beginners just use less for everything, but I have heard that fewer is the more correct word when talking about countable things. Can you explain this difference? I know it is a small point, but I think it is good for our listeners to learn correct English from the very beginning of their studies.
You are completely right, Anna. The opposite of more for uncountable nouns is less. For example, I want less sugar in my tea today. I have less money this month than last month. For countable nouns, the technically correct word is fewer. For example, there are fewer students in the class today. I have fewer problems now than before. However, and this is important for beginners to know, in everyday casual speech, many native English speakers say less for everything, even with countable nouns. You will often hear less people or less cars in real life. For writing and formal situations, try to use fewer for countable nouns. In casual speech, less is widely accepted and understood.
So fewer is technically correct for countable nouns, but in real everyday conversation, less is used very commonly for both. That is interesting. It shows that grammar rules and real-life language are sometimes a little different. English is a living language, and it changes over time. I think that is actually good news for beginners. You do not need to be perfect to communicate effectively. Okay, I want to do a fun little quiz now for our listeners. I will give a sentence with a blank, and Mark will fill in the correct word. First sentence, I don't have blank time to finish this task.
Okay, let me think about this carefully. The sentence is, I don't have blank time to finish this task. The key noun here is time. Now, can I count time? Can I say one time, two times in this context? In this sentence, no. We are talking about time as an uncountable quantity, not individual occasions. So time here is uncountable, which means we need much. The complete correct sentence is, I don't have much time to finish this task. Notice also that this is a negative sentence with don't have, and much is especially natural and common in negative sentences and questions. Great sentence, Anna. Give me the next one.
Great explanation. Now, the second quiz sentence, she has blank friends than her brother. Listeners, take a moment and think about it before Mark answers. The key question is, are we counting something or comparing something? And what is the noun in the sentence? Friends. Can we count friends? Yes, we can. 1 friend, 2 friends, 3 friends. So friends is definitely a countable noun. But we also have the word than in the sentence, which tells us something important about which word to use. What do you think? Mark, please give the answer and explain the reason clearly.
Good one, Anna. The sentence is, she has blank friends than her brother. Let's carefully look at the clues. First clue, the noun is friends, which is clearly countable. Second clue, the word than tells us we are making a direct comparison between two people, her and her brother. Whenever we compare and say one person or thing has a larger amount of something, we use more. So the correct answer is, she has more friends than her brother. Remember, more is the comparative form of both much and many. And whenever you see than in a sentence like this, you almost always need more before the noun, not much or many. Very clear rule.
Perfect! Okay, one final quiz question for our listeners. How blank water do you drink every day? This one should be quite clear for our listeners by now after everything we have carefully learned today. The noun here is water. The important question is water countable or uncountable? Can you say 1 water, 2 waters as individual things in normal everyday use? No, you cannot. Water flows freely. It does not come in individual countable pieces. So what is the correct question word? Much or many? I think our listeners know the answer already. Let's hear it from Mark with a clear and simple explanation of the reason.
The answer is much. The correct sentence is, how much water do you drink every day? Water is uncountable. We cannot count individual drops of water in normal conversation, so we use how much, not how many. How many water is incorrect and would sound very strange to a native English speaker. The simple rule, which we have now said many times today, how much goes with uncountable nouns and how many goes with countable nouns. I think our listeners are doing really wonderfully. These 3 quiz questions were excellent practice. Well done to everyone who answered correctly at home.
Thank you, everyone. I think that quiz was really useful for solidifying what we have learned. Now, I also want to talk about a very polite and natural-sounding pair of phrases. A little more and a few more. I hear these in conversations all the time, like, can I have a little more water? Or, I just need a few more minutes. These phrases sound very soft and polite when you ask for a small, extra amount of something. Can you explain when we use a little more versus a few more? I think the countable and uncountable rule applies here again, just like with much and many.
Exactly right, Anna. The same rule applies. A little more is used with uncountable nouns. For example, can I have a little more water? Water is uncountable. I need a little more time to think. Time is uncountable. A few more is used with countable nouns. For example, I need a few more minutes, please. Minutes are countable. She wants a few more apples from the market. Apples are countable and easy to count. So a little and a few both mean a small amount, but the rule about countable and uncountable nouns still applies. These phrases are very polite, very natural, and you will hear them often in everyday English conversation.
So a little more for uncountable and a few more for countable. The rule is always consistent. I think that is one of the most helpful things about English grammar. When you learn one rule well, it often applies to many different words and phrases. Not just much and many, but also less and fewer, a little and a few, and a little more and a few more. They all follow the same basic logic about countable and uncountable nouns. Mark, do you think that understanding countable versus uncountable nouns is the single most important key lesson from today's episode?
Yes, absolutely 100%. Understanding countable versus uncountable nouns is the single most important key to using much, many, and more correctly and confidently. If you know whether a noun is countable or uncountable, you will know which word to choose in almost every situation.
My strong advice to beginners is this. Start with the most common nouns in your daily life. Drinks, water, milk, juice, coffee, all uncountable. Foods, bread, rice, sugar, uncountable. But apples, eggs, bananas, biscuits, countable. Practice those everyday nouns first. The more nouns you learn and practice, the easier and more natural all of this grammar will become.
I love that practical advice. Start with daily life vocabulary. Now, I want to make sure we cover one more thing before our summary, the phrase no more, like when something is completely finished or you simply do not want any more of it. For example, there is no more bread in the kitchen, or no more questions, please. This is a little different from not much or not many. Can you explain how no more is used and when it sounds the most natural? I think our listeners will find this phrase very useful in daily conversations, at home, at work, or anywhere.
Great point. No more is simple, direct, and very useful. It means something is completely finished, or you are stopping and want nothing extra. For example, there is no more milk in the fridge. The milk is all gone. No more questions, please. Stop asking questions right now. I want no more coffee, thank you. I do not want any additional coffee. No more is stronger and more final than not much. Not much means a small amount still exists. No more means zero. There is absolutely nothing left. You'll also hear not anymore in spoken English, like I don't drink soda anymore. Both are natural and common. Practice both in sentences.
No more means zero, nothing left at all. That is a really clear and helpful explanation. Okay, I think we have covered so much wonderful material today. Let me now give our listeners a clear summary of everything we have learned in this episode. I will go through the key points one by one. Point 1. Much is used with uncountable nouns, and it is most natural in questions and negative sentences. For example, how much water and I don't have much time. Point 2, many is used with countable nouns, also mainly in questions and negative sentences. For example, how many apples and I don't have many friends. Is that correct so far?
Yes, Anna, that is a perfect summary of the first 2 points. Much with uncountable nouns in questions and negatives. Many with countable nouns in questions and negatives. And I want to add one very important extra point. In positive sentences, a lot of is almost always more natural than much or many. Say, I have a lot of money rather than I have much money. Say, I have a lot of friends rather than I have many friends. A lot of is easy, flexible, and works perfectly with both countable and uncountable nouns. It is a brilliant phrase for beginners who are still learning which nouns are countable and which are not. Please continue the summary.
Thank you for that great addition. And now, point 3, more is the comparative form of both much and many. We use more when comparing two things, like she has more time than me, or he has more friends than his sister. We also use more to ask for or talk about an extra amount of something, like, can I have more water, please? And more works with both countable and uncountable nouns, making it very flexible. Finally, how much is for uncountable nouns, and how many is for countable nouns in questions. These two question forms are incredibly useful in real, everyday life.
What a wonderful and clear summary, Anna. I think today's episode has been really packed with useful and practical information. We talked about much, many, and more, their grammar rules, their meanings, and how to use them naturally in real-life situations, like shopping, cooking, and school. My final message to all our listeners is this. Please do not try to memorize everything at once. Start small. Learn the countable and uncountable rule with your most common daily nouns. Practice a little bit every single day. Make sentences, ask questions out loud, and notice these words when you hear them in songs, movies, or conversations. You will improve faster than you think.
That is such a beautiful and encouraging message to end on. I completely agree. A little practice every day makes a huge difference over time. I am really proud of all our listeners for taking the time to learn with us today. Learning a new language takes courage and patience, and you are doing it. Remember, making mistakes is completely normal and is actually a sign that you are learning and growing. Do not be afraid to use much, many, and more in your conversations starting today. The more you use them, the more natural they will feel. Thank you so much for listening to this episode. You are wonderful.
Thank you, Anna, and a huge thank you to every single one of our wonderful listeners. You gave us your time today, and that truly means a lot to us. Remember these 3 key things: much for uncountable, many for countable, and more for comparing and for extra amounts. Practice every day, even for just 5 or 10 minutes. Notice these words in real life, when you shop, when you cook, when you study. Write example sentences in a notebook. The more you practice, the faster you will feel confident and natural. Take great care of yourselves, keep on learning, and we will see you again in our very next episode. Goodbye, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am very happy to be here with you today. This podcast is for beginners, so we will speak slowly and use simple English. Today, our topic is morning habits. Morning habits are the things we do after we wake up. These small actions can change how we feel during the day. For example, some people drink water, some people exercise, and some people check their phone. I think morning habits are very important because they help us start the day well. I am here with my friend Mark, and we will talk about this together.
Hi, Anna. Hi, everyone. My name is Mark, and I am excited to talk with you today. Thank you for listening to our podcast. Like Anna said, today we will talk about morning habits. Everyone has a different morning routine. Some people wake up early and some wake up late. Some people like a quiet morning and some like music. I think morning habits can affect our mood and energy. A good start can make the whole day better. We will share our habits and ideas in a simple way so you can understand and learn easily.
Thank you, Mark. I agree with you. Morning habits are small, but they are very powerful. In this podcast, we will talk about simple things you can do in the morning. We will use easy words so you can learn English and understand the topic at the same time. Do not worry if you do not understand everything. You can listen again and practice. I hope you feel relaxed and enjoy this conversation. You can also think about your own morning habits while you listen.
Yes, Anna, that is a great idea. Learning English with daily topics is very helpful. Morning habits are part of everyone's life, so it is easy to follow. We will talk like friends so you can feel comfortable. If you want, you can repeat after us. This is a good way to practice speaking. I think it is also a good time to think about how we start our day and how we can make it better.
That's right, Mark. I like that we can learn English and also improve our daily life. Morning habits can be simple, like brushing your teeth, washing your face, or eating breakfast. But these small things can make a big difference. In this podcast, we will share our own routines and ask each other questions. This will help you hear natural English and learn how to talk about your habits.
I think that will be very useful, Anna. Talking about habits is important in daily conversation. You can use simple sentences like, I wake up at 7, or I drink coffee in the morning. These are easy but useful expressions. We will keep everything clear and simple so you can follow us. Do not worry about mistakes. Learning takes time, and that is okay.
Yes, learning step by step is very important. I also think mornings are special because they are the start of a new day. A good morning can make us feel happy and ready. In this podcast, we will talk about what we do, what we like, and what helps us feel good in the morning. I hope you will find some ideas that you can try in your own life.
That is a nice idea, Anna. I also think mornings can be calm and peaceful. It's a good time to think and prepare for the day. Some people like to plan their day in the morning. Others just take it easy. There's no right or wrong way. We will share different ideas so you can choose what you like.
I like that, Mark. Everyone is different, and that's okay. In this podcast, we will not say what is right or wrong. We will just share simple ideas. You can try them and see what works for you. Also, we will speak slowly so you can understand better. You can pause and repeat if you want.
Yes, that is very helpful for beginners. Repeating is a great way to improve your English. You can also try to answer our questions in your mind. This can help you practice thinking in English. Morning habits are easy to talk about, so it's a good topic for learning.
Thank you, Mark. Before we start, I want to remind our listeners to relax. This is not a test. Just listen and enjoy. You will improve little by little. Morning habits are simple, so you can follow our conversation easily. I hope you feel like you are talking with us.
That's a great message, Anna. We are happy to have you here with us. Thank you for listening to our podcast. Now we are ready for part 1, where we will talk about our own morning habits and simple routines.
In part 1, I want to talk about my morning habits. I usually wake up at 7 in the morning. When I wake up, I do not check my phone first. I try to sit quietly for a minute and take a deep breath. Then I go to the bathroom and wash my face and brush my teeth. After that, I drink a glass of water because it helps my body wake up. Sometimes I do light stretching for 5 minutes. It is very simple, but it makes me feel fresh. Then I prepare a small breakfast like bread and fruit, and I eat slowly.
That sounds like a very nice routine, Anna. My morning habits are a little different. I usually wake up at 7:30, so a bit later than you. The first thing I do is turn off my alarm, and sometimes I check my phone, but I try not to spend too much time on it. Then I go to the bathroom, brush my teeth, and wash my face. After that, I like to drink a cup of coffee because it gives me energy. I do not always stretch, but I sometimes open the window to get fresh air.
I like that you open the window, Mark. Fresh air is very nice in the morning. I also think it helps us feel more awake. After breakfast, I like to plan my day. I write a short list of things I need to do. It is not long, just simple tasks. This helps me feel organized and calm. If I know what I need to do, I do not feel stressed. Sometimes I also listen to soft music while I get ready. It makes my morning feel more peaceful and enjoyable.
That is a great idea, Anna. I do not always plan my day, but I think I should try it. My morning is sometimes a bit busy, so I just get ready quickly. After my coffee, I get dressed and prepare to go out. I usually eat something small, like a banana or a sandwich. I do not have a big breakfast because I don't feel very hungry in the morning. But I know breakfast is important, so I try to eat at least a little before I start my day.
Yes, even a small breakfast is good, Mark. It gives your body some energy. I also think it is important to take time in the morning. If we hurry too much, we can feel stressed. I try to wake up a little earlier so I have time to relax. Even 10 extra minutes can make a big difference. In that time, I can sit quietly or enjoy my tea. It helps me start the day in a calm way.
I understand that, Anna. I think I need to wake up a bit earlier too. Sometimes I feel rushed, and it is not a good feeling. When I have more time, I feel better and more relaxed. I also like to listen to music in the morning when I have time. It makes me feel happy and ready for the day. Music can change my mood in a positive way.
Yes, music is very powerful. It can change how we feel. I also like to keep my mornings simple. I do not try to do too many things. Just a few good habits are enough. For example, drinking water, eating breakfast, and planning my day. These small things help me feel ready. I think it is better to have a simple routine that we can follow every day.
I agree, Anna. Simple routines are easier to keep. If a routine is too long, we may stop doing it. I try to keep my morning easy and quick, but I also want to add some good habits like stretching or planning my day. I think small changes can make a big difference over time.
Yes, small changes are very important. We do not need to change everything at once. Just one new habit can help. For example, drinking water in the morning is very easy, but it is good for our body. Over time, these small habits become part of our life. Then we do them without thinking.
That is true, Anna. Habits become natural when we repeat them. I'd also think it is important to enjoy our morning. If we like our routine, we will continue it. If we do not enjoy it, it will be hard to keep. So it is good to choose habits that we like.
I completely agree, Mark. Enjoying the routine is very important. In part 1, we talked about our own morning habits. We shared simple things like waking up, drinking water, eating breakfast, and listening to music. These are easy ideas that anyone can try.
Yes, Anna, we shared simple and useful habits. Everyone can choose what works best for them. There is no perfect routine. The best routine is the one you can follow every day. Now we are ready to move to part 2, where we will talk about why morning habits are important.
In part 2, let's talk about why morning habits are important. I think a good morning routine helps us start the day in a positive way. When I follow my routine, I feel calm and ready. If I wake up late and hurry, I feel stressed. Morning habits can change our mood. For example, drinking water, stretching, or eating breakfast can give us energy. It is like a signal to our body that the day is starting. When we have a routine, we do not need to think too much. Everything feels easier and more natural.
Yes, Anna, I agree with you. Morning habits are like a guide for the day. When I follow a simple routine, I feel more organized. If I skip my routine, I feel confused and slow. I think a good morning helps us think clearly. For example, when I drink coffee and sit quietly for a few minutes, I feel more focused. Also, morning habits can save time. When we know what to do, we do not waste time thinking or deciding. It makes the morning smooth and simple.
That's a very good point, Mark. Saving time is very important, especially in the morning. I also think morning habits can reduce stress. When we do things slowly and in order, we feel more relaxed. But when we rush, we can feel nervous and tired. A calm morning can help us stay calm during the day. For example, when I plan my day in the morning, I feel less worried. I know what I need to do, so I feel more in control.
I agree, Anna. Planning is very helpful. When I know my tasks, I feel more confident. I also think morning habits can improve our health. For example, drinking water, eating breakfast, and doing light exercise are good for our body. These small actions can help us feel stronger and more active. If we skip these habits, we may feel tired or weak. So a good morning routine is not only about time, but also about health.
Yes, health is very important. I also think morning habits can affect our mind. When we start the day in a calm and positive way, we can think better. For example, if we listen to soft music or take deep breaths, we can feel peaceful. This can help us deal with problems during the day. A good morning can give us a good start, and that can change the whole day.
That is very true, Anna. I also notice that when I have a good morning, I feel more motivated. I want to do my work and complete my tasks. But when my morning is not good, I feel lazy and slow. So I think morning habits can change our energy and motivation. Even small things like making the bed or opening the window can make a difference.
Yes, small things can really help. I also think consistency is important. When we do the same habits every day, our body gets used to them. Then it becomes easier to wake up and start the day. We do not need to think too much. It becomes automatic. This makes our life easier and more comfortable.
I agree, Anna. Doing the same routine every day can build strong habits. It may feel difficult at first, but after some time it becomes natural. I also think morning habits can help us feel more confident. When we complete small tasks in the morning, we feel good. It gives us a positive feeling to start the day.
That's a great point, Mark. Completing small tasks can give us a sense of success. It may be something simple, like drinking water or eating breakfast, but it still feels good. I also think morning habits can give us time for ourselves. Before the day becomes busy, we can have a quiet moment. This is very important for our mind.
Yes, having time for ourselves is very important. In the morning, everything is usually quiet, so it is a good time to relax and think. I think many people forget this and start their day too quickly. But taking even a few minutes can make a big difference. It can help us feel more balanced.
I agree, Mark. In part 2, we talked about why morning habits are important. They help us feel calm, save time, reduce stress, and improve our health. They also help our mind and give us a good start to the day. I think these are very good reasons to build a simple morning routine.
Yes, Anna, we shared many reasons why morning habits are useful. They're simple, but they can change our day in a positive way. I hope our listeners can understand their importance. Now, we are ready to move to part 3, where we will share some easy tips for building good morning habits.
In part 3, let's share some simple tips for building good morning habits. My first tip is to start small. You do not need many habits at once. Just choose 1 or 2 easy things, like drinking water or making your bed. My second tip is to wake up at the same time every day. This helps your body get used to a routine. My third tip is to prepare the night before. For example, you can choose your clothes or plan your breakfast. This makes your morning easier and faster.
Those are great tips, Anna. I want to add some more. First, try not to use your phone right after you wake up. It can make your mind busy too early. Instead, take a few minutes to wake up slowly. Second, you can add a short activity like stretching or walking. It helps your body feel active. Third, try to keep your routine simple and enjoyable. If you like your routine, you will follow it more easily. These small tips can help you build a good morning step by step.
I like your tips, Mark. They are very easy to follow. I also think it is important to be consistent. Try to do your habits every day, even on weekends. This helps your routine become natural. Another tip is to give yourself enough time in the morning. Do not rush. If you wake up a little earlier, you can feel more relaxed. Also, try to create a calm environment. A clean room and soft light can make your morning more peaceful.
Yes, being consistent is very important. I also think it is good to set a simple goal for the morning. For example, you can say, "Today I will drink water and stretch." This makes your routine clear. Another tip is to enjoy your breakfast. Do not eat too fast. Take your time and enjoy your food. It can make your morning more pleasant and give you energy for the day.
That is a nice idea, Mark. Enjoying breakfast is very important. I also think it is good to listen to your body. If you feel very tired, you may need more rest. Do not push yourself too hard. A good routine should help you, not make you feel stressed. Also, you can try different habits and see what works best for you. Everyone is different, so your routine can be unique.
I agree, Anna. Everyone is different, and that's okay. I also think it is good to stay positive. If you miss your routine one day, do not feel bad. Just try again the next day. Building habits takes time. Another tip is to keep your routine short. 10 to 20 minutes is enough for many people. This makes it easier to follow every day.
Yes, keeping it short is a very good idea. I also think it is helpful to make your routine enjoyable. For example, you can listen to your favorite music or drink your favorite tea. These small things can make your morning special. When you enjoy your routine, you will want to continue it.
That's true, Anna. Enjoyment is very important. I also think it is good to track your habits. You can use a notebook or a simple list. When you see your progress, you feel happy and motivated. This can help you continue your routine.
I like that idea, Mark. Tracking can help us stay motivated. I also think it is important to be patient. Habits do not change in one day. It takes time. But if you keep trying, you will see results. Step by step, your morning will become better.
Yes, Anna, patience is key. Small steps can lead to big changes. In part 3, we shared many simple tips like starting small, being consistent, and keeping the routine enjoyable. These tips are easy and practical for daily life.
Thank you, Mark. I think these tips can really help beginners. They are simple and easy to try. In part 3, we focused on how to build good morning habits step by step. I hope our listeners feel ready to try their own routine.
I agree, Anna. We shared many useful ideas. Now we are ready to move to the ending where we will share our final thoughts and say goodbye.
Thank you, everyone, for listening to our podcast today. We talked about morning habits and shared many simple ideas. I hope you learned some new words and useful tips for your daily life. Remember, you do not need a perfect routine. Just start with 1 or 2 small habits, like drinking water or waking up at the same time. Over time, these habits can make your morning better. You can listen again and repeat our sentences to practice English. Thank you for spending your time with us. I hope you feel ready to try a new morning routine tomorrow.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you to all our listeners. It was great to talk about morning habits together. A good morning can change your whole day. I hope you can try some of the simple tips we shared. Do not worry if it is not perfect. Just keep trying and find what works for you. Learning English and building habits both take time, so be patient. Practice every day, even a little. Thank you again for listening, and we hope you enjoyed this episode.
Before we say goodbye, I want to remind you to practice your English every day. You can listen to this podcast again and repeat after us. You can also talk about your own morning habits in simple English. For example, you can say, I wake up at 7, or I drink coffee in the morning. This is a good way to improve your speaking. We are very happy to be part of your learning journey. Thank you again for listening to us. Take care.
That is a great idea, Anna. Practice is very important. Even a few minutes every day can help you improve. Try to listen, repeat, and speak out loud. Do not be afraid of making mistakes. Mistakes are part of learning. Also, try to enjoy the process. Learning English can be fun and useful. We are very happy to share this time with you. Thank you for joining us today.
Yes, Mark, I feel very happy too. This was a simple and friendly conversation. I hope our listeners felt comfortable and enjoyed it. Morning habits are easy to talk about, and they are useful in daily life. I hope you found some ideas that you can use. Thank you again for being with us today.
I agree, Anna. It was a warm and easy talk. I hope our listeners learned something new. We shared simple ideas that anyone can try. Keep practicing and do not give up. You are doing a great job by listening and learning. Thank you for your time and attention.
As we finish our podcast, I want to say one more thing. Please be patient with yourself. Building new habits and learning English both take time. Step by step, you will improve. Keep going and stay positive. Thank you for listening, and I wish you a happy and productive day.
Thank you, Anna. That is a very kind message. I also want to wish everyone good luck. Keep learning, keep practicing, and enjoy your journey. We believe in you. Thank you for listening to our podcast today.
Now it is time to say goodbye. Thank you so much for joining us. We hope you enjoyed this episode and learned something new. Please come back for our next podcast. We will talk about more easy topics to help you learn English. Have a great day and see you next time.
Goodbye, everyone, and thank you again. We hope you have a wonderful day. Take care of yourself and keep practicing your English. We look forward to talking with you again soon. Goodbye, and see you next time.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are joining us today. This podcast is made especially for beginner English learners, and we always try to make every episode simple, friendly, and fun. Today, we have a really important topic for you. We are going to talk about 3 very small but very powerful English words: in, on, and at. These are called prepositions, and they are used constantly in everyday English. A lot of beginners find them confusing, and that is totally normal. By the end of today's episode, I promise things will be much clearer. Let me introduce my wonderful co-host, Mark.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much, Anna. Hi to all our wonderful listeners out there. Yes, today we are talking about in, on, and at. 3 little words that cause a big headache for many English beginners. I completely understand why. They can seem very similar at first, and it is not always obvious which one to use. But the good news is, once you learn the basic rules and see enough examples, it all starts to make sense. Anna and I are going to take it slowly, step by step, with lots of simple and natural examples. So relax, get comfortable, and let's learn together. I am really excited about this episode. Let's go.
Okay, so let's start from the very beginning. In, on, and at are all prepositions. A preposition is a small word that tells us about location, time, or position. Today, we will focus on 2 main areas: place and time. Both are very important in daily conversation. First, let's talk about place, where things are. Mark, can you start by explaining in for place? I think in is the first preposition most beginners learn, so it is a great starting point. Please explain it simply and give a few easy examples that our listeners can understand and remember without any difficulty. Keep it simple.
Sure. In is used when something is inside an enclosed space or area. Think of something surrounded on all sides. It is inside a container. For example, the book is in the bag. The bag is a container and the book is inside it. She is in the kitchen. The kitchen is a room, an enclosed space. We live in Seoul. Seoul is a city which is a large enclosed area. He is in the car. The car is a closed space. The key idea for in and place is simple. Think of being inside something, a box, a room, a building, a city, or a country. If something is enclosed and contained, always use in.
That is really clear. In is for enclosed spaces, inside a container, a room, a building, a city, or a country. I love the idea of thinking about a box or container to remember this rule. Now, let's talk about on. When do we use on for place? I think on is about surfaces, right? Like when something is touching or resting on top of something else. But I also think it has some other uses that might surprise beginners. Can you explain on for place with some simple examples? I want our listeners to really feel the difference between in, being inside something, and on, which is more like resting on top of a surface.
Exactly. On is used when something is resting on a surface, touching the top or side of something. For example, the cup is on the table. The cup rests on the table's surface. The picture is on the wall. The picture touches the wall's surface. She is sitting on the chair. The chair is a surface. The cat is on the roof. The roof is a surface. We also say on for floors of a building. His office is on the 3rd floor. And for street names, I live on Park Street. The key idea for on is always contact with a surface, top, side, or floor. Something is touching and resting against something else.
Great examples. So on is about surfaces and contact. Something is touching or resting on something else. Now, let's talk about at. I think at feels a little different from in and on. It feels more specific, like a precise point or an exact location. For example, we say, I am at the bus stop, or she is at the door. It feels like a specific spot, not inside something or on top of a surface. Am I thinking about this the right way? Can you explain at for place with some good examples so our listeners really understand how at feels different from in and on?
Yes, you are thinking about it perfectly. At is used for a specific point or location, an exact spot. For example, I am at the bus stop. The bus stop is a precise point. She is at the door. The door is an exact location. We met at the corner of the street. A corner is a specific point. He is at the supermarket. This means at that location. I am at school. School is a specific place you go to. The feeling with at is you are at one specific named point. A helpful image, think of putting a pin on a map. That single pin, that exact spot, that's what at feels like.
Oh, I love the pin on the map idea. That really makes at easy to visualize. So let me quickly summarize the 3 place rules. In is for inside a space, a room, a building, a city, a country. On is for surfaces, a table, a wall, a floor, a street. And at is for a specific point or location, the bus stop, the corner, school. Does that sound like a correct and complete summary, Mark? I want to make sure our listeners have a solid foundation before we move on to more detailed examples, and then the really important uses of in, on, and at for time expressions.
That is a perfect summary, Anna. In equals inside, on equals surface, at equals a specific point. Remember those 3 simple ideas and you already understand the foundation of these prepositions. Of course, there are some exceptions in English, as always, but if you start with these three core concepts, you will be correct in the great majority of everyday situations. And the more you practice and hear these words in real conversations, the more natural they will feel. Over time, you will not even need to think about the rule. It will come automatically and easily. Great job summarizing it so clearly.
Thank you. Now I want to give more examples using places from daily life. At home, there are many different situations where we use all three prepositions. For example, the milk is in the fridge, inside an enclosed space. The remote control is on the sofa, on a surface. She is at the front door, at a specific point. All three in just one home setting. Mark, can you give more everyday location examples? I think hearing many familiar examples helps beginners build confidence and start using these words naturally, without needing to stop and think about every single rule.
Great idea. Here are more everyday examples. The clothes are in the wardrobe, inside a closed space. The keys are on the kitchen counter, on a surface. He is at the window, at a specific spot. The students are in the classroom, inside a room. The newspaper is on the desk, on a surface. I will meet you at the entrance, at a point. The children are in the park, inside an area. The dog is on the grass, on a surface. She is waiting at the corner, at a precise point. Practicing these small everyday sentences regularly is the fastest way to internalize these three prepositions.
Those are wonderful examples. I especially like the children are in the park and the dog is on the grass. They are so easy to picture and remember. Now I want to ask about transport, which often confuses beginners. Do we say in the car or on the car? And what about buses and trains? In the bus or on the bus? I think a lot of learners are unsure about transport prepositions because the rules feel inconsistent at first. Can you explain the difference? Once you understand the logic behind transport prepositions, I think they become much easier and start to feel natural.
Great question. For small enclosed vehicles where you sit inside, we use in. So in the car, in a taxi, in a helicopter. You are enclosed inside these small spaces. For larger vehicles where you can stand up, walk around, or move freely, we use on. So on the bus, on the train, on the plane, on a ship, on a bicycle, on a motorbike. If you step onto it and can move around inside, use on. If you climb inside a small enclosed space and sit down, use in. There are occasional exceptions, but for beginners, this rule covers most everyday transport situations very well and reliably.
That is such a useful explanation. In the car, but on the bus and train. Now I understand the logic completely. You step onto a bus or train, but you get inside a car or taxi. I think our listeners will really appreciate that clear distinction. Now, let's talk about buildings. Sometimes we say in the library, and sometimes we say at the library. Both seem correct. Can you explain when we say in versus at with buildings? I think this is a place where even intermediate learners sometimes feel unsure, and knowing the difference will help our listeners sound more natural and confident.
Yes, both in and at can be used with buildings, but the feeling is slightly different. In the library focuses on being physically inside the building, surrounded by the walls, among the bookcases. At the library focuses on the location as a destination or a meeting point. For example, I am studying in the library, physically inside. Let's meet at the library, a destination, a point on the map. At is more about the place as a general location you go to. In is about being physically inside the walls. Both are correct. The context and your focus decide which one sounds most natural in the moment.
That is a really clear and helpful explanation. In focuses on being physically inside, and at focuses on the place as a destination or a point. Okay, now let's move on to something equally important, time. We also use in, on, and ac for time, and these rules are a little different from the place rules. Time prepositions come up constantly in daily life. We talk about exact times, days, months, and years all the time.
Mark, can you start explaining in for time? When do we use in for time expressions? Please keep it simple and give clear, easy to remember examples for our beginners.
Okay, for time, in is used with longer time periods, things that contain smaller units of time inside them. We use in with months, in January, in March, with seasons, in summer, in winter, with years, in 2024, in 1999, with longer parts of the day, in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, and with longer periods like decades or centuries, in the 21st century. The key idea is the same as for place. In suggests being inside a longer, larger container of time. A month, a year, a season, these are all large containers, so we are in them just like we are in a room.
That is so clear. In for time is for larger periods, months, years, seasons, and parts of the day. Now let's talk about on for time. I think on is used with days, right? Like on Monday or on my birthday. It feels like the day is a flat surface and the event sits on top of it. Can you explain on for time with some examples? I think understanding the difference between on and in for time is one of the most important things for beginners because we talk about days and specific dates in almost every single conversation we have.
Yes, on for time is used with specific days and dates. We say on Monday, on Friday, on the weekend, specific days of the week. We say on the 5th of May, on January 1st, specific dates. We say on my birthday, on New Year's Day, on Christmas Day, specific named days. The key difference from in is specificity. In is for a large time container, a month, a year. On is for a specific day within that container. Think of a calendar. You point to one specific square. That is a day, and you use on. Your finger touches that specific day. That surface contact is on.
I love the calendar image. You point to a specific day, that is on. You are inside a whole month or year, that is in. Now let's complete the trio for time. At. When do we use at for time? I think at is for very specific and precise times, like exact clock times. For example, at 3 o'clock or at midnight. It feels like the most specific and precise of the three, just like it was the most precise for place. Can you explain at for time with some clear examples? Once our listeners understand all three time rules, they will feel much more confident talking about schedules, plans, and daily routines.
Exactly right. At for time is used with very precise, specific points in time. We say at 6 o'clock, at 9:30, at midnight, at noon. These are exact moments. We also say at night. Note this important exception. We say in the morning and in the evening, but we say at night. Also, at the moment, meaning right now, at the same time, and at the weekend in British English. The key idea is the same as for place. At is a precise point. Just as at in place means one exact spot on a map, at in time means one exact moment on a clock. Very specific and very precise, always.
Those example sentences are fantastic. Now let's do a mini quiz for our listeners. I will give an incomplete sentence and you fill in the correct word, in, on, or at. First sentence. My birthday is blank June. June is a month. Listeners, think about it before Mark answers. Which is it? In June, on June, or at June? Remember what we said about months and large periods. I think you know the answer. Let's hear Mark confirm it and explain clearly why the other two options would be wrong. Explaining why something is incorrect is just as helpful as explaining why it is correct.
My birthday is blank June. The key word is June, a month. We just learned that months are large time periods like containers, so we use in. The correct answer is my birthday is in June. On June and at June are both wrong. Now notice, if we add a specific date, my birthday is on the 15th of June, then we use on because we now have a specific day. But the month alone always needs in.
This shows exactly how all three work at different levels of time specificity. Month equals in, specific date equals on, exact clock time equals at. The levels are very clear.
Great answer and explanation. Okay, next quiz sentence. The meeting starts blank 3 o'clock. Listeners, what goes in the blank? 3 o'clock is a very specific time on the clock. Think about what we said about at and precise moments. I think this one is a little more obvious than the first one, but it is still really important practice. Let's make sure our listeners clearly connect the rule to the example. Take a moment to think about your answer, then listen to Mark give the complete explanation. Thinking before you hear the answer is the best way to actually practice and test your own understanding.
This one is at. The complete correct sentence is, the meeting starts at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock is an exact, precise point in time, one specific moment on the clock face. And we always use at for exact clock times. In 3 o'clock and on 3 o'clock are both completely wrong. No native speaker would ever say those. It is always at with clock times, at 7 a.m., at noon, at midnight, at 2:30. Think of a clock as a timeline, and 3 o'clock is one exact single point on that line. You place your finger right on that point, and that precise pointing is at. Well done if you got it.
Perfect. Now, one more quiz sentence, this time for place. The cat is sleeping blank the sofa. Is it in the sofa, on the sofa, or at the sofa? I think our listeners know this one now. We talked about surfaces earlier. A sofa has a surface, a flat area on top where you sit or lie down. The cat is resting on that surface. Listeners, think about the answer before Mark speaks, and when you hear the answer, think about why the other two options are wrong. Understanding why incorrect options are wrong is a really powerful way to strengthen your grammar knowledge and memory.
The answer is on. The cat is sleeping on the sofa. The sofa is a surface, and the cat is resting on top of it. In the sofa would mean the cat is somehow inside the sofa, trapped inside the cushions, which sounds very uncomfortable. And at the sofa is not natural. We do not use at for furniture surfaces like sofas or tables. At is for specific named locations and precise points. In is for enclosed spaces. On is for surfaces. So cat on sofa, cup on table, picture on wall, all use on because they all involve a surface. Great quiz, Anna.
Inside the sofa, that image definitely helps remember why on is right. Now, I want to talk about addresses and locations. When we talk about where someone lives, do we use in, on, or at? For example, she lives blank 25 Park Street, or I live blank Park Street, or they live blank London. I think all three prepositions can be used when talking about locations, but each one works at a different level of specificity. Can you explain how to choose between all three? I think once learners understand this, they will feel much more confident talking about addresses and locations in English.
Yes, addresses show perfectly how all three work at different levels. For the most specific level, an exact house number, use at. She lives at 25 Park Street. That is a precise point. For a street name, the next level, use on. I live on Park Street. A street is like a long surface or line you travel along. For a city, neighborhood, or country, the largest, most general level, use in. They live in London. We live in Korea. So, exact address equals at, street name equals on, city or country equals in. The level moves from most specific to most general, and the prepositions follow that same exact pattern.
That is so elegant and clear. Most specific, at with an exact address, middle level, on with a street, most general, in with a city or country. And this same pattern appears with time, too. Most precise moment, at, specific day, on, larger period, in. I think our listeners can see that the logic of these three prepositions is very consistent across both place and time. Mark, do you think this specific to general pattern is the single most helpful way for beginners to think about and remember when to use in, on, and at in everyday situations?
Yes, absolutely. The specific to general pattern is the most powerful mental tool for beginners. I call it the zoom lens idea. Think of a camera zoom. At is fully zoomed in, one exact point, one precise moment. On is the middle zoom, a surface, a specific day, a street name. In is fully zoomed out, a large space, a long time period, a whole country or city. Once you understand this zoom concept, so many things click into place. You stop randomly guessing and start thinking logically. There are always exceptions in English, but this zoom tool works confidently for the great majority of everyday situations.
The zoom lens idea is absolutely brilliant. I am going to remember that one every time I use these prepositions. Okay, now let me ask about some common fixed phrases with in, on, and at that beginners really need to know by heart. These are expressions where the preposition is fixed and you simply have to learn the whole phrase. For example, on time and in time both exist, but they mean completely different things. Can you explain the difference clearly? I think this is a very useful pair of expressions that comes up frequently in everyday conversations about schedules, deadlines, and appointments.
Great choice. On time and in time are both common, but they mean different things. On time means exactly at the scheduled time, not late. For example, the train arrived on time. It came exactly when scheduled. The meeting started on time. It began at the correct time. In time means before a deadline, early enough so you do not miss something. For example, we arrived in time for the show. We got there before it started. She finished in time. She completed it before the deadline. So, on time means exactly at the right scheduled moment. In time means before something is missed. Both are very common and very useful.
That is such a useful and important distinction. On time means exactly at the scheduled moment, and in time means before the deadline, early enough not to miss something. Now let me ask about at the end versus in the end. I have heard both of these used in English, and I think they also have completely different meanings. These small differences really matter for learners because using the wrong one can change your meaning entirely and cause real confusion. Can you explain the difference clearly so our listeners can confidently use both expressions correctly in their own everyday conversations?
Yes, another really useful pair. At the end refers to a final point of something specific. For example, at the end of the movie, the hero wins, the final point of that specific film. There is a cafe at the end of the street, the last point of that specific street. In the end is more general and means finally or ultimately, after everything. For example, we had many problems, but in the end, everything was fine. So, at the end is about one specific endpoint. In the end is about a final result or conclusion that comes after a longer process or difficulty.
Wonderfully clear. At the end, for a specific final point, the end of a movie or a street. In the end, for a final result, ultimately, after everything. Now let me ask about common fixed expressions with at. I think at has many useful phrases that beginners absolutely need to know, like at home, at work, at school, and at the moment. These are used constantly in everyday English. Mark, can you go through some of these common at phrases? I think learning these as complete, fixed expressions, rather than trying to analyze why at is used, is actually the fastest and most effective approach for beginners. When you know the whole phrase as one unit, you never need to wonder which preposition to use. You just say it naturally.
Absolutely. Here are some very useful at expressions every beginner should know. At home, you are in your house relaxing. She is at home today. At work, you are at your job. He is at work until 6. At school, at the school building, the kids are at school. At the moment, right now, I am busy at the moment. At the same time, simultaneously, please don't talk at the same time. At last, finally. At last, the weekend is here.
At least a minimum or positive point. It is cold, but at least it's not raining. Learn all these as complete phrases and you will sound very natural and fluent.
Those at expressions are so useful. Now let me ask about common fixed expressions with in. I know there are many useful in expressions that come up all the time in daily conversations, like in a hurry, in love, in trouble, and in the mood. Can you give our listeners a good collection of useful in expressions? I think learning these as complete chunks rather than individual words is really the best strategy for any beginner. When you know the whole phrase as one unit, you never need to wonder which preposition to use. You just say it naturally.
Absolutely. Here are some very useful in expressions. In a hurry, moving quickly because you have no time, she left in a hurry. In love, feeling love, they are in love. In trouble, having a big problem, he is in trouble. In the mood, feeling like doing something. I'm not in the mood for cooking. In fact, to add emphasis or correct something, in fact, that's not true. In general, overall or mostly, in general, English is not so hard. In charge, responsible and leading. Who is in charge here? These phrases are incredibly common in everyday English conversation. Practice them all regularly.
Wonderful. In a hurry, in love, in trouble, in the mood, in fact, in general, in charge, all so natural and so commonly used. Now, let me ask about on expressions too. I know there are many useful on phrases as well, like on purpose, on holiday, on sale, and on TV. Can you give our listeners a good set of useful on expressions? I think these phrases with on might actually be some of the most frequently used fixed expressions in all of everyday English, especially when we are talking about daily activities and things happening around us.
Yes, here are some great everyday on expressions. On purpose, doing something intentionally. She did that on purpose. On holiday, away for a break from work or school. They are on holiday in Spain. On sale, available at a lower price. These shoes are on sale today. On TV, shown on television. What is on TV tonight? On the phone, currently talking by phone. She is on the phone. On the way, during a journey. I'll get it on the way home. On foot, walking. We went there on foot. These expressions come up constantly in everyday conversation, so learning them will definitely boost your fluency.
Those on phrases are fantastic. On purpose, on holiday, on sale, on TV, on the phone, on the way, on foot. So many great ones to learn and practice. I think our listeners now have a really rich collection of fixed expressions with all three prepositions. Now, Mark, I want to ask about something very modern and relevant, technology and the internet. We hear phrases like on the internet, on social media, on YouTube, but also in an email or in a message. Can you explain when we use on versus in for technology and digital things in modern everyday life?
Very modern and very relevant. For digital platforms and networks, we generally use on. We say on the internet, on social media, on YouTube, on Instagram, on the website. Think of these as surfaces or channels you visit and navigate through, just like a road surface. For specific pieces of content or private communication, we use in. We say in an email, in a message, in a text, in a document, in an app. These feel like containers you look inside. So, platforms and networks use on, specific pieces of content and messages use in. This is a simple and very practical rule for today's digital world.
That is so clear and so practical. On for platforms like YouTube and Instagram, in for specific content like emails, messages, and documents. Now I think we have covered a truly enormous amount of material in today's episode. Let me now give a full summary of the key rules. For place, in is for inside enclosed spaces like rooms, buildings, cities, and countries. On is for surfaces like tables, walls, floors, and streets. At is for specific points and precise locations. Is that a solid and correct summary of the place rules, Mark? I want everything to be perfectly clear for our listeners before we close the episode today.
That is a perfect place summary. In equals inside an enclosed space or area. On equals contact with a surface. At equals a precise specific point or destination. And remember the zoom lens. At is the most specific and precise, on is the middle level, and in is the most general and largest. For time, the same zoom logic applies. In is for large time periods, months, years, seasons, and morning or evening. On is for specific days and dates. At is for exact clock times and precise moments. Remember the one key exception, say at night, not in the night. These rules cover almost all everyday English situations perfectly.
Excellent summary of the time rules. And let's not forget all those wonderful fixed expressions: on time, in time, at the end, in the end, at home, in a hurry, on purpose, at the moment, and so many more. Learning these as complete fixed phrases is the key to sounding truly natural. I think the most important message for our listeners today is this: do not try to memorize everything at once. Start with the basics: in for inside, on for surfaces, at for specific points, and practice those in real sentences every day. Then slowly add the exceptions and fixed expressions one by one step at a time.
That is such encouraging and practical advice, Anna. I completely agree. Here's my final tip for all our listeners today. Every single day, try to write or say 3 sentences, one with in, one with on, and one with at. Use them in real contexts from your own daily life. I woke up at 7. I had coffee in the morning. I sat on the sofa and watched TV. This tiny daily habit done consistently will make a very big difference to your confidence and accuracy, I promise. Language learning is a journey, and every small step counts. Take good care of yourselves, everyone.
I love that daily practice tip. One with in, one with on, one with at. So simple and so effective. Thank you so very much to every single person who listened to today's episode. I really hope you feel much more confident about using in, on, and at. Remember, in is inside, on is on a surface, and at is at a specific point. Use the zoom lens whenever you feel unsure. Practice a little every day. Make mistakes. They are a completely normal and necessary part of learning. Come back for our next episode because we always have something new and useful. You are doing an amazing job learning English. Keep going.
Thank you so much, Anna, and a huge warm thank you to every single one of our incredible listeners. You are truly wonderful for joining us and for taking your English learning seriously. Today we covered a great deal: place rules, time rules, transport, addresses, fixed expressions, digital language, quiz questions, and so much more. That's a real achievement to be proud of. Remember, inside is in, surface is on, specific point is at. Write your 3 daily sentences, notice these prepositions in movies and songs, and practice with friends whenever you can. Every little bit of practice truly adds up. Take great care, keep learning, and goodbye, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. I'm Anna, and I'm so happy you're here with us today. We have a really fun topic for you, one that I personally love very much. Today, we're going to talk about sleep and dreams. Yes, you heard that right. We all dream and we all sleep. Or at least we try to. But did you know that sleep is actually one of the most important things you can do for your health and happiness? Stay with us because this is going to be a great conversation. And trust me, by the end, you might just want to go take a nap.
Thanks, Anna. Hi, everyone. I'm Mark. And yes, I'm very excited about today's topic, too. I will be honest with you. I was a little late preparing for this episode because I was sleeping. But honestly, I think that counts as research. In this podcast, we talk about real life in simple, clear English. So if you're learning the language, you're in the right place. Today's topic is perfect for beginners and for anyone who loves their bed a little too much. So get comfortable, maybe grab a warm drink, and let's talk about sleep and why you should never give up on your dreams, especially the sleeping kind.
So, Mark, let's start with something simple. How many hours do you sleep every night? Be honest.
Okay, I'll be honest. I try to sleep about 7 to 8 hours, but sometimes it's less. When I have a busy week, I might only sleep 6 hours, and I can really feel the difference. I get tired easily, I make more mistakes at work, and I'm not very happy. So I've learned that sleep is not something you can skip. What about you, Anna? Are you a good sleeper?
I think I'm a pretty good sleeper, yes. I love sleeping. I go to bed around 10 or 11 at night and wake up around 7 in the morning. But I have one big problem. I check my phone before bed. I know it's bad for sleep, but it's a very hard habit to break. Doctors say the light from screens makes it harder to fall asleep. Have you ever had problems falling asleep, Mark?
Oh, definitely. There were times when I would lie in bed for an hour or more, just thinking about work or problems. It was very frustrating. My mind was too active. I couldn't stop thinking. I tried some things to help, like reading a book or listening to calm music. That helped a little, but the biggest change for me was keeping a regular schedule, going to bed and waking up at the same time every day. After a few weeks, it became much easier to fall asleep quickly.
That's great advice, Mark. A regular schedule is really important. Our bodies have something called a circadian rhythm. It's like an internal clock that tells us when to sleep and when to wake up. If we go to bed at very different times every day, we confuse our body clock. That's why people who work night shifts or travel a lot often have problems with sleep. Have you ever experienced jet lag, Mark?
Yes, jet lag is terrible. I traveled from Europe to Japan once, and the time difference was about 8 hours. For the first 3 or 4 days, I was awake at 3 in the morning and completely asleep at lunchtime. It was a strange experience. My body didn't know what time it was. It took almost a week to feel normal again. The best advice I got was to try to stay awake until the local bedtime in the new place. Not easy, but it really helped.
That's a smart strategy. So, we've talked a little about how much we sleep and some common sleep problems. Now let's talk about why sleep is actually so important. Many people think sleeping is just doing nothing, but that's completely wrong. During sleep, your body is very busy. Your brain processes everything that happened during the day. Your muscles repair themselves. Your immune system gets stronger. Sleep is basically your body's reset button.
Exactly. And I think a lot of people don't realize how much sleep affects the brain. When you sleep, your brain clears out waste products, things that build up during the day when you're thinking and working. There's actually a system in the brain called the glymphatic system. It works mostly when you sleep. Some scientists believe that not sleeping enough might increase the risk of diseases like Alzheimer's over the long term. That's a serious reason to take sleep seriously.
Wow, that's really interesting and a little scary. But let's also talk about something more fun, dreams. When we chose the title, Never Give Up on Your Dreams, Keep Sleeping, we were making a little joke, of course. But dreams are actually fascinating. Do you remember your dreams, Mark?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. It seems like I remember my dreams best when I wake up in the middle of one. If I wake up naturally after the dream finishes, I usually forget it very quickly. Scientists say that most people forget about 95% of their dreams, but the ones I do remember are often very strange. Flying over cities, being in school again, or talking to people I haven't seen in years. Dreams are like little movies in your head.
Yes, I love that description, little movies. I often have very vivid dreams. Sometimes they feel so real that when I wake up, I'm confused for a moment. There's actually a word for that feeling, hypnopompic confusion. It happens in those first seconds after you wake up when your brain is still partly in the dream world. Has that ever happened to you?
Oh yes, especially when my alarm goes off in the middle of a deep dream. I once woke up from a dream where I was giving a presentation at work, and for a few seconds I was looking around my bedroom thinking, where is my audience? It was very funny, but also a little embarrassing, even though no one was there. Okay, so we know dreams are interesting, but what do they actually mean? Do you believe dreams have meanings?
That's a big question. There are many different ideas about this. In the past, people believed dreams were messages from gods or the future. Sigmund Freud, the famous psychologist, thought dreams showed our hidden feelings and desires. Today, many scientists think dreams are more like the brain organizing memories and processing emotions. Personally, I think dreams can sometimes reflect things we're worried about or excited about in real life, but I don't think every dream has a deep hidden message.
I agree. I think if you dream about being chased, it probably means you're stressed about something, not that a monster is actually coming for you. But some people love to analyze their dreams. There are even dream journals, notebooks where you write down your dreams as soon as you wake up. I tried keeping one for a while. It was interesting because I started to notice patterns. I often dreamed about water when I was feeling uncertain about something in my life.
Oh, that's very interesting. Water is actually one of the most common dream symbols. Many dream researchers say water can represent emotions: calm water for peace, rough water for stress or confusion. I think keeping a dream journal is a lovely idea. It helps you be more self-aware. And the act of writing first thing in the morning is actually a good habit for your mental health, too. Some people call it morning pages, just writing freely without thinking too much.
I like that idea. Writing in the morning before your day starts can help you feel more calm and organized. Okay, let's talk about something practical now. We all know sleep is important, but many people still don't sleep enough. Life is busy. Work, family, phone, social media. There are so many things that take our time and energy. What do you think are the biggest enemies of good sleep, Anna?
I think the number one enemy is definitely screens. Phones, tablets, computers, televisions. The blue light from screens signals to our brain that it's still daytime, so the brain stops producing melatonin. Melatonin is the hormone that makes us feel sleepy. That's why many sleep experts say to stop using screens at least an hour before bed. Other big enemies are caffeine, stress, and irregular schedules. Caffeine is interesting because it can stay in your body for 6 to 8 hours, so that afternoon coffee can still affect your sleep at midnight.
6 to 8 hours. That's a long time. I didn't know caffeine lasted that long. I usually drink coffee in the morning, so I think I'm okay. But I know some people who drink coffee at 5 or 6 in the evening and then wonder why they can't sleep. Now it makes sense. What about alcohol? Some people say a glass of wine helps them sleep. Is that true?
This is a common misunderstanding. Alcohol can make you fall asleep faster, that part is true, but it actually makes your sleep quality much worse. Alcohol reduces something called REM sleep, which is the stage of sleep when you dream and when your brain processes emotions and memories. So even if you sleep 8 hours after drinking, you might wake up feeling tired and foggy. It's not real, deep, restoring sleep. So alcohol is not a good sleep solution at all.
That's really good to know. So what actually helps with sleep? What are some good habits that people can try?
There are several things that really work. First, keep a consistent schedule. Go to bed and wake up at the same time every day, even on weekends. Second, make your bedroom cool, dark, and quiet. Our bodies sleep better in slightly cooler temperatures. Third, avoid screens for an hour before bed. Instead, try reading, stretching, or relaxing with calm music. Fourth, don't drink caffeine in the afternoon or evening. And fifth, this one surprises many people, don't lie in bed if you can't sleep. Get up, do something calm, and go back to bed when you feel sleepy again.
That last one is interesting. Most people think you should just stay in bed and keep trying. But I've read that lying in bed awake for a long time can actually make sleep problems worse. Your brain starts to associate the bed with wakefulness and anxiety instead of sleep. So getting up is actually the smarter thing to do. The technical term for this approach is called stimulus control therapy. It sounds complicated, but the idea is simple. Your bed should only be for sleeping.
Exactly. And speaking of sleep therapy, there's actually a very effective treatment for chronic insomnia called CBTI, Cognitive Behavioral Therapy for Insomnia. It's not medication, it's a type of talking therapy that helps people change their thoughts and habits around sleep. Studies show it works better than sleeping pills in the long run, and without any side effects. If someone is having serious ongoing sleep problems, CBTI is really worth looking into.
That's great to know. I think many people reach for medication too quickly when they have sleep problems. Medication can help in the short term, but it doesn't solve the root cause. Changing habits and mindset is more powerful. Okay, let's talk about naps. I love a good nap. Are naps good or bad?
Oh, this is a great debate. Naps can be wonderful, or they can make things worse. It really depends on how long you nap and what time of day. A short nap of about 20 minutes, sometimes called a power nap, can boost your energy, mood, and concentration. But if you nap for a long time, like 2 hours, or nap too late in the afternoon, it can make it hard to sleep at night. In some cultures, like in Spain, a midday rest called a siesta is a traditional part of life. Many people believe it improves productivity.
I love the idea of a siesta. Maybe we should bring that to more countries. I've read that even NASA did research on napping. They found that a 26-minute nap improved the alertness of their pilots by 54%. That's huge. Of course, most of us aren't flying planes, but the principle is the same. A short nap can really restore your focus. The key word is short. I always set an alarm when I nap, because if I sleep too long, I feel terrible afterward, that groggy, confused feeling.
Yes, that groggy feeling has a name. It's called sleep inertia. It happens when you wake up during deep sleep instead of light sleep. Your brain needs some time to fully wake up, and during that time you feel slow and confused. A short nap helps you avoid deep sleep, so you wake up feeling refreshed instead. One funny trick some people use is the coffee nap. You drink a cup of coffee right before you nap. Caffeine takes about 20 minutes to kick in, so you wake up just as it starts working. Clever, right?
The coffee nap. I've heard of that. I'm not sure I've tried it successfully, but the science actually makes sense. Caffeine blocks something called adenosine, a chemical that builds up in your brain during the day and makes you feel sleepy. Sleep also clears adenosine naturally, so if both happen at the same time, you double the effect. I'm going to try that this afternoon, purely for scientific research, of course.
Of course, it's always science. Okay, let's talk about something a little different, the connection between sleep and mental health. This is really important. We often think about physical health when we talk about sleep, but sleep has a huge effect on how we feel emotionally, too. Have you ever noticed how different you feel after a bad night of sleep?
Absolutely. After a poor night's sleep, I feel irritable, anxious, and everything feels harder. Small problems seem much bigger, I'm less patient with people, it's harder to find positive feelings. On the other hand, after a really good, deep sleep, I feel calm, optimistic, and ready for anything. It's almost like sleep resets my emotional state. Research shows that the brain regions that manage emotions, like the amygdala, are much more reactive when we haven't slept enough. Basically, lack of sleep makes us emotionally overreactive.
That's so true, and it can become a cycle. Stress makes it hard to sleep, and then not sleeping makes the stress worse. Mental health conditions like anxiety and depression are closely linked to sleep problems. Many people with depression sleep too much, others can't sleep at all. And treating sleep problems can actually help improve depression and anxiety, not just the other way around. That's why sleep is sometimes called a pillar of mental health, just like exercise and nutrition.
I like that. A pillar. It's a strong image. Sleep, exercise, and nutrition are like three legs of a table. If one leg is weak or broken, the whole table is unstable. You can't just focus on diet and exercise and ignore sleep. All three work together. And I think in modern culture, we often celebrate people who sleep less, like, I only sleep 4 hours, I'm so productive. But that's actually not something to be proud of. Most people need 7 to 9 hours, and pretending otherwise is just harmful.
Yes, there's a kind of culture in some business and tech worlds where sleeping less is seen as a sign of dedication or strength. Elon Musk famously said he only sleeps 6 hours, but most sleep scientists say that very few people, only 1 to 3%, can function well on less than 7 hours. Everyone else is just suffering and not realizing it. When you're chronically sleep-deprived, you lose the ability to accurately judge how tired you actually are. You get used to feeling bad and think it's normal.
That's a really important point. You adapt to feeling terrible and stop noticing it. It's called baseline shift. I think many people in busy, stressful jobs are in this situation. They drink more and more coffee, rely on energy drinks, push through with willpower, and think they're fine. But their creativity, judgment, and emotional health are quietly suffering. It makes me think we all need to take sleep much more seriously as a society. Maybe even in schools and workplaces, sleep education should be a normal part of health education.
I completely agree. Some schools have already changed their start times to later in the morning because research shows that teenagers naturally have a later sleep cycle. Their brains release melatonin later at night, so they can't fall asleep early even if they want to. Making teenagers wake up at 6:30 for school goes against their biology. The schools that made this change reported better grades, fewer absences, and improved mental health in students. Small changes in how we treat sleep can make a big difference.
That's a really hopeful example. And it shows that when we take sleep seriously at a social level, not just an individual level, good things happen. We've covered so much today. Sleep cycles, dreams, naps, mental health, teenagers. It's been a really rich conversation. Before we close, Anna, let's share our top personal tips. What is the one sleep habit that has helped you the most?
For me, it's definitely having a consistent bedtime, going to sleep and waking up at the same time every day. I know I said earlier that I struggle with my phone, and that's still something I'm working on, but having a regular bedtime has made a huge difference in how easily I fall asleep and how rested I feel in the morning. My body knows what to expect, and it prepares itself. Even on weekends, I try not to change my schedule by more than 1 hour. What about you, Mark?
Mine is keeping my bedroom cool and dark. I used to sleep with the curtains half open because I liked a little light in the morning. But after I got blackout curtains, the quality of my sleep improved so much. Also, I keep the temperature a little cooler than the rest of my apartment at night. Our bodies naturally drop in temperature during sleep, so a cool room supports that process. It sounds like a small thing, but it really works. I also put my phone on silent and face down. Out of sight, out of mind.
You know, Mark, we've talked a lot about science and health, but I want to talk about something more personal, sleep and creativity. I personally feel that my best ideas come right after I wake up, in that quiet, warm moment before I fully start my day. Have you ever experienced that? Like your brain was working on a problem all night and the answer just appeared in the morning?
Yes, absolutely. I think that's one of the most magical things about sleep. Your brain doesn't actually stop working when you sleep. It keeps processing, connecting ideas, and solving problems. There's even a name for that half-awake state in the morning, the hypnagogic state. Many famous creative people use this time deliberately. The inventor Thomas Edison, for example, would sit in a chair holding metal balls. When he fell asleep, the balls would drop and wake him up, so he could capture his half-dreaming ideas.
That Edison story is fascinating. I've also read that the scientist who discovered the structure of benzene, Friedrich Kekulé, said he dreamed of a snake eating its own tail, and that inspired him to realize benzene has a ring structure. So a dream literally led to a major scientific discovery. Dreams and creativity are deeply connected. Many artists, writers, and musicians have said that some of their best work came to them in dreams or right after waking up.
Paul McCartney famously said the melody for Yesterday came to him in a dream. He woke up, ran to the piano, and played it immediately because he was afraid he'd forget it. Can you imagine? One of the most famous songs ever written, born from sleep. And it's not just musicians. The writer Robert Louis Stevenson said the story for A Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde came from a dream. Sleep is not just rest. For creative people, it can be a source of pure inspiration.
I love these examples. They really change the way we think about sleep, don't they? It's not passive, it's deeply active and creative. Okay, let's shift to a topic our listeners might find very relatable: social media and sleep. I think this is a huge problem for young people especially. It's so easy to pick up your phone at midnight and scroll through videos for 2 hours without even noticing.
Oh, I know exactly what you mean. I've done this so many times. You tell yourself just 5 more minutes, and then suddenly it's 2 in the morning. Social media apps are actually designed to keep you engaged. They use notifications, endless scrolling, and short videos that make it very hard to stop.
This isn't an accident. These features are carefully engineered to hold your attention, and unfortunately, using them right before bed is one of the worst things you can do for sleep quality.
There's actually research showing that people who use social media heavily before bed take longer to fall asleep, sleep fewer hours, and feel more tired in the morning. Part of it is the blue light from screens, as we mentioned earlier, but another part is emotional. Social media often triggers feelings of comparison, anxiety, or excitement, which are the opposite of what you need to feel before sleep. Seeing someone's perfect vacation photos at midnight is not relaxing.
That's so true. Comparison is the thief of sleep, as well as joy. I think the best thing you can do is create a kind of digital sunset, a time in the evening when you stop using screens and social media. Some people put their phone in another room at night, which removes the temptation completely. Others use app timers to lock social media after a certain hour. The phone can feel like a lifeline, but it's actually often a sleep thief in disguise.
Digital sunset. I love that phrase. I actually tried putting my phone in the kitchen at night for 2 weeks, and honestly, it was a little uncomfortable at first. I felt slightly anxious, like I was missing something. But after a few days, I really enjoyed that peaceful, screen-free time before bed. I read more, I felt calmer, and I slept much better. The anxiety about missing something faded quickly. I think that initial discomfort is normal. We're so used to being connected all the time.
It's called FOMO, fear of missing out, and it's a real psychological experience. But what most people discover when they disconnect at night is that they didn't actually miss anything important. The notifications were still there in the morning. The world didn't end. But they slept better and felt more present the next day. I think we all need to remind ourselves that being unavailable for 8 hours while we sleep is completely okay and actually very healthy.
Perfectly said. Okay, new topic. Sleep and children. This is something many of our listeners might be thinking about, especially parents. Children need much more sleep than adults. A newborn baby sleeps about 16 to 17 hours a day. A school-age child needs 9 to 11 hours. But in reality, many children today are sleeping less than they should, partly because of screens, busy schedules, and late-night activities.
Children's sleep is so important because most of their physical and brain development happens during sleep. Growth hormone is mainly released during deep sleep in children. Memory, language, and social skills develop during sleep too. When children don't sleep enough, it affects their mood, attention, and learning at school. Interestingly, sleep-deprived children often don't act tired, they act hyperactive and restless, which is the opposite of what most people expect.
That's a really useful thing for parents to know. If a child seems hyperactive, unfocused, or emotional, poor sleep could be the reason. A good bedtime routine is incredibly important for children. Things like a warm bath, quiet reading, dim lights, and a consistent bedtime help the child's brain understand that sleep is coming. Screens before bed are especially harmful for children because their brains are more sensitive to light stimulation than adult brains.
And I think parents often forget that children learn from watching adults. If they see mom and dad scrolling on phones until midnight, they think that's normal. Modeling good sleep habits is just as important as enforcing them. A family that has consistent routines, dinner at the same time, wind-down time together, phones away in the evening, tends to produce children who sleep better and feel more secure. It's a family culture thing, not just a rule you set for the child.
That's a beautiful point about family culture. Okay, I want to talk about something that I think many people are curious about: lucid dreaming. Have you ever had a lucid dream, Mark? A lucid dream is when you know you're dreaming while the dream is happening, and sometimes you can even control it.
Yes, I've had maybe 3 or 4 lucid dreams in my life, and they were absolutely incredible. In one of them, I realized I was dreaming and decided to fly, just like Superman. I jumped off a building and soared over a city. The feeling was so vivid and real. I remember thinking, I know this isn't real, but it feels amazing. When I woke up, I was genuinely happy for hours afterward. It was one of the most joyful experiences I've had, and it happened in my sleep.
Lucid dreaming sounds wonderful.
Some people practice techniques to have lucid dreams more often. One popular method is called reality testing. You ask yourself several times a day, "Am I dreaming right now?" And do a small check, like looking at your hands or trying to push your finger through your palm. After doing this during the day, you might start doing it automatically in your dreams too. And when you do it in a dream, something strange happens and you realize you're dreaming.
That's a clever technique. There are also apps and devices now that claim to help trigger lucid dreams. For example, by detecting when you enter REM sleep and then playing a soft sound or light that enters your dream without waking you up. The science is still developing, but it's a fascinating area of research. Some therapists also use lucid dreaming as a tool to help people with recurring nightmares. If you can become aware in the nightmare and change the story, it can reduce the fear and trauma associated with it.
That's a really interesting therapeutic use. I didn't know that. Okay, let's talk about something that affects a huge number of people: snoring and sleep apnea. These are very common but often untreated sleep problems. Do you snore, Mark? Be honest.
My partner says I snore sometimes, especially when I'm very tired or after a long day. I think most people snore occasionally, and that's usually not a big problem. But snoring can sometimes be a sign of a more serious condition called sleep apnea. In sleep apnea, the airway becomes blocked during sleep, and the person actually stops breathing for short moments, sometimes hundreds of times per night. The brain then wakes the person up briefly to restart breathing. They often don't remember waking up, but their sleep quality is terrible.
Sleep apnea is more common than many people think. It affects an estimated 1 billion people worldwide, though many don't know they have it. The classic signs are loud snoring, waking up feeling unrefreshed despite sleeping enough hours, feeling very sleepy during the day, and sometimes a partner noticing that you stop breathing. It's more common in people who are overweight, but thin people can have it too. The good news is that it's very treatable. The most common treatment is a device called a CPAP machine that keeps the airway open during sleep.
If someone suspects they have sleep apnea, it's really important to see a doctor. Untreated sleep apnea is linked to high blood pressure, heart disease, diabetes, and other serious health issues. It's not just about feeling tired, it can have major long-term consequences. I think many people just accept feeling exhausted as a normal part of life when actually they have a condition that could be treated. Sometimes just asking a doctor the simple question, "Could I have a sleep disorder?" can change your life completely.
Absolutely. And on that note, I want to say, if you often feel tired, if you wake up with headaches, if you can't focus during the day, please don't just accept it. Talk to a doctor. Sleep problems are medical issues, just like high blood pressure or a broken bone. There is nothing weak or dramatic about seeking help for sleep. It's one of the smartest things you can do for your overall health. Okay, Mark, let's talk about one more fun topic before we start closing: animals and sleep.
Ooh, I love this. Animals have some of the most fascinating sleep habits. Did you know that dolphins and whales sleep with only half their brain at a time? The other half stays awake so they can keep swimming and breathing. It's called unihemispheric sleep. Some birds do this too, flying long distances while half their brain sleeps. And on the other extreme, brown bats sleep about 20 hours a day. Can you imagine sleeping 20 hours? It sounds like a dream, literally.
Well, I think it's time to wrap up. What an amazing conversation we've had today. We talked about how much sleep we need, why sleep is so important for both body and mind, what dreams are and why we have them, and practical tips to sleep better. I hope you've learned something new and maybe even feel a little more excited about going to bed tonight. Remember, sleep is not a waste of time. It's an investment in your health, your happiness, and your performance in everything you do. So tonight, give yourself permission to rest.
Perfectly said, Anna. And remember our title, Never Give Up on Your Dreams, Keep Sleeping. We meant it both ways. Keep chasing your real dreams in life and also keep sleeping, because that's where the magic happens. Thank you so much for listening today. If you enjoyed this episode, please share it with a friend, leave us a comment, or give us a rating. It really helps us grow. We'll be back soon with another friendly, useful conversation in clear English. Until then, sleep well, dream big, and take care of yourselves. Good night or good morning, wherever you are.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna. I am so happy you are here today. Today, we have a very special topic. We are going to talk about family. Family is very important to all of us. In this podcast, I am with my friend Mark. We will talk about our families, our parents, brothers, sisters, and more. I think this is a great topic for people who are learning English. It is simple, but it is also very personal and nice. I hope you enjoy our conversation. Now, let me say hello to Mark. Hi, Mark. How are you today?
Hi, Anna. I am great, thank you. And hello to all our listeners. I am Mark, and I am very happy to be here today. I love talking about family. For me, family is everything. It is the most important thing in life. I think this topic is perfect for beginners because we all have a family, and we all know words like mother, father, sister, and brother. So this podcast will help you learn those words in English and use them in real conversations. I am excited to share my family stories with you today. Let's start, Anna. Tell us a little about your family first.
Sure. My family is not very big. There are 4 people in my family. I have my mother, my father, my younger brother, and me. We all live together in one house. My mother's name is Maria. She is very kind and warm. My father's name is David. He is strong and funny. My brother's name is Tom. He is 12 years old. I am 25, so I am older than Tom. We are a close family. We eat dinner together every evening. We also watch TV together on weekends. I love my family very much. They are always there for me. What about you, Mark? How many people are in your family?
My family is a little bigger than yours. I have my mother, my father, 2 sisters, and 1 brother, so there are 6 people in my family. My mother's name is Helen. She is a teacher. My father's name is Robert. He works in an office. My older sister is Lisa. She is 30 years old. My younger sister is Becky. She is 20. My brother's name is Sam. He's 22. I am the second oldest. We all grew up in the same town. Now some of us live in different places, but we still talk every week. Family is family, right? It doesn't matter where you live. That's what I believe. Do you live close to your parents, Anna?
Yes, I do. I still live with my parents. I know some people think that is unusual, but I really like it. My home is warm and comfortable. My mother cooks very well, and I love her food. In the mornings, we have breakfast together before work and school. My father drives Tom to school every day. It is a nice routine. I also help my mother in the house. I clean my room, and sometimes I cook, too. Living with family can be wonderful. Of course, sometimes we disagree, but we always talk and fix things. I think good communication is very important in a family. Do you live with your family, Mark, or do you live alone?
I live alone now. I moved out of my parents' house 3 years ago. I have my own apartment. At first, it was difficult. I missed my family a lot. I missed my mother's cooking the most. Her pasta is amazing. Now I cook for myself, but it is not the same. I visit my parents every Sunday. We have lunch together and we talk for a long time. It's my favorite day of the week. I also call my brother Sam almost every day. We are very close. Having your own place is good for independence, but family time is still very special to me. I think you're lucky to still live with your family, Anna. Do you think you will move out soon?
Maybe in a few years. Right now, I'm saving money. Apartments are expensive in my city, and honestly, I really enjoy living with my parents. But yes, one day I will move out and start my own life. I think it is important to become independent. My parents always say, "Anna, you can stay as long as you want." They're so sweet. I think my mother will be a little sad when I leave. We are very close. She is not just my mother, she's also my best friend. I can tell her everything. I hope one day I will have my own family too, a husband and maybe 2 children. Do you want children someday, Mark?
Yes, definitely. I love children. I think having a family is a beautiful thing. I want 2 or 3 children someday. Right now, I am not married, but I hope to get married in the future.
I think being a good father is one of the most important things a man can do. My own father is a great example for me. He was always there when I needed him. He helped me with school, with problems, with everything. I want to be like him. I also want my future children to know my parents, their grandparents. Grandparents are very special. They have so much love and wisdom. Do you have grandparents, Anna? Are they still alive?
Yes, I do. I have two grandparents on my mother's side. My grandmother's name is Rose, and my grandfather's name is George. They are both in their 70s, and they are still very active. They live in a small village about 2 hours from our city. We visit them in the summer. I love going there. Their house is old but very cozy. My grandmother always bakes bread and cakes. The smell is wonderful. My grandfather tells amazing stories about the past. I can listen to him for hours. Unfortunately, my father's parents passed away before I was born, so I never met them. That makes me a little sad. But I feel very lucky to have Rose and George. Do you have grandparents too?
Yes, I have one grandmother. Her name is Betty. She's 81 years old, and she's still very sharp and funny. She lives in a care home now, but she is happy there. I visit her every month. She always remembers everything and asks me many questions. Are you eating well? Do you have a girlfriend? She makes me laugh every time. My grandfather on my mother's side passed away 5 years ago. His name was Jim. I miss him very much. He was a great man, very wise and gentle. My father's parents both passed away when I was young. I have some photos of them, but no real memories. It is a little sad. But Betty is wonderful, and I treasure every visit with her.
Betty sounds wonderful. I love that she is still funny and curious at 81. Old people have so many interesting stories and experiences. Let's talk about siblings now. You said you have 2 sisters and a brother. Are you close to all of them? I only have one sibling, my brother Tom. He is still young, only 12, so sometimes we don't have much to talk about. He likes video games and cartoons. I prefer books and music, but I love him very much. I help him with his homework sometimes. He calls me the homework helper. It's funny. When he was a baby, I used to carry him around the house. Now he is almost as tall as me, growing up so fast. Do you get along with your siblings well?
Yes, mostly. I am very close to Sam, my brother. We talk almost every day. We like the same sports and the same music. It is very easy to be friends with him. With my sisters, it is a little different. Lisa, my older sister, is very serious. She works a lot and is always busy. We love each other, but we don't talk as often as I would like. Becky, my younger sister, is very cheerful and funny. She always makes the family laugh. When we are all together, it is a lot of fun. Of course, when we were children, we fought sometimes, over toys, over the TV, over small things. But now that we are adults, we appreciate each other much more. That is normal, I think. Did you fight with Tom when you were young?
Not really, because Tom is much younger than me. When he was born, I was 13, so I was more like a second mother to him than a sister who fights. I helped my mom take care of him. I fed him, I read him stories, I played with him. It was sweet. He looked up to me a lot. Even now, he still comes to me when he has a problem and doesn't want to tell mom or dad. I like that. It means he trusts me. I think the age difference is actually nice. We don't compete, we just support each other. Let's talk about parents now. Tell me more about your mom. You said she is a teacher. What does she teach?
My mom teaches English at a primary school. She's been a teacher for over 25 years. She loves her job. She always says that children give her energy. She is very patient and kind, and I think those qualities make her a great teacher. At home, she was the same way. Patient with us, always ready to explain things. My mom is also a great cook. On Sundays, she makes a big traditional meal for the whole family. It is our favorite time of the week. She works very hard, but she never complains. I really admire her for that. What does your mother do, Anna? Does she work or does she stay at home?
My mother works part-time as a nurse at a local clinic. She works 3 days a week. It is not a full-time job, so she also has time for the family. She is very caring and calm.
I think her job made her that way, or maybe she chose her job because she was always that way. She is always the person in the family who makes everyone feel better when they are sad or sick. When I was a child and had a fever, she stayed next to me all night. She never slept until I was better. That memory is very special to me. She is my hero. I think mothers are truly amazing people. Your mother sounds great too, Mark. We are both very lucky.
We really are. Now let's talk about fathers. My dad, Robert, works in an office. He's an accountant. His job is about numbers and money. At home, he is very different from work, very relaxed and funny. He loves football and watches every match on TV. He also likes gardening. On weekends, he spends a lot of time in the garden. He grows tomatoes, peppers, and herbs. It is his hobby, and he is very proud of it. Every summer, we eat vegetables from his garden. They taste so much better than vegetables from a shop. My dad is also very wise. When I have a big decision to make, I always call him first. His advice is always good. What is your dad like, Anna?
My dad is a mechanic. He fixes cars. He has his own small garage near our home. He loves his work. He is always talking about engines and cars. I don't understand much about cars, but I love listening to him because he is so passionate about it. My dad is also very strong and protective. He is quiet sometimes, but when he talks, everyone listens. He is not the type of person who shows emotions easily, but I know he loves us deeply. He shows it through actions, not words. He fixes things around the house. He makes sure we are safe. He works hard for our family. One of my happiest memories is going to his garage as a child and helping him with small things. Do you have a special memory with your dad, too?
Yes, my best memory with my dad is going fishing together. Every summer, just the two of us would go to a lake near our town. We would wake up very early in the morning at 5 o'clock and drive to the lake. We never caught many fish, but that was not really the point. We just talked, laughed, and enjoyed the quiet morning together. I still remember the smell of the lake and the sound of the birds. My dad would make coffee in a small thermos, and we would drink it by the water. Those mornings were so peaceful. I have not gone fishing in a long time, but now I really want to go again. Maybe I will invite my dad this summer. That memory warms my heart. What is your happiest family memory, Anna?
Oh, what a beautiful story, Mark. The fishing memory is so sweet. My happiest family memory is our summer holiday when I was about 10 years old. My parents saved money for a whole year, and we went to the beach for 1 week. It was my first time at the sea. I remember seeing the ocean for the first time and thinking it was the biggest thing in the world. My dad carried me on his shoulders in the water. My mom made sandwiches on the beach. We all played in the sand. Tom was not born yet, so it was just the three of us. It was simple but perfect. I remember laughing a lot. To this day, the smell of the sea makes me feel happy and safe. I want to go back to that beach one day.
That is a beautiful memory. Simple moments really are the most special, aren't they? Let's talk about family traditions now. Every family has its own traditions, things they do every year or every week. Does your family have any special traditions, Anna? For us, it is Sunday lunch, of course. My mom always cooks a big meal, roast chicken, potatoes, salad, and we all eat together. No phones at the table, that is a rule. We just talk and enjoy the food and each other's company. Another tradition is that every Christmas, my whole family goes to my parents' house. All 6 of us, plus Grandma Betty. It is loud and full of love. I look forward to it all year. What traditions does your family have?
We have a few nice traditions. Every Saturday morning, my dad makes pancakes. He has been doing this for as long as I can remember. He makes them with honey and fruit. We all eat breakfast together and talk. It's a very relaxed, happy morning. Another tradition is that on New Year's Eve, we go to my grandparents' village. We spend 2 or 3 days there. My grandmother cooks a huge dinner on New Year's Day. We play card games and watch old movies. It's very cozy. I also love our birthday traditions. In our family, on your birthday, you choose the dinner menu. The birthday person is king or queen for the day. It sounds simple, but it makes everyone feel very special. These little traditions bring us together.
I love the birthday tradition. Choosing your own dinner menu is a great idea. In our family, the birthday person also gets breakfast in bed. My mom always brings a tray with eggs, toast, and orange juice to your room in the morning. It feels so special. Now, let me ask you something different, Anna. Do you think the idea of family is changing in the world today? For example, some families have one parent, or two mothers, or two fathers. Some people live very far from their families. Technology changes how we stay connected. What do you think about the modern family? Is it different from the family you grew up with?
That's a great question, Mark. Yes, I think family is changing. In the past, a family usually meant a mother, a father, and children, all in one house. Today, families look different. Some children grow up with just one parent. Some have step-parents. Some are raised by grandparents. I think what matters most is love and support, not the shape of the family. I have friends from single-parent families who are very happy and loved. I also think technology helps modern families stay close even when they are far apart. Video calls, messages, and photos make distance smaller. My family uses a group chat every day. It's a nice way to share small moments. Family is love, not a fixed structure.
I completely agree with you. Family is love, not a fixed structure. I think what children need most is to feel safe, loved, and supported. That can happen in many different types of families. I also think technology is very helpful. My sister Lisa lives in another country now. She moved abroad for work 2 years ago. We use video calls to see her face, which makes a huge difference. It's not the same as being in the same room, of course, but it's much better than nothing. In the past, if someone moved to another country, you might only see them once a year. Now we can talk every week. Do you have any family members who live far away, Anna?
Yes, I have an uncle who lives in Canada. His name is Peter. He is my father's brother. He moved there about 15 years ago. He has a wife and 3 children there. We do not see them often, maybe once every 3 or 4 years. But we send messages and have video calls on special occasions, like birthdays and Christmas. His children, my cousins, speak English and a little bit of their local language there. I have never met them in person, only on screen. Isn't that strange? But I still feel connected to them. I hope to visit Canada one day. It would be amazing to finally hug my cousins. Do you have relatives who live abroad, Mark?
Yes, Lisa lives in Germany now. She moved there for her job in engineering. She is doing very well there. I think she is happy, but she misses home sometimes. We can see it in her face during video calls, especially around the holidays. On Christmas, she flies home, and that is the best day. The moment she walks through the door, my mom starts crying, happy tears. It is a very emotional and beautiful moment every time. I also have 2 cousins who live in Australia. We do not have much contact, but I know they are there. Family spreads around the world these days, but the heart stays connected. I think that's a wonderful thing about family. How do you feel when you think about your uncle in Canada?
I feel a little sad, but also happy for him. He built a beautiful life there. He has a good job, a lovely family, and a nice home. My father misses him, though. You can see it. When they talk on the phone, my dad is more relaxed and happy than usual. Brothers have a special bond, I think, even when they grow up and live far apart. It reminds me that family connections don't disappear with distance. They just change shape. Let's talk about something lighter now. Mark, what is the funniest thing that ever happened in your family? Every family has funny stories. I'm sure you have a good one.
Oh yes, I have a very funny story. One Christmas, my dad was cooking the turkey. He's not usually the cook, that is my mom's job, but he wanted to surprise her. He forgot to take the plastic bag of things out from inside the turkey before he put it in the oven, so the whole kitchen smelled terrible. We had to open all the windows in winter. It was so cold and so funny. My mom came home and saw the disaster, and instead of being angry, she laughed until she cried. We ended up ordering pizza for Christmas dinner that year. Now, every Christmas, my dad says, "Don't worry, I will not cook the turkey this year." We still laugh about it every single time. Do you have a funny family story, Anna?
That is hilarious. Pizza for Christmas dinner? That is a story to tell for life. My funny story is about my brother, Tom. Last year, he wanted to make breakfast for my mom on Mother's Day. He was 11 at the time. He decided to make toast with jam. Simple, right? But he put 4 pieces of bread in the toaster at the same time and then forgot about them. He went to watch TV. The toast got black and smoke filled the kitchen. The fire alarm went off. We all ran downstairs thinking there was a real emergency. My mom came in her pajamas, very worried. Then she saw Tom standing by the toaster looking very guilty. We all laughed so much. Mom still got her breakfast, slightly burnt toast with lots of jam.
Ha! Burnt toast for Mother's Day. Tom meant well. That is the sweetest part. The effort is what matters. It's funny how these small disasters become the best family memories. Now, Anna, I want to ask you about pets. Some people consider pets as part of the family, too. Do you have a pet at home? In my family, we had a dog when I was a child. His name was Bruno. He was a big brown dog, very friendly and loyal. We had him for 12 years. When he died, the whole family cried. He was really part of our family. After Bruno, my parents did not want another dog because the goodbye was too painful. I understand that completely. Do you have pets?
Yes, we have a cat. Her name is Mia. She is 4 years old and she is gray and white. She is a very calm and lazy cat. She sleeps most of the day, but she loves sitting on our laps in the evening. Tom absolutely loves Mia. He always tries to dress her up in small clothes, and she tolerates it for about 2 seconds before running away. It is very funny to watch. My dad, who pretended he didn't want a cat at first, is now secretly her biggest fan. Every morning he gives her a small piece of his breakfast. He thinks we don't notice, but we all see it. Mia is definitely part of our family. Pets bring so much joy and warmth to a home. Did you ever want another dog after Bruno?
Yes, sometimes I think about getting a dog for my apartment, but I'm not sure I have enough time for one right now. Dogs need a lot of attention, walks, and company. I work long hours sometimes. I don't want to get a dog and then not give it the care it deserves. Maybe in the future, when I have a more settled life. For now, I'm happy to visit my friend's dog on weekends. His dog is very funny and energetic. I love playing with him. Mia sounds adorable. I love the image of your dad secretly giving her breakfast. That is so typical of people who say they don't like cats and then fall completely in love with them. Okay, Anna, let's talk about something important. How do you show love in your family?
That is a beautiful question. In our family, we show love in many ways. My mom says I love you a lot, out loud, directly. She is very expressive. My dad shows love through actions. He fixes things, he provides for us, he shows up. He does not say I love you as often, but when he does, it means the world. My brother gives very enthusiastic hugs. He just runs at you and hugs you with his whole body. It is very sweet. I show love by being present and by listening. When someone in my family has a problem, I sit down and really listen without interrupting. I think listening is one of the best ways to show someone you care. How does your family show love, Mark?
In my family, food is definitely love. My mom shows love by cooking. If she makes your favorite meal, she is saying, "I love you" in her own language. My dad shows love by teaching. He always wants to help us learn something new and be ready for life. My grandmother Betty shows love by remembering small details. She always asks about specific things I mentioned last time. It shows she really listened and cared. Becky, my funny sister, shows love through jokes and laughter. She makes sure no one feels sad or alone. Sam shows love by always being available. You can call him anytime and he answers. Each person in a family has their own love language. I think recognizing those different ways is very important. It helps you feel more connected.
I love the idea of different love languages in a family. It is so true. Some people hug, some people cook, some people fix things, some people just listen. All of those are forms of love. Mark, let me ask you one more thing before we start to wrap up. What is the most important lesson your family taught you? For me, the most important lesson is that family always comes first. No matter what happens, good times or bad times, your family is there. My parents always said, "We may not be perfect, but we are always here for each other." That has shaped how I see the world. I try to be that kind of support for the people I love. What lesson did your family give you, Mark?
The most important lesson from my family is to work hard and never give up. My dad used to say, "Nothing good comes easy, but everything good is worth it." He worked very hard his whole life to give us a comfortable home and education. My mom showed me the value of patience and kindness every single day. And from watching my siblings, I learned how to compromise and share. Because with 4 children in one house, you have no other choice. Together, these lessons shaped who I am today. I'm grateful for every single one of them. I think families are our first and most powerful teachers. No school can teach you what a loving family teaches you. That is something I believe very deeply.
Beautifully said, Mark. Families really are our first school. I want to say one more thing. I think it is also important to appreciate your family while you can. Sometimes we are so busy with work or school or phones that we forget to really be present with the people we love. I am trying to be more mindful about this. I put my phone away at dinner. I ask my parents how they are feeling, not just what they are doing. I sit with Tom when he wants to show me something on his computer, even if I don't understand it. Small moments of attention are a gift. I think after today's conversation, many of our listeners will want to call or hug their families. I hope so. Now, let's say our goodbyes, Mark.
Yes, let's wrap up. Today was such a warm and wonderful conversation. I really enjoyed talking about family with you, Anna. I think we touched on so many important things: parents, siblings, grandparents, traditions, memories, love, and lessons. I hope all of you listening today enjoyed it too, and I hope it helped your English a little. Try to use some of the words and phrases we talked about today. Words like siblings, tradition, memory, show love, and come first. Use them when you talk about your own family. The best way to learn a language is to connect it to something real and personal, and nothing is more personal than family. Thank you for being with us today, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mark. It was wonderful talking with you today. And thank you to all our lovely listeners for spending this time with us. I hope this podcast was not only good for your English, but also made you smile and think about your own family. Family is a topic we can all relate to, no matter where we are from or what language we speak. That's the beauty of it. If you enjoyed this episode, please share it with a friend who is also learning English. It is always more fun to learn together. And please come back next time. We have more interesting topics coming very soon. Until then, take good care of yourselves and your families. Goodbye from me, Anna.